Certainly the best.
Pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. That's what it's supposed to be. And they go water side for Amaho. No fear, drop your comment, share them. And therefore, Igbo local government, and therefore, Amaho community. The one can go water side. I go see. Yeah, people come like 18 something. They won't go show me the rest house for what I said for Amaho. If you know say you come from Amaho, you there America, you there UK, you there Europe, you there Africa, you there Nigeria, you there watch your share them. But this Amaho road, there be farmers but to carry food, plantain, yam, cocoa, and different things come out from this bush. Now wahala. Then they call on the state government. This is their road. This is Amaho road. Down, and they go water side. Only God can do what no man can do. They say, oh yeah. Because they watch me for ITV, they watch me online for Facebook, for YouTube, for TikTok. And then for Amaho community, and they go water side. They say from here, our figure come out for Ugoneki, but now river I separate them all. I say this river, over 40-50 years, 100 years, Oyibo people don't they come here. AT&P, they say they get rest house where Oyibo people they rest. They say still there. I want to go check out. Yeah. But you want to watch us now, how your community be. And so many of them, they come home, come build, come develop on a community. Hey, this is Amaho road. And they go water side now. If it not be God, tell me where I for day. If it not be God, tell me where I for day. Enemies want try to bring us down. They cannot bring us down. Down. And therefore, Amaho community, and they go water side. For the farmers to carry their farm produce from here, yam, plantain, cocoa, palm wine. From here now to that Ebele, you spend like 3,000 naira. Abi, you can say 3,000 naira.
You will pass
from here.
To Ebele now 5,000 from Waterside go.
From Waterside, 5,000.
What's up, road?
Baba, how you doing?
I do.
How this road be now?
This road? I can't say, but the road bad.
Bad?
The bad way.
How you cut it, they carry the things where you if your farm product, how you cut it, they carry and they go that side, go town?
Not the thing. Nah, condition of course now. I know what we will do. We still beg our able governor make help us about this road. If he help us, God will bless her for us.
From Ebele, Amaho Joshua, Corridor side.
I
want to go water side.
I beg.
I want this water side.
I beg.
Where is there?
Reach now.
Make you see. What you see for them? What you see for them?
What you will see, be say, you now you will tell the governor, say the road bad.
Waiting they happen.
Nairobi for water. But I say, now they talk for this thing.
Yes. Rush hour. We soon.
Oh, we are back.
For the.
Wow.
I love the small thing though. I say, make I come out from inside the city. May I come?
I know that you can help us. Yes.
Amaho Road. Sharp, sharp.
God bless you.
Thank you. If it not be God, tell me where we for day. And they go water side for Amaho. Enemies won't try to bring us down. They cannot bring us down. Down. Drop your comments. And then for our community, I want to go see the water side. 2 hours journey, 2 hours. Now we go spend on top of this bike. 2 hours. From Ama, we're gonna go come down. Hey! Cow not in this area.
No cow.
We not allow cow enter.
We not allow. No way.
I said they not allow cow enter here.
We not agree because of Fulani. We not agree, cow not there. Wait. I know follow na pass again. I know follow na. Okay, I know follow na pass again. Okay, I know follow na pass again. No. What I say, we don't go. Nigerians, I beg, may una look these people face well. In case you not see me again. We just they go.
We don't enter. Sorry, we don't enter. We don't reach already.
Water day. No, this one not be water.
No, if you reach there, you will.
This one not be water matter.
Pass this one self.
We not they go through. I know they see any sign. I know they see anything. So now the Amaho Road that see this so. Hey wo. I feel. If it not be God, tell me where we for the enemies won't try to bring us down. They cannot bring us down. Down.
Osulu. Waiting they happen.
Hey! Now I'm coming to CB. Where you from? They come?
River.
Water side?
Yes.
Now they go to Sifa.
Not more far.
So the water one they drink for you. The river they go to fetch.
Yes.
Hey! Where you go now?
Na front.
Front? That's why they carry this water every day.
Na so.
Every day?
Yes.
Do? This is not road. What do you want me government can do?
Na tar road with the farm. With the far road.
So to carry yam and plantain and garri go town na problem.
Na progress also.
Problem. Where they come from? Maga, go from. Where they come from? From farm.
Yes.
What be the challenge you they face for this in our community?
They face no road, no light, network.
No network.
No network.
But if something happened to me now, no network.
You just a waka like say they find something there. No network.
So the road where they come down.
Yes, sir.
Your farm. How you take they carry this yam and cassava and can?
We dey suffer and now no road now. We need road.
So water uncle.
We still need water.
And water side you for the console. But there they go so. How the river be?
The foul. The hill not be small.
Wait, I never start.
For where?
Oga, I want to go again. I know.
Go, may you see wetin we dey.
No, I know they go again.
If you see where for the corn now, not be small.
Na river, na because na leg take the waka, na we buy road, na make am dey stress and they push am for sand.
Which road? That thing machine go let us dey carry and dey go.
Let this my boy from the Koso.
Yeah.
Wetin if it trek, now we know we fit use machine enter.
Now so.
The way you tell they preparing me for this matter. The way you tell they preparing me for this matter.
Our madana, your body soak, na be what river for the corn.
If you so, you
river for the corn.
You no know the suffer before he reach here.
Government go come, make dem come give us.
Waiting they happen.
Here you go. I want to go see the resters for Waterside. Now I'm our community I still there. Whoa. This road where all these people they carry me pass so. This road where these people they carry me they pass. This road where they carry me they go so. This road where they carry me they go so. This Waterside where they carry me they go so for more. Hey whoa. Hey whoa. Drop your comment, share them. Use Google Map to track me. Use Google Map to track me. Hey. If me say now from this side, those people where I see where fresh water does now. Yeah. Now from here they come. Yeah. Because of water. Hey! If you don't say you come from Mama, share them. Drop your comments. Many community they suffer. My body don't change. The weather, the kind cold when they tire don't change. The kind air where they breathe now don't change from the one. Hey! I am a rubber headquarter. Timber headquarter. Hey, whoa. Only God can do what no man can do. Heavenly Father, protect me, protect your son, protect your boy. Joseph Ezeaguele. Hey, whoa. This journalist work. They say those days na here ATP day. They say na here ATP from comot to Delta State. Abi?
Na here for common go supply.
They say ATP can go supply for that company now don't die. They say Oyibo people. Na here they carry log from here to abroad. Oh. Yes, oh. From this river to abroad. ATP wey come out from here, from this amount. Now here they from come go supply Delta State. They say I go see the rest house where you go the rest. I will say this program go get episode 1, episode 2. This is the journey to Amaho, Waterside. No fear, no fear. Everywhere clear. Something dead body. Something dead body. Ababa God. Hey. 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 Hey, whoa. I dey for Amaho community for Igwebe local government. I dey go Waterside. 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 Cameraman, you there? And they go water side, and they go water side, and they go water side, farmer, not the river.
Osuru. Waiting they happen.
Okay, now 19 or 18?
1887. 1887. So now we both construct this thing. So they control this another river from the across the road. So they have to do concrete to control that water from here to join this river.
What do you call this river?
This one is river Ebe.
Only God can do what no man can do.
This road straight from the village, the road that we
But na river be all those ones.
na that river Ebe.
Straight from Ebele, that tie road. Ama Junction.
I'm out junction.
Uh-huh.
Down to this place. Then I hear we go connect Okoko when we come out for connect the road.
Huh?
Yeah. Like now, go and see the local bridge when we take cross the river before. Now the local bridge, now they see so.
That wood so.
Yes, all this wood so.
Eh.
Now the local bridge when we take the cross the river, they go Okoko. So
Another community.
yes, another community. So at the time the bridge can't spoil. Nobody to do it for us again. So now I make the road come close. But not quickly ascend from it again. So all this iron one they see so. Now the iron one we both people they use they follow Tiba, they enter the river. That time in the 40s, 50s, when the Igbo men they here, they carry our wood, they go to Sapele.
You know, say from here now to Ethiopia.
To Ethiopia, a very access road through the water. The bridge too. The bridge went to collapse. Now be that one.
Now beneath those people they speak Abi nicer.
Now beneath that they speak. Okoko now beneath that they speak. All of the Gojon Ugoneki. Now beneath all those ones they speak. Now here be the boundary between Esan and the Benin.
Huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Now be the boundary between Esan and the Benin.
This river now.
This river, so once you where the two down. For the state.
Come go show me the rest house. No, you see that rest house now, Oyibo people they waiting.
Now you go for the rest. Even as at early 2000, the Oyibos they say they come here, come stay for the rest at the bar for this water because they say they too like this water, it's too clean, and it do very good for mouth. So Oyibos they come here, they spend like 2 weeks, 1 month.
Where they go? Drop your comments. Shout out for me. I want to go see the rest house. I want to go see the rest house where the Oyibo people they stay. They say 80 and P. Now from here they move go Saple.
I did not go for inside so.
Oyibo people.
Yes. Now this house was built in 1887.
You see?
1887. That was when this building was built. When we
You even know what you they talk so?
I know what time they talk, sir.
19?
18, not be 19.
18?
1887. One of the largest forests in Edo State. So that is when they build here, they reside here. So at the time when they live here to Sapele in 1970 something or so, then that was when they migrate to Sapele to go and establish their company there. Then they were still paying visit here to come and relax here because of the river. Because of the river Ebe. Then I would like us to see where the two rivers met.
Mogo. Where River Orion
and River Eba.
Eba belongs to Amaho, abi? Oh, now I pass Amaho.
Na the boundary between Amaho and Okopo.
Okay.
And in this side, the boundary between Amaho and Ogun community. So the river is the boundary. So you can see the junction where the trees are made. From here. That one now is River Orion.
When they say I will come.
If you go down here,
I dey hear you say?
this is that one by that side is River Orion. So the one you pass for Ugyoba side, that side you pass to connect they come. That one you pass for Ugyoba side. Now be that one with River Orion. Now I come pass through that also. So this River Eba can't join now for here. The two come flow. From here, you go come out for Abudu. From Abudu, now you connect Abraka. From Abraka, now they go Sapele. So when they float Tiba enter for here, they float down to Abudu. From Abudu to
Look, but see one bridge there.
yes, that bridge now. That is the bridge that's supposed to connect that bridge where they show you for there just now. See, when we say they enter Okoko community. So Okoko community now, from here to Okoko community is just 2 kilometers to come out for the community. Then we will now access Ugoneki Road. So we beg the Edo State government to please come to our aid. By the time they channel this road, the ASAN in general will be this is the true access that they can connect, they can access Benin, and the Benin can access the ASAN land.
They say na here ATM perfect day for Amaho before they move go Saple. See this building now 18 and they build down. Yeah, now we again. Rest us all, you people the rest.
And that's this one. You can see the doors, you see the wall, you see everything. So now ancient building. This building don't last more than 150 years here. This building you see so. It's more than 150 years.
Your part tell you the story, I'll be waiting.
Yes. We got the history. So everything is being pinned down.
No, we are there so.
Where you did so.
Over 100 years.
Over 100. See the block now. See the concrete now. See everything for yourself. You see, not the house what they built in the year the 90s here.
Let me say, as I reach here now, I go spend up to 100 years. Me.
Amen. Amen.
When I touch Amo, touch this wall. Let me say, this building antiquity. Oh.
Yes. Obaseki was here. He see everything for himself, and he promised to change.
Leave Obaseki don't go.
Because the beg Okpebolo, may Okpebolo come, may come help us transform this place, because the first promise they will turn this place to tourist center.
This water side.
Yeah, this place, this rest house, so
For Amaho.
for Amaho. So we still hope to see that tourist center here because of this clean river when you see so. So by the time they turn this place to the tourist center, it will attract so many things. So the IGR of the state will also grow.
No, you say where I sit down so.
Yes.
You say now 18.
1887. Now they build this house when you see so.
And now white people build them.
Now white people build them. They see the wood, nothing do one. Even tell my if you put it, it go break, it go leave them. They don't feature pan. They see the door. My ancient wood, nothing do one. Now because the beg go Okpebolo, may come help us.
I come here and enter inside.
Okpebolo come help us. And they give the village. Okpebolo come to our aid. They come help us.
I thank you now.
God bless you too. You went.
According to what this my friend they tell me now, be say some years ago, Oyibo people they stay here. So now here be their rest house. You know AT&P now? And then to wood. I fed this summer before the Congo supply that from this river. I they carry, but I want to go see their rest house. How the rest house be? Bro, so I don't know. I agree to you. Come. So, Oyibo people get the way they build their house.
You see the way they build them. So now the Oyibo now they build them. You see now 2 apartments. Self-contained.
First, make a decision. Come this side.
This house where they see so. You see the 2 apartments now. Here now see the sense on a self-contained. Here now this one on a self-contained. So that is the kitchen. So you see the way they constructed. So when they come, they will relax for here. You see the way they design this place. So the builder went for the relax. So they spend like 2 weeks, 1 month here before they go.
Rest house.
For the white men.
For Amaho.
You see the building. So when we try to let the government know that there is something like this that will be built for more than a century in Amaho land, it's as if we just a joke. Thank God you don't come now, you don't see them for yourself. So now they have the need. You see the building, you see the kitchen. So you see the other, the toilet and the bathroom over there. Now the one so. Then build down. You see, and you say, don't tell when they build this house. Not be today.
For not be there now, people who they walk around this area and they call it. Oh, you both know this one. Now this my guy. Now they relax for inside here. Make mosquito no. Make mosquito no. Make mosquito no finishing for the jungle. But this has to be like house you so you put the first day.
Yes.
This house.
You see, termite no fit chop am. Any termite wey put teeth for here, the teeth go break.
Waiting they happen.
The trigger. The trigger.
Hey! My guy can't come out from trigger. Oh, just hold on.
That's why I said the trigger. Oh, boy.
This now 1887. Ewo! In case anything what kind of animal attack the animal. Now what about you people they don't improve for gun no?
Now waiting they happen.
Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and today on Viewpoint we're going to be talking about the current electricity issues and situations that we as business owners, as individuals are facing in Nigeria, as over 80% of households lack adequate access to grid, as Nigeria's electricity sector suffers from chronic liquidity trap and infrastructural decay, leading to frequent national grid collapses, with generation dropping below 4,200 megawatts, far short of the 4,000 megawatts required for its citizens and population. It is a Viewpoint on ITV, and we're going to be looking at some of the key issues affecting our electricity sector in Nigeria. I am Caroline Okonji.
In terms of security of it, we need light. And based on that, in some areas, it makes it difficult for us when we are on patrol at night. And we are even begging the state government to try and do something, at least by supplying street lights in some area that are dark in the night. In most cases in our community, there are places that is very dangerous, that without light we cannot do anything of such. For so doing, we want, as a matter of urgency, the Edo State government to try and do the needful, so that the security will be okay for us, so that we can be able to work effectively.
The issue of NEPA issue that you came from is very rapid to us, in the sense that the NEPA look as if we are not a citizen of Nigeria, because since a month there's no light in us. We have been passing through. Which NEPA, anytime they came, a minute or 30 minutes to, they will come and they will bring the light to us. That is, we are not expecting them to come and collect their bill. Indirectly, we are expecting bill from them to come and collect it. Within that hour or 2 hours, you will see a number of people with a LiDAR. They will come. They will come. And after their collection, there's nothing like light again. They will block us up. I think before we have this light, they mandated us to buy a meter, which we bought individual. We pay through the NDC, we have our transformer here, not through NEPA. Before we got out this light, they mandated us to write an application of submitting it to the NEPA as a will to them. And we work for it. We should not claim ownership. And we fought for the transformer. And after that, again, they came that there is no oil in it. We pay up to 1 point something again. Before. After all that, they came up again, said it was meter issue again, that every community, every houses have to have a meter, which we did. We have to. I have my own receipt. I have my paper meter in my residential house here. So after all that again, they came up with a past bill. We, before we make that transformer, got that transformer, we been glad out for 10 years here. They came with a bill to us again that we need to pay a standing bill. We went to Testament, the office there, after we left the one at the bypass. they were delivering us before they now refer us to the one at bypass. I don't want to mention name of the manager there. Got in there again, he said we have to go for all those things. We need to fulfill all those things which we did. After that, they now on the light for us. As they on the light, not up to a month, we were seeing blackout again. So at the end of it, we went again. They said it was according to them, that the electric wiring merge. That was because that they now cut us off again from Iyowa again, which will not pay. Read that matter again. The Chiri community, which is Ikabetu, Igbo and Igwekimi. After that, they brought a light for a week again. After a week, they cut us off again. They said, Iyowa is owing. We now went to the office again and told them that if Iyowa is owing, does that mean it affects our community? We are blackout. So I told you this. So before we sort all those things out, we have already made up our mind. We can do away with our neighbor. When our father was living with a lamp and all these things, we were enjoying it. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. So if they feel they want to cut us off from this NEPA issue, they should cut everybody off totally, so that we will know that we are not with NEPA. Not that after 3 weeks, they will not bring a light under 22 hours or 3 hours. They will come and collect their money. It's unfair to the masses.
The electricity issues and challenges that BEDC in the state is devastating, in the sense that as a minister I suffer a lot in terms of electricity. As an individual, not only me, the entire people of Edo State, and not only in Edo State, Nigeria as a whole, we are really facing electricity challenge in the country, in the sense that we are not getting constant light. Even though the tariff of electricity is high, people don't even get the light. I don't know how the government will enhance constant light for the Nigerian people, especially in Edo State here. We are seeing the government are not taking a proactive step towards this direction. But if the government will be able to ensure that people are paying for electricity and they are not getting electricity, government should take a drastic step in this direction by making sure if people have constant light, people will want to pay for it. But a situation where you don't see light, at the end of the month you see BEDC personnel coming to people's house to come to cut lights, is really a problem. My major concern is that let them provide us electricity and people will pay for it. But a situation whereby we don't have constant light, out of 24 hours, people cannot boast of 3 hours light in a day. It's a problem that we are really facing. People who are doing business cannot do business effectively. People who are doing business, they want to make sure their food stuff does not get spoiled. Nobody can preserve their food again. Even though they cook, you cannot preserve it. Even though electricity for our artisans to work, they cannot get electricity to empower their equipment in order to boost productivity for the entire society. It is really a problem. The state of electricity in our country, in our state, is very poor. Very, very poor. We don't know how government is creating effectiveness on this aspect. We say Nigeria is generating electricity and the neighboring are getting electricity, and the people that are in this country are not benefiting it. Nigerians, we are crying. As a person, I am crying. We don't say as an individual we don't want to pay for electricity. We are not saying that they should give us light for free, but let them make light available and let people pay for it.
They often tell us the national grid is collapsed. So ultimately it's to develop enough capacity, the whole process of generation, distribution and the rest of it. And then the enabling law, the happy thing recently is that they have said is deregulated. State governments and private investors can now enter the electricity market, generate and sell. So we do hope that will be a great deal of improvement, because without electricity, really, we are going to remain in the Stone Age. We cannot industrialize. Even domestically, we cannot have the comfort we should derive from electricity. We should consider all the options, whether the new sources like wind, solar in our country, so that we're able to generate enough for our consumption. The darkness is cover for any kind of nefarious activity. Yeah, so if the place is not well lit or substantially lit up, people can ordinarily hide under the cover of darkness to perpetrate just anything, not just robbery, kidnapping and whatever you have. Yeah. Don't also forget that we now have private investors. The government doesn't have so much to do with electricity anymore, apart from regulation. So they also have to maximize their profit. So it may have been a mistake in the first instance, divesting from electricity at the level of government.
Let me talk about the state where I live, where I reside. The total blackout is nothing to write up about. We really suffer when it comes to light. Edo is suffering. I think our governor is trying to, you have to do more. Our Excellency, Senator Monde, our governor of Edo, Executive Governor, you have to do much when it comes to that light issue. We are suffering. There are some of us who can provide electricity for ourselves, solar and all that. Maybe a generator, this was the case, but not everybody. And so at this junction, I think it is expedient that our governor looks straight into this issue and solve this problem. What would I call it? I don't know the right English to use. The right English right now, we have serious problem when it comes to light. Businesses are going down. Those selling drinks, those who have koro, without generator, you can't do anything. And the J is on the high side. Those small jewelry, those are better passing. Our neighbor used to buy them 30,000, 10,000. Now you can't buy it. Then the other one is the Tiger and the LMX 1 point something for ordinary generator. So it doesn't make any sense at all. So we're begging on our executive governor, the governor that knows what to do, to please to look into us and save us from darkness. Then when it comes to these funny BDC people, we're raising a child that came from the US and the others. The first thing they learned in Nigeria is NEPA don't bring light. Children brought from abroad. The NEPA don't bring light. Can you imagine such? And so these funny people, 2 days, they'll bring the light, on and off for 2 days. The next thing they'll come with their estimated billing. They start dragging people, wires and all that. It's high time. I think it's high time we stand our ground and let them know that we're not fools. We are Nigerians. We all own this nation. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to nobody and it's for everybody. We should stand our ground and fight for our rights. This BDC, I bet may they pack, may they go. NEPA still better pass. You can't go out at night when there is no light. The security issue is what the government is trying. I cannot chrome them in one day, but we individual too. Like the police used to say, see something, say something. But sometimes when you say something, they use it as a bait. And so we need to. Edo State government need to give us security as well. Nightlife in Benin is almost gone. But I also want to say kudos to our governor. For the first time, it was December free of bloodshed. It was wonderful. December, look, we have most of our people in Nigeria right now, those living in diaspora, those living abroad. Many of them came December and this January. And they came and they're enjoying it. So I believe our excellent governor, our excellency, can do more about that to give us more security. Like those travel, if you're traveling from Benin to Akure, Benin to Ifon, those roads are no go area at night. You can't date. So I believe with all hands on deck and our governor and the police, our CP, let's hope and pray for our action governor to do something about insecurity.
ADDC, since they came in, I don't think they have done well by my own assessment. And darkness is synonymous with demonic things. And they have thrown their city into darkness, Benin City, Edo State as it were, is in darkness. And I think that the government should step into the matter to do something about the situation. Because the way I look at it is that, for me, I think it is deliberate. Because there are some areas that have light, they call it dedicated light. So why can't everybody have the same light? Because there are areas for 2 weeks no light, for 1 month no light. Some people have 3 hours a day, some people have 1 hour. And if they bring light in this 20th century, people shout, hey! They'll be saying up NEPA instead of up BERC, which is BEDC. So the thing is that government should step in and help us. People are dying, and most people are paying for darkness. They go there, they threaten people, they bring light when it is wanted for 3 days, 2 hours, 3 days, they come and collect money and they shut it down again. So I think the government should step in. If they are going to be thrown out, they should be thrown and bring people who can give us light, who are ready to pay. To us privatize, that was a good intention by government, but the people that did it, I'm sure they gave it to their cronies who does not know anything about the management of light, and that's why we are where we are. It has really hampered nightlife because you don't work in darkness, and the only thing that is helping us now is this solar that people put everywhere, and some persons that have money to buy diesel and buy fuel. It's not everybody that have that kind of money, so it has really disturbed or hampered nightlife. But government is trying to bring it back by putting street light and everything. So we commend them. We pray that God will give government more power, more strength, more wisdom to do what they have to do. And there's individuals are also trying by helping to lighten up everywhere. So we praise them. But for BEDC, I think they should go. Make better people.
The situation of electricity in Benin here now, I will give them at least 30%. They don't even up to 50% from the area. But I wish the government can improve, because if you see what they happen to us now, we all they use our hand to define electricity. Some of us they go generator for us, some of us they get solar, some of us they go generate big blister. All these people get like hotel. So I wish the government they really improve for electricity. All those generators will become condemned money for our hand. You understand? So people no go dey go for it. And money now they need to put, because that energy, that light will really linger. If light dey for this, imagine if you come for here for Shiloko Road now, government already put light, but in the evening everywhere go be dark. So where there is light, everything, even the security aspect of itself, wetin anything concerning light is too plenty. No be one particular thing. So we need light. If I come out for office now, if light no dey, we must buy generator. At least from office I dey buy at least, if I'm not mistaken, 5,000 in the first year. Imagine at times 1 month, na big money. Until na money. From there I go come see look at the company say we come dey go for solar. Make we use solar to stabilize them, because solar dey give us more, make savings from the fuel aspect of it. So if you get light, nothing like light, your light can carry AC, can carry everything for us. And to the noise, no go even give you that noise issue. So we prefer light more than any other thing.
The light is our problem. We are suffering for light. You can see our business without light, we cannot improve. We need light. The show of light is because it's very, very, very low. I don't know if you're getting it, very low. We need light. The show of light in Edo State is very poor. Patronage is very low. You can see we bought fuel at least every day 10,000, 15,000 a day. But you can stay 2 days, 3 days, no light. The show of business is very, very, very low. Very low. So we are begging government to improve on light aspect. Without light, you cannot sell bulb, you cannot sell fan. You understand? When you have light, you prepare to buy fan. Not everybody can provide solar for his house. Actually, we need light.
electricity in Benin City or in Edo State has been with mixed feelings, because to some they will give the positive nod that they are faring well with the supply of electricity, but with some become so epileptic of recent. Me personally, I have discovered that we are not paying for what we get, or we don't get what we pay for. The reason being that the regulatory body that's supposed to task the BEDC are not doing enough to satisfy a customer by way of ensuring that you get what you pay for. For those who are using prepaid meter, there are reports that suggest that even the prepaid meter is even overbilling or overcharging consumers, as against what the government is telling us. Only recently we discovered that the BDC keep complaining that the the generation company is not supplying them what they ought to get, which will in turn affect the consumer. And even at a point they also raise the issue of federal government owing them. But just recently the federal government has paid a huge sum of money to liquidate what they are owing this distribution company. But looking at the experience of consumer in terms of the electricity supply, it is so appalling. They will either give you excuse of faulty transformer, which they left for the consumer to contribute money to fix, whereas it is supposed to be the onus of BDC to fix the transformer so that they can in turn supply electricity to the consumer who pay for that service. It's like you are buying a recharge card. I am not sure that the recharge card you buy is what they give you. It varies from quarter to quarter. It varies from consumer to consumer. For example, for those who have been using the analog or the estimated billing, you will discover that whatever they bring, which is not subject to negotiation, by the time you now procure your own prepaid meter, they will bring everything inside the bill and begin to roll out deductions arbitrarily without consulting with the consumer. Even the estimated billing they brought was not even discussed by the consumer. So, and there is nobody that is there to advocate for the consumer or to leverage on the complaints. Nobody to complain to. So that makes it very, very heartbreaking. So for me, I believe the federal government and indeed the lawmaker, the National Assembly, should set up a body where consumer can run to and lay their complaints, so that there can be an equilibrium between the consumer and the BDC, for example.
To wrap it up on Viewpoint on ITV, we're going to be highlighting some of the key issues that was actually mentioned by our respondents, which some said it is as a result of poor maintenance, gas supply shortage, and poor metering, just to list but a few. And the government at all levels, they are expected to do the needful and do the right thing to ensure steady power supply for citizens in order to boost means of livelihood, especially for business owners in the country. It is Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, beautiful people, it's another lovely episode of your favorite Men's Rendezvous on television, and it is none other than the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, broadcasting live from the City of Bronze. Yep, it is the city where the king is truly king. Now, for the first timers out there, the Guys Hangout Show is one show that encourages young people to prioritize their lives, put themselves first. You know, we live in a society where little or no attention is given to the needs of men. Why is that? Only God knows. But hey, if you don't put yourself first, who's going to put you first? So that's basically what this show exists for, okay? So we encourage young men, basically, you know, to prioritize themselves and prioritize their needs. It's only when they put themselves first and invest in themselves that they can have to give to others. Just like the adage says, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join us on this beautiful episode of the show. Now, like you already know, I'm never alone. I've got some amazing gentlemen in the house with me, and together we're going to be taking a look at a very interesting topic that we have to discuss tonight. Now, to my far left is a very amazing person. He is a social analyst, and of course, he's also an educationist. He goes by the name of Ramsey Waila Abu. Good to have you, Ramsey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harry. And as usual, it is always a pleasure to be on the show.
Indeed.
And as good advocates of good things in society, or as satirists, the Guys Hangout Show has been a platform for us to correct some of the ills in society and as well expose its vices in order for it not to be repeated by the younger generations.
Absolutely. I mean, who's in a better position to, you know, bring some of these issues to the fore than the natural leaders of society? Yeah. You know, there are lots of responsibilities on men's shoulders, so we really can't afford not to live up to those expectations, right? All right, it's good to have you in the house. Now, seated next to him is a friend and a colleague. Yeah, he took out time from his busy schedule to be with us today.
Of course.
Yes, of course, and he goes by the name of Michael. It's good to have you, Michael.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here again to, you know, showcase and show what the guys is all about, you know, to, anyway, this is a wonderful platform for us to actually discuss things that pertains boys, guys especially, you know, the good and the bad. We don't have to be biased, understand. Thank you very much for the privilege.
Thank you so much for coming. Now, gentlemen, we have a very interesting topic before us. We're taking a look at emotional intelligence, right? The need for people to learn to control their emotion. Now, if you take a look at a lot of young people today, you will discover that there seems to be a lack of emotional control. For example, when someone is very happy, they tend to do something crazy. They tend to do things that, you know, they later begin to regret. And then when they're also very angry, they go to the extreme. Right? Some of them do some very crazy things only for them to start regretting it later. Now, you will agree with me that there is need for emotional control. Why do you think a lot of young people don't seem to have that ability to control themselves when they are at the apogee, when they are at the height of their emotional you know, expressions?
Okay, let me say lack of emotional discipline. It's almost becoming a widespread thing in our society. Not almost becoming, it is. It is a cankerworm that is eating deep into the fabric of the society. Lack of emotional discipline among the youth today can be tied to a number of factors.
Okay.
But before going to this number of factors, I want us to dwell on I want us to give a working definition of lack of emotional discipline. To be able to discipline yourself first is one of the greatest things you could ever do in life. No, it's very easy for you to tell the next person you are not doing this, you are supposed to do this. But how about yourself? How about you? So that is what many of our youths don't have. Now when these emotions come, yeah, we know that emotions sometimes tend to take us off our natural state, at that state where our senses are complete. But that notwithstanding, there is still need for us to take control of our emotions, because the resultant effects of our emotional actions most times are very detrimental. You know, people tend to take permanent decisions in temporary settings because they couldn't just suppress their emotions. And as youth, yeah, we all know that the youthful age comes with its own youthful exuberance. There that curiosity, that need for exploration and all that tend to make our emotions flare up, and some of us even we are not being controlled by our temporary emotions. Instead of sitting down to say, what will be the resultant effect of this particular thing. But what are some of the factors that are responsible for this lack of emotional discipline? One, peer pressure. My friends do it, I will also want to do it. It's almost becoming a new normal now that if you are, let me use your language, if you are the type that is rugged in quotes, so they seem to see you as a macho man, that man that is taking control over, that tough guy. So instead they want to also do so that people will call them tough guy. No one is thinking about the consequences. And these consequences most time are very, very detrimental, either in the long run or in the short time. So I think youth need to sit down and take total control of their emotions. If they are able to take total control of their emotions, it will save them a whole lot. Religiously, in terms of a relationship and all that. We'll get to that in the course of this discussion.
Absolutely, we will definitely get to that. Now, Michael, there is a story in the Bible of a king, I think Herod, who asked his wife's daughter to entertain him and his guests. Now, the lady performed so well that he was super impressed. He was impressed to the point where he, gave her a blank check, asked her to, name her price or ask for anything. And then we all know how that story went. The lady asked for the head of John the Baptist, and the rest, they say, is history. Now, that was at the height of the man's excitement, right? And that's a case in point, as far as this discourse is concerned. The fact that some men particularly, we're actually looking at this as it affects us men, because a lot of things go wrong when a man loses his emotion. We're not trying to give exceptions for other people or other classes of society, women and children, but men are supposed to be in charge, of course, right? They're supposed to be at the helm of affairs. And then imagine what happens when someone who's supposed to be at the helm of affairs loses control, like in the case of Herod. And we all, like I said, we all know how that story went.
Of course.
Why do you think some men lose it in the height of excitement?
All right. Sometimes we let our emotions get the better part of us. We need to do things that we're not supposed to do.
Okay.
Understand? So when a society whereby my colleague just said that this exuberance, cloud of memories, cloud of memories and everything, you get. So right now, when some persons are in a kind of state, it's better for you to calm down, all right? Better for you to calm down and think. We shouldn't
really more recommend that you take a deep breath.
Of course, just take a deep breath. You understand? Sometimes if I can make should I say, salacious allusion, when some men are in this, what should I put it now? This ecstasy. They tend to make
rash decisions, and because of that ecstasy, something that they can't actually do. You get, so they just start making those promises because of the height, the peak, the apogee of that excitement in quotes. You get, so I think people should, most of the time, they have to calm down when they're in situations, whether they are. See, we have some people that are belligerent. You get, so when they're in a particular situation, they should try to keep calm. Just keep calm so that your emotions don't get the better part of you. You get, sometimes we got to do things that we later get to regret so much. In fact, you'll be like, am I the one that did this? I can't believe it. You get, these some persons there in television, they'll ask them, so how do you feel? They'll not be melancholic, like, well, I feel bad. That's because they allowed, you get, so they allow their emotion to get
the better part of them. You get, so if some persons actually bring themselves to a check, like, this is how she respond in situation. For example, now, all right, some persons they're asking for donation. Some persons out of shyness or whatever, out of they want to impress, intimidation, they just begin to call. At the end of the day, now you're calling them, they're running away from.
Like we say in our local parlance, when their eye clear.
Of course, when their eye clear in the local parlance, you understand. So sometimes when they're in different situations, you try to be placid. Not so fall into regret.
Now, there's a particular story I stumbled upon on social media of a guy that was just thinking aloud, right? Some of these guys will just come on social media and say certain things, like share their experiences and all. So dude was talking about an experience he had with his, with a lady, right? He said that he used to, every time he comes on social media and sees people talking about PS5, that he remembers a certain experience he had with a lady, how that he used to play PS5 a lot, and then at some point, a certain girl he was dating at the time got fed up with the fact that he was getting too addicted to the game. And then she came, seized the PS5 and then soaked it in water, right? and that was how he lost his PS5. And ever since, every time he hears people talking about PS5, that experience just comes rushing back into his mind. Now, this to a very large extent has affected lots of relationships, right? We have men who just tend to lose their emotion or lose their senses the moment they are angry, for example. Lots of cases of DV, domestic violence, are born out of this lack of emotional discipline. You're angry, someone offended you. Now, just like Michael just said, one of the measures that people usually recommend whenever someone is angry is that they take a walk, right? Take a walk away from the scene. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Now, that singular act by that lady was born out of a lack of emotional discipline. Now, how much damage do you think this could, do to society if it is not checked?
Definitely, it will increase the number of inmates we have in our prison. It will encourage more violence, as people will tend to learn from the wrong people. It will cause a lot of breakup. It will increase divorce. It will increase the rates of crime. When we're talking about emotions, it all starts from the mind. People should learn to put their mind in check. Well, before you act, definitely these things have been conceived on the mind. You tend to brood on it on the mind. You tend to ruminate on it on the mind. If you are able to keep those things, those negative things on your mind in check, it will not result to emotional outburst.
You're saying it all begins with meditation.
Meditation, premeditation. You see, some of these things that people do out of I call it emotional outburst. They've conceived it on their mind for some time. There are some persons that are short-tempered, but that notwithstanding, you still have to do with something of the mind. They ruminated on it on the mind before they will say, okay, let's take this action. So these things should be discouraged. If it is not discouraged, we'll have so many ladies who will later regret their actions in relationship. And going to the case you just cited, sir, concerning the young lady that decided to soak the PS5 of her boyfriend immerse it in water and all that, that's because she couldn't just keep her emotions in check. Now, this is the same lady that will sit down later and say she will regret that thing she have done. That was not her intention. Her intention was just to get the attention of the man. But now that she have done it, the man is scared. If a lady could do this, next time she might decide to go for the TV or the refrigerator or any other appliances they have in the house.
So the guy seems to be living with the trauma now.
The guy seems to be living with the trauma, and the lady also live with the trauma. She's traumatized. There are some ladies that cannot, there are some people that cannot keep their emotions in check. And after the action, they always regret it. So the guy, the lady, the emotional outburst is not okay for any of them. So what we need to tell our youth out there is they should learn to always take responsibility for their action, and they should learn to always keep their emotions in check. They should learn to always guide their hearts. Not many things comes into the heart. It depends on how you ruminate on it before you give it out. The heart is like the processing unit. If you process it well and decide to say, okay, let this thing go, or I will report this to the authority, you do this yourself before in that thing. Not you trying to just get everything that is before you want to attack. No, at the end, those are right to become wrong. So I think people should learn to discuss some of the things they intend to do
with themselves
before bringing it out.
Okay, now, Michael, while he was talking, he made reference to the need for accountability, and that's a should I call it a currency that seems to be lacking in recent time, in modern day, because a lot of persons would rather push the blame to someone else, the blame for their actions to someone else, and the blame game continues. It seems like a cycle. It's a never-ending phenomenon. Someone does something wrong, and instead of owning up and saying, oh yeah, I did this and this is why I did it and I'm sorry, they keep looking for somebody else to push the blame to, and then the person you're pushing the blame to also wants to push it to somebody else. Where does this lead us?
All right, there is this cliche which Nigerians always use, is the devil's work.
Okay.
All right, it's not the devil's work, it's inbuilt, it's in you. You need to be cultured, you need to be disciplined. Sometimes you don't have to let it out. There are sometimes you just need to calm down. You just need to calm down, and that thing you want to, there's this thing that, should I call it the super ego, is pushing you to say it. You don't have, sometimes hold it down. You don't have to let it go, because when it goes out, it causes damage, sometimes we need to be, not sometimes, all the time, we need to be disciplined. Like you rightfully said, see, these things they are inbuilt. If you want to, okay, let's assume we're in a particular place right now, all right, and some things are happening. I think the mind is one of the fastest system in the body.
Processors.
Yeah, one of the fastest processors you get. So you need to process some of the things you want to see. Is it going to affect this person? Is it going to affect me later? What's going to be the come up pants for this thing if I let it go? So sometimes you just need to think and process everything, and before you see everything will be copacetic. You understand? So sometimes we just need to let things go.
Okay.
I myself now, some persons do complain about me some certain times. They'll say, why don't you get angry? Because I know what's going to happen if I get angry. I can't go to prison because of you. I can't spend the rest of my life because of you. So all I have this particular method. Either I keep quiet, or I start singing, or I leave. You get, so we just need to have
those are your personal measures.
Yeah. So I have this particular modus operandi. That's the way I operate it. So either I start singing, even if you reach you, but I don't care. You get, so for peace to reign, for peace to reign, I just need to be placid. Before you everything be cool.
All right, guys, in case you just joining us, it's still the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, and tonight we're taking a look at the need for emotional discipline. Now, emotional discipline seems to be lacking in our day because a lot of persons just allow themselves go when they are at the height of their emotional expression. There's absolutely nothing wrong in being yourself and expressing yourself, but it's very important that you learn to put a check on your emotion, else you do things that you will regret, either good or bad. Now, Ramsey, let's take a look at the attendance effect of these things, right? Now, while Michael was talking, he made reference to the fact that sometimes the effects of these things are long-term.
Yeah.
And so, for example, the things you say cannot be taken back.
Words are like eggs, and when broken, you can't retrieve them. And that is why you must mind your words, you must mind your actions. You must not throw stones at every dog that barks at you. A man that is focused will not always want to attend to distractions. Some of these things these people do, they are distractions. If you are on the moving bicycle, then there is no need to stop. Have you seen anybody that is sleeping on a bicycle?
Of course not.
No, if you want to get to your destination, you keep moving. Now, definitely the people will get on your nerves. People will want to say things that will distract you. But like I always told my students, you don't throw stones at every dog that barks at you. That is a way of keeping your emotions intact. Now, you see, the effects of emotional outburst, most times they outweighs the benefit of it. So if you check some of the things that you will do when you get angry, then you keep your anger in check. And let's not forget, anger is just a letter different from danger. If a man is very hungry, it will lead the man to a dangerous place that the man did not even expect. So with that, I expect everyone these days to say, I won't get angry. Instead, I will report to the authority, or I will do this later. You must sit here and start looking at the resultant effects of what this thing will be. A wise man once told me, he said, we know how fights start, but we don't know how it ends. So if you don't know how a fight is going to end, then just start the fight.
Start the fight, okay.
So it's time for us to sit down and say, this is not the time we allow emotions to get over us. Rather, this is the time for us to keep our emotions in check. And most times you find out that you will be very happy later if you are able to keep your emotions in check. Because when you see the resultant effect of most things that will occur when you are not keeping your emotions in check, you find out that it's so detrimental. It outweighs the positive aspect of it. So I think it's always good for us to control our emotions and don't allow our emotions to control us. Like I said before, when you see people that are taking permanent decisions in temporary situations, you know that they are not able to keep their emotions in check.
Now, there's a school of thought that it's better to express yourself than to allow your emotions to accumulate. Because when you allow that to happen, it will get to a certain point where, there will be an explosion. And once that explosion takes place, a lot of things go wrong. Do you share that opinion?
Yeah. All right. The thing now is that I think it's a stupendous idea. See, share your opinions, but let it be packaged in a way that will not affect the next person.
Okay.
See, let's assume someone upsets me, and it's been bothering me, causing some of my things, everything. So I want to let the person know. There'll be a way. I have to take the person away from the public or from that place, so that person will not feel embarrassed. and I'll take the person to a particular place and start first. See, you need to make the person feel calm first, compliment the person first, and then start making your own complaints.
Okay.
In that, using that modus operandi, it will make the person feel guilty. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. But if you come in a bellicose manner, just
in a hostile manner.
Just be shouting and everything, it deteriorates everything. So there should be a particular way, like I said, the packaging. Just call the person to a particular place. At least the person should be reasonable enough to know, okay, for you to even bring this thing to my table, I think let us solve it. You get, if the person keeps talking and make everything worse, you can tell the person, okay, I've said what I have to say, and well, to God, I've already done my part and done my level best, and you take off. So it doesn't just develop a particular pattern that will not make things worse.
Okay.
Rather make things, ameliorate things. Okay. You get, so it's just be the way you think.
All right, Ramsey, what you just said borders on manner of approach. Do you share that thought?
Yes, another angle to this particular issue is that there are some things that are better left unsaid.
Okay.
Maybe instead of saying it and before you know it creates rancor, states of aggy-baggy, chaos and all that. But then, what you say and how you say it are two different things. You can decide to say something bad in a very good manner, in a way that the person you are talking to will not even know this thing is as bad as that. So if you must express yourself in order not to add fuel to fire, you must learn to put words in order. When a child said, "Mommy, if you are my mother, you shouldn't have allowed Mama Nkechi to beat me like this. I never knew someone can beat me." The child is using words to manipulate his mother. Another person will say, "Okay, Mommy, this is what happened." Okay. So how you say it and what you are going to say matters a lot. But I think if you must express yourself, put all your skills and dexterity, your communicative skills to how you are going to put that message across. It will help settle the dust.
All right, thank you so much, Ramsey. Now, on the final note, because time is actually fast spent, what's your advice for people out there who always tend to think after they've acted? Right? There are people like that.
Of course.
Whereas the normal procedure is to think before acting. But there are people who only begin to think after they've done certain things. Yeah. What's your advice for such people?
Yeah, some persons should develop this habit of packaging themselves to the extent that they don't have to regret their actions. Before you just blow off, think about what is this my outburst going to cost for me and for the person. What is going to be the end result? Okay. Just have to calm down sometimes. See, the mind is very, very delicate. It can traumatize you. After you've hurt someone with your words, it can come back like a boomerang. It can boomerang, come back to you. You may never sleep because of
what you've said.
You are thinking of.
So it's your conscience that's not helping you.
Yeah, of course. You just need to think like, okay, how will you feel somebody tells you this particular thing you're saying? Okay. So you just need to calm down.
All right.
Most of the time now, I believe to think like, this what I say to this person, let me edit it.
Okay.
Like I just want somebody.
Sometimes it's too late to even edit.
Of course, it's too late. You get. So sometimes I just throw my advice and be like, okay, I'm so sorry about that.
All right, thank you. Ramsey, you said something about. I know on the final note though. I know you already said something about discussing some of these things with yourself first. Yeah. So would that be your final word on this?
Yeah. Everyone out there should learn to be in total control of their personality in all ramification.
Okay.
Don't throw stones at every dog that barks at you. Keep moving and be focused.
All right, gentlemen, I want to say a big thank you for taking our time to be with me on tonight's edition of the show. You guys made it a success, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I hope that the next time I call upon you, you will be able to oblige me.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Now, it's been the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, broadcasting live from the City of Bronze. And tonight, we've been talking about the need for emotional discipline. Now, it's very, very important that you learn to control yourself. There is absolutely nothing wrong in expressing yourself. It's why you're human, right? But it's also very important that you learn to put a check on yourself, just so you don't do things that you'll regret. Nobody wants to regret their actions. It's never a good thing, okay? So it's very important that you learn to put your emotions in check. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, this is me saying, stay out of trouble and enjoy the rest of your night. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
to Market Survey. On this edition of Market Survey, we are here to know the current price of palm oil and groundnut oil here in the market. It is no longer news that the increase in fuel prices has affected sales, as traders are now lamenting over the increase in transportation due to fuel prices. So we are currently in the market to get to know the current price of palm oil and groundnut oil, if it has reduced or it is still on the high side. I am Stephanie Notoriua.
In recent times, the rising cost of living in Nigeria has taken a new turn, with the prices of essential food items continuing to increase across market. Among the most affected are two everyday good cooking staples, palm oil and groundnut oil. Once considered affordable and easily accessible, these products are now becoming increasingly expensive, placing a growing burden on both traders and consumers. On this edition of Market Survey, we'll take you around the market to get to know the current price of palm oil and groundnut oil. But before we go into the market, can be quite heavy. After harvesting, the palm fruit bunches are gathered and transported to processing site. In many rural areas, this transportation is done using motorcycles, wheelbarrows, or small vehicles. With the increase in fuel prices, moving this fruit from the farm to the processing point has become more expensive. At the processing site, the first step is sterilization. The palm fruit are boiled in large drums or metal containers. These help to soften the fruit and make it easier to separate them from the bunch. It also helps to reduce the risk of spoilage. Once boiled, the fruits are removed and allowed to cool slightly. They are then stripped from the bunches, either manually or using simple tool. This stage requires time and effort, especially when done in large quantities. The next comes the pounding or digestion stage. The softened fruit are pounded using mortars and pestles or processed using mechanical digesters where available. These steps help to break down the fruit plump and release the oil. After pounding, the mixture is transferred for pressing. In traditional settings, this is done manually where the pump is used to extract the oil. In more modern setup, manual machines are used to press out the oil more efficiently. The extracted oil is then mixed with water and heated again. This allows the oil to separate from impurities and water. The oil, being lighter, rises to the top and is carefully scooped out. Finally, the oil is fitted and stored in containers such as keg or drums, ready for transportation to the market. Each of these stages, from harvesting to processing and transportation, requires labor, time, and energy, all of which are affected by rising fuel costs. Groundnut oil production also begins at the farm, where groundnut are cultivated and harvested. Once the groundnut are ready, they are uprooted from the soil and left to dry. Drying is an important step as it reduces moisture and makes the nut easier to store and process. After drying, the groundnut are shared to remove the outer covering. This can be done manually or with the help of machines. The shell nuts are then cleaned to remove dirt, stones, and other unwanted materials. The next stage is roasting. The groundnut are roasted to enhance oil extraction and improve the flavor of the oil. This process requires heat, often generated using firewood, charcoal, or fuel-powered equipment. After roasting, the nuts are ground into a paste using grinding machine. This paste contains both oil and solid particles. The paste is then subjected to pressing. In local setting, manual pressing may be used, while larger producers using mechanical presses to extract the oil. This stage separates the oil from the solid residue, often called cake. The extracted oil is not yet ready for consumption. It undergoes filtration to remove impurities. In some cases, it is further refined to improve its color, taste, and shelf life. Finally, the clean oil is packaged into bottles, keg, or containers and transported to market for sales. Just like palm oil, every stage of groundnut oil production depends on transportation, energy, and labor. From moving a vested nut to processing centers, the operating machines, and distributing the final product, the cost of fuel plays a major role. Today, producers and traders say the cost of processing this oil has increased drastically, from moving raw materials from farm to processing site to transporting finished product to the market. Every stage now requires more money than before. In many markets, traders explain that the price of a keg or bottle of palm oil has risen sharply within a short period. The same can be said for groundnut oil, which is gradually becoming a luxury from some households. For consumers, the effect is immediate and personal. Families are now forced to buy in smaller quantity or seek cheaper alternative. Food vendors and restaurant owners are now adjusting their prices as the cost of cooking oil continue to rise. But beyond the market stall and kitchen tables lies a deeper story, one that connects production, transportation, and economic realities. The increase in fuel prices has created a chain reaction affecting not just how goods are moved, but how they are produced and sold. On this edition of Market Survey, we take a closer look at the rising cost of palm oil and groundnut oil, exploring their journey from production to the market and examine how these changes are affecting traders, producers, and customers alike.
A groundnut oil gallon is 35,000. Then we sell per bottle 2,019.
That's not until they carry on before.
No. Inside last year it was around 20 something. But later it increased. But now it's not 35.
What about red oil?
45.
How much did they carry on before?
Last year it was around 50 something. Later it now dropped to 45.
So now the thing they don't come down with the hard price.
It has come down. It has come down. Unlike before, it has come down.
So how much they measure the smallest bottle?
300.
For which one?
Chelsea bottle.
For groundnut oil or oil?
The same price.
Okay, 2 of them might be 300.
300, 500. We have measurement of 500. We have measurement of 300.
Okay. So now this palm oil, not be the season with this, so?
It is the season now. This is the season of palm oil. I strongly believe that it's the season, but I don't know. I don't know why the price is so high.
So you feel saying that the cost of fuel and transportation that make it high like that?
My sister, no. Maybe we go out to Nubu. Now Tinubu I get that question to answer. Maybe we'll go drop Tinubu from the seat. He should come and give us the answer.
But if you say like for in any moment from now, maybe like next month, 2 months time, it will come down the price.
Hopefully now.
How much now they say groundnut oil now?
Groundnut oil one is now 1.8 for can. And the medium size 800.
How much affected the seller before?
Before now, the thing they come up like they rise, they come down, so it depends. Like when we buy last now 1,000, but now it still come down small, so it not get stable price.
Okay, but now for market it don't cheap.
Yeah, it's cheap now.
What about red oil?
Red oil, yes, red oil still cheap. Still they different from before.
How much until they sell bottle now?
Bottle now still 1.8. Before now 2,000. Come down small.
So the groundnut oil, how much until they carry on for jerry can?
Depends. 40. Now 38. 38. So
compared to until they carry on before, it don't reduce.
And come down small.
So if I want measure for Chelsea bottle now, like how much?
600, 500.
So groundnut oil, and I get different type of groundnut oil. We will say, okay, this one no they sleep, this one they sleep.
Yes, it did.
So the one where they sleep, the price is different from the one where they sleep.
Yes.
So how much until they sell them?
The one when they sleep, they're more cheaper than the one when they sleep. Yes.
So for red oil, no different price, different type now, just one.
Yes.
Groundnut oil and red oil before market, their price don't come down.
It really come down. True to not say me they not talking. It come down. Oil come down, groundnut oil come down. Garri come down, but now only last market now garri go up. Rice come down. Things come down. That it try pass about 2 years back. till last year to this year now, they really try, things come down. But now money not there, market not there. You see, say the market since now, no market be like say na street market. People not they buy. They say money not there, but something cheap. So now we dey.
So how much now they sell groundnut oil now the bottle?
The bottle now we dey sell 1817. The true price be that. All year we dey sell 15, 14, 13. Depends as the customer still buy am. He really try groundnut oil come down. So many things he come down, he try. The government really try for this one, but na money na not dey. People not dey market at all.
How groundnut oil and oil before market now they don't come down? The price don't come down?
Never come down. The market they wave up and down because of the fuel. And they say transport where they take care of coin too much. Now me the thing where they battle.
How much now they sell groundnut oil and oil for bottle?
Like bottle now for groundnut oil they sell for 18. Oil we they sell for 13.
So that be the last price?
Yes, yes. They want the less.
So how much did they carry the oil for gallon before and now?
When I buy last, I buy 48. Now. They put 500 on top. They say because of transport for fuel.
For red oil, be groundnut oil.
Red oil. Groundnut oil, we buy that one with gallon 37.5.
Now.
How
much na pete carry am before?
As we say, if rain dey fall, na the thing dey there. We dey buy like 50, 55. Now we never start now. And we dey buy for that price.
They say groundnut oil na two type. The one where they sleep and the one where not they sleep.
It's there now.
So both of them are the same money that they buy am.
A different price. Like the one where not they sleep, we dey sell that one for 2.5. This one where they sleep, so they sell that for 1.8. But they see the price, the money not the correct.
So how much na cut they measure for Chelsea bottle?
Like Chelsea now, they sell Chelsea groundnut oil 500, oil 400.
Last price for that one?
That be the last price.
So but if you say as the price there like this, if it still come down?
We don't want me come down, we dey pray me come down. I bet when I help us talk to them, me come down. And they say fuel, na fuel be the tea, na fuel that they talk of. That be the tea. Tomatoes we dey buy 25,000, 20,000. Now we dey buy 40. You see this one for here, so 40,000. And you see and say all of them don't met. The country don't tire us. So Tinubu rescue us. So the country they give us hard time at all. You see everywhere now, no customer, everywhere quiet. It's not supposed to be so. Before by this kind of time, we don't they say. See now, no customer, everywhere silent. Money not there the country.
You dey buy oil, abi? Compared to what you say they buy before and now, it don't come down.
It never come down. It's still the evil high. The over highness is too much. You see people see the price down. They see the price down. They know they feel buying. That oil where they there now don't reach 1 week for them. We never say. We there as we there. The country know they treat us well. May they reduce fuel.
If they say may they reduce fuel, like how much you say may they reduce the fuel to?
I don't understand. May they reduce fuel. Would they suffer?
Fuel they there, no light.
Nothing. I don't tire. No fuel, no light, nothing. All these city must will not get light. Solar now what people they use now, they have to bear now, it too cost.
As becoming more demanding, what was once a manageable cycle of harvesting and processing is now more expensive and less predictable. Many are forced to spend more just to maintain the same level of production. Traders, too, are facing difficult realities with higher purchases cost. They must decide whether to increase price or risk running at a loss. In many cases, the decision to raise price is unavoidable. The story of palm oil and groundnut oil is in many ways a reflection of a broader economic situation where rising costs continue continue to shape how people live, work, and survive. Yet, despite these challenges, Nigeria continue to show resilience, finding ways to adjust, to cope, and to move forward in face of uncertainty. As conversation around solution continue, many hope for policies and intervention that will ease production costs, stabilize price, and make essential goods more affordable once again. Until then, the market remain a clear mirror of these times, telling story not just of trade, but of endurance, struggle, and survival.
We've come to the end of today's edition on Market Survey, and we've gotten to know the current price of palm oil and groundnut oil here in the market. So like I said before, it is no longer news that the fuel increase has affected trades. Now traders are lamenting over the increase in transportation as it has affected the current price of palm oil and groundnut oil. And that's it on today's edition of Market Survey. I am Stephanie Notoriua. Thank you so much for staying tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
wá òdòdó rẹ̀ dó ẹ̀tọ́ ní kẹrẹ̀ kú yòókó. Orí ọba ní ìkà. Kaya yung kanarang pangga rin. Yung kikakira ko hirapat ang bagisan. Kuna nikapita kunua mema napenda kunua mema ndati watu wasimama kaira hiyo
The performance is characterized by a frenetic, shaking and highly agile dance style where the dancers uses the seats to move rapidly. The dancers interact with musicians and the crowd, sometimes chasing other performances who are acting out of fear or bravado. The Tupuhuking dance, the dancers are driven by intense drumming and singing that motivated them to perform to the ultimate expected of them.
mimi na watu likita wako na watu wanapata. Leo nastakata. Na mna kulivini tunapata kwa sababu habari kidogo.
ITV
certainly the best.
Good evening and welcome to ITV News at 11. I am Chukufumna Digwe. Now, following the recent alarm raised by independent television and radio over the terrible and failed state of infrastructure in Okwowisi community, Okpe local government area of Delta State, the governor of the state, Mr. Sheriff Oboriwori, has appealed to the people to exercise patience, promising to urgently address the gross lack. Wari correspondent Benga Ahmed, who revisited the community on this special report, has more.
The alarm raised 2 weeks ago by independent television and radio over lack of basic amenities in Okwowisi community, Okwe local government area of Delta State, ranging from poor roads, lack of potable water, electricity supply, and other social amenities, has attracted the attention of the government of Delta State. The Commissioner for Works, Highways and Urban Roads, Comrade Ruben Isese, who spoke on behalf of Governor Sheriff Oboriwori, said Okwowisi community was not forgotten as efforts are on top gear to address such challenges in communities across the state. The government of Delta State appealed to the people to be patient, adding that their pains will soon be a thing of the past.
My appeal to the people is that they should be patient. I'm sure sometime soon, all these problems they have highlighted, particularly the access road and of course the schools, they will be addressed.
In their separate comments, the oldest man in the community, Oyinbo Amerite, and others asked Governor Sheriff Oboriwori to match words with action, pointing out that their suffering is unbearable.
I want a commissioner to take action, to do our role like Okobe and Okutono own. I praise the ITV television when they assisted us to do, we tell the government to do the road.
I want the government to do our road. Even for many years now, they have been saying that the road have been awarded. And even up to tomorrow now, they have not done the road.
The people expressed deep appreciation to independent television and radio for their visit and broadcasting of their predicament to the outside world. From Okwowisi, Okpe local government area of Delta State, Benga Ahmed, ITV News.
In another report, Delta State Police Command has arrested ASP Nuhu Usman and other officers attached to Ekma Division involved in the alleged extrajudicial killing of a 28-year-old suspect, Mene Ugidi. The officers will be transferred to the State Command headquarters in Asaba for disciplinary action. The Police Public Relations Officer, Delta State Command, SP Edafe Bright, in a statement says police operatives were promptly deployed to the scene to take the suspect into custody. However, the police officer who led the team, ASP Nuhu Usman, in clear violation of Force Order 237 and the standard operating procedure of the Nigeria Police Force, discharged his firearm, leading to the death of the suspect. SP Adafi explained that the Commissioner of Police has directed the area commander, Efuru, to immediately arrest ASP Nuhu Usman and transfer him to the state headquarters in Asaba for necessary action. The officer has since been queried and transferred to Force Headquarters, Abuja, where he will appear before the Force Disciplinary Committee for immediate disciplinary action and prosecution. Delta State's Commissioner of Police, Yemi Oyeniyi, extended his sincere condolences to the family of the deceased, Mene Ogidi, and assured the bereaved family that the command is fully committed to ensuring justice is served. Moving on, Right Honorable Barrister Omosede Igbenijon Gabriela has officially picked up her nomination and expressed interest forms to contest for the House of Representatives under the platform of the All Progressives Congress, APC. Describing the moment as more than a mere formality, the lawmaker noted that it represents a renewed commitment built on experience, tested leadership, and a proven record of service to the good people of Ovia Federal Constituency. She highlighted that her journey in Ovia has been defined by tangible impact from infrastructure development to empowerment initiatives, as well as effective advocacy and quality representation, while emphasizing that much more remains to be accomplished. Right Honorable Igbenijon expressed sincere appreciation to the people of Ovia for their unwavering support, trust, and belief in her leadership, noting that their encouragement continues to inspire her dedication to service. She extended profound gratitude to His Excellency Senator Monday Okpebholo, Executive Governor of Edo State, for his purposeful leadership, visible developmental strides, and people-oriented policies aimed at improving the lives of Edo citizens. She commended his efforts in driving growth, strengthening infrastructure, and fostering unity across the state. The lawmaker also acknowledged the Deputy Governor of the state, His Excellency Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, for his steadfast support and vital role in complementing the governor's vision, noting that his dedication continues to enhance the effective implementation of government policies and programs. She further appreciated the leadership of the All Progressives Congress at both the national and state levels for their continued guidance and confidence. Right Honorable Igbenijon equally expressed deep appreciation to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for his leadership and vision for the nation. She concluded by reaffirming her commitment to the people, emphasizing that the journey ahead will be driven by unity, resilience, and a shared determination to achieve even greater progress for Ovia Federal Constituency. Now, a former secretary to the Edo State Governor, Pastor Osaige Izeyamu, has received fresh endorsements from APC leaders and executives in Orionwo and Uwonde local government area for his Edo South senatorial ambition. Joy Obaisiagmo reports that the display of support came on Tuesday during his visit to the APC secretariat in Eho and Abudu.
As the APC primaries draw near, the Edo South senatorial aspirant Pastor Osage Izeyamu, accompanied by notable APC leaders, pledged that his tenure in the Senate would bring significant changes, especially in grassroots inclusion and federal presence for Edo South.
So anyway, only take me if not okay now it was a low. So anyway, I do you well.
Unwode Council Vice Chairman Joseph Akie, LGA Chairman Osawe Osayemeri, and all 10 ward chairmen welcome Pastor Izeyamu, a former Attorney General of Edo State. Dr. Samson Osage urged the people of Unwode to rally behind the senatorial aspirant, describing him as capable of delivering effective representation. The Oriomo APC Secretariat in Abudu recorded a significant show of solidarity. All 12 ward chairmen, led by APC Vice Chairman Solomon Iyamu and Elders Council Chairman Chief Matthew Eigie, endorsed Pastor Izeyamu's bid and called on stakeholders to support him.
Leaders here, Oriomo is begging that you should send our son. We believe in him.
Visibly impressed by the warm reception, Pastor Izeyamu expressed optimism about his chances at the primaries and thanked party members for their confidence in his candidacy.
We are very optimistic that in the free and fair primaries we will win overwhelmingly.
From Oriomo local government area, Joy Obai Siagbon, ITV News.
Away from that, discussion on suspension of election campaigns due to security challenges, effect on the general elections and federal government's borrowing, seeking speedy approval from the legislative bodies took center stage on the breakfast show this morning on ITV. The report by Shalom Onwugara is presented by Usemudiame Osage.
From Benin, political analyst Ahmed Iwaike says the suspension of election campaigns could lead to disenfranchisement, depriving the right of the electorate to vote for their preferred candidates. He urged security agencies to take full responsibility of protecting the electorate. Joining virtually, Mr. Victor Oyakilume says it is politically orchestrated, pointing out that it is unfair to say that some states cannot express their civil rights due to insecurity.
And if election did not take place in those zones, then how do they now exercise their franchise? I think the call is to wake up those who are so responsible for this security issue to do their bidding so that this insecurity will be 100% curbed.
Politically orchestrated. Because these are the states they want to disenfranchise, not to exercise their civic responsibility. As we speak now, if you are saying in the year 2026 that you want to disenfranchise some states due to insecurity in those states, it means it's a total failure.
From Abuja, legal practitioner Obajide Ilugbo says the problem of Nigeria is not borrowing money, but the problem is the capacity to pay back.
There is no rule that says don't borrow. So the question is, does the country have capacity to pay within the time of their administration?
From Lagos, United Nations Humanitarian Ambassador Dr. Victor Uhai said if coalition parties agree to come together, they might win against the ruling party in the 2027 general elections.
If the coalition truly is allowed, and I'm using that word correctly, deliberately, if it's allowed to stand and they present one candidate, this will work.
Usemudiame Osage, ITV News.
Now with that, the reports, we do draw the curtain on ITV News at 11. I am Chukufum Digwe. Thank you for watching. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of 2 local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship. The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom. As a result, for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugiawe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugiawe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
yewe ekeno kuliere to kumaka apa jano bawu manjo
ITV, certainly the best.
initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello there, thanks for joining us on this week's edition of the program Icons on Independent Television. Icons is a program specially designed to showcase individuals, personalities who have made giant strides in our society in a very unique and special way. So you can learn from their stories, learn from their journeys, and imbibe some of the values, the culture, and the style of leadership that has defined their personality over the years. And bringing those values to bear in your life will definitely change your story. I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. It's always a delight to bring you this program every other week. In today's program, we have a generational prophet, a pastor of pastors, a teacher of teachers, a minister of the gospel with outstanding impact, an educationist par excellence, a spiritual leader who has continued to impact this generation, and I dare say even generations unborn. We're privileged to have in our midst as our guest for this week on the program Icons, the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church, former National President of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, the one and only Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode. It's a pleasure to have you on the program Icons, sir.
Thank you, Sonny. It's my privilege, and I thank you for counting me worthy to be part of this program.
Fantastic. I'm very honored to be interviewing you because I know as a child I watched you on television ministering. I watched you in crusades and several other opportunities that I had, and I'm grateful to God I have the privilege to be interviewing you on a day like this. Share with us, what was it like growing up, looking at the heights that you've attained globally, the impact that you're making globally, ministry-wise. One would believe that you were born with a diamond spoon, or at least a golden spoon, or even a silver spoon. What was it like growing up?
Well, I can't tell you. There was no spoon when I wore a wooden spoon. So it's a very typical rural setup. A family that was barely making it. So all we knew was the house, the farm, the river. So Obanosa, which was then called Owa, was a very rural community, and I grew up the third of 15 children. That was life, what it was, and I didn't have the privilege of going to school. I grew up, many of my mates were, those who could afford it were in school. But my parents couldn't afford to send me to school until the government of then, Chief of Bafemi Awolowo, proclaimed free education for all children. It was then I went to the primary school in Obadosa. That was the beginning of my educational journey.
Fantastic. At what point did you move to Benin, and when you got to Benin, what were those activities that you got to serve involved in, before venturing into ministry, as it were?
Well, I came into Benin City. I was sick, but I had the burden of having myself educated. I went to the St. Patrick's Secondary Modern School, where St. Paul Catholic Church is now. it was all struggles. I was telling our students yesterday, I sold newspapers in this town to sustain.
So you were a newspaper vendor?
Yes. To sustain my educational aspiration. So that was what it was like.
At what point did you come to the conclusion that ministry was a calling? It was something that you would do for the rest of your life?
Well, first I pursued my aspiration in the field of engineering. When I finished from the secondary model school, I went to Electro-Technical College, which is now Federal College of Education, Technica in Asaba. That was the year the Civil War broke out. So that made us to return back. And I went to the Government Trade Center. It was about struggles. I finished my City and Gates of London certificate in electrical installation. Then I continued pursuing my education in engineering. I worked. I left the Ministry of Works as a higher technical officer before I traveled abroad for that theological training. But in 1972, I turned my life over to Christ in a crusade organized by the late Archbishop Vincent Idahosa. It was almost immediately, as at that time we were told, you will be not discipled, and you begin to also tell others. So it was later that year, I attended the local Bible school, which is now All Nation, almost immediately. And the work of ministry started on part-time. So it was when we built the Miracle Center, the church built the Miracle Center, then and everybody was moving to the new auditorium, that the late Archbishop asked me to stay over in Yarrow to continue to pastor the place. That was where actually my pastoral work started.
So you were more or less like the first bishop of Church of God Mission Yarrow, so to speak.
I wouldn't call it bishop because at that time, of course, there were no bishopric. The late Archbishop, I was there when he became an Archbishop. So, but he trusted me to be the station pastor in the Yarrow, and became a district superintendent of the area, including up to Ondo State. So it was a privilege for me.
Within those years you were in Church of God Mission with the Archbishop,
yes.
What were those values, those qualities, characteristics that you got, and how did that influence you into starting your own ministry and being able to sustain the ministry since, I believe, 1988?
Yes.
Onward.
Well, you will never blame the Archbishop for not teaching you the Bible. You will blame him for teaching you too much. Because you can't go to his service and hear stories. His Bible. I had that privilege to be raised on a solid foundation. And, it has kept me over the years. In those days, you don't go into ministry for what you will get. I was pastoring in Yaro. I was still working in Ministry of Works. And it was just my joy to serve. I never had a thought that a day like this will come. So I see it today as preparation stages of my life. And I will forever be grateful to God for the solid foundation that I had. I have, like you know, traveled quite far and wide, and I've held several positions, leadership positions. But that foundation is what is keeping me. And I have remained focused on Him. Called me.
Fantastic. If you just joined us, the program is Icons. Our guest today is Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode, the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church, one-time National President of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, sharing with us the thoughts about life, his journey of life, and the values, strategies that have impacted and influenced his personality today. Is quite inspiring, very motivational, and I'm sure you're learning one or two things from this conversation to add value to your life. We'll take a short break. The program will be back in just a moment. Please stay. Many thanks again for rejoining us on the program Icons. Our guest is Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us this honor and privilege to have this interaction with you. In 1998, you founded Gospel Light International Ministry, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church. How did that come about? Did you hear God? Or like some say, there are two categories of church leaders today: those whom God called and those that called God.
Yes. Well, I don't really want to take you into the circumstances that surrounded my life at that time. In all honesty, if anyone had told me that I would leave Church of God Mission, I would never have believed. I had good relationship with the leader, the leadership. I rose to the highest ruling body, the National Executive Council of the church. I was trusted to handle very sensitive areas of ministry. But, you know, there was this storm that came, like as I said, I don't want to really go into it, but it pushed me to a place of prayer. When it looks around at all that I thought I had was collapsing. So I know I spent quite some days in prayer, broken spiritually, cried to God the situation I found myself. But then it was the 7th night of that my prayer exercise. I heard God speak to me. You don't, if you are around me, you don't, I'm not like those who say God say you go to the toilet, God say you should clean up. You know, but I tell you, Duke, God spoke to me. And what he told me was to unconditionally forgive all I perceived hurt me. And that he was going to use me to start a new work. He put a lighted candle in my hand. I'm telling you the real thing. And asked me to go light others. So that's where the gospel light came up. We started in my sitting room. I had no money, I had nothing. About 12 people gathered with me in my sitting room. The next Sunday after it, we went to Nightfall to cut palm leaves, palm tree, and build a bamboo shade behind my house for a service.
Where was your house at this time?
At Webo Street, behind Texami Road. So that was my first house, which I bought that land with Udoji. If you were brought up there.
I heard about the Udoji award.
So, but anyway, that was how we started. And miraculously, God provided a place for me. But we were only in the bamboo shade for one Sunday.
Wow.
The next Sunday, I found a hotel room in Edre, former Edre Hotel along TV Road. That was how the journey started. It has been one level of growth to another. We spent less than a year or so in Edre Hotel. Then God provided a warehouse in Muselu, where we renovated, and it just started growing. We ran 2 services there before we moved down here.
Wow. That was really fast. And it really showed that it was God that called you and wasn't you that called him.
Well, we laid the foundation of the church.
Yes.
I think 2 of our elders left the church. They told me it was over ambitious because it was too big, and the burden of how we're going to build
raise the money and build.
So the idea was build some 4 corners, something, and so this is the place now that has become too small. Where we have a convention center, yes. So the growth is continuing.
Interesting. Let's talk about ministry of yesteryears, yes, compared to what we have today. There are those who will believe that perhaps ministers of the gospel of yesteryears didn't really imbibe the right values and virtues in the subsequent ministers. So that transformation, that transition wasn't proper, and that's why we're where we are today. What's your take on the church yesterday, today, and the future against the background of some of the clear-cut realities that we see in ministry today from pastors, men of God, and all of that?
Well, in all honesty, I wouldn't absorb my generation from blame. It bothers me at times whether we have been able to impart the total truth to the upcoming generation. At the time that some of us came into ministry, the church was impoverished, very, very impoverished. I remember when my pastor then, the later bishop, bought a 504 station wagon. I mean, the press all over this country spoke against him that, you know, how can a pastor ride such kind of, you know,
expensive car,
you know. So he was a very strong man. He could stand firm on what he believed. So he began to teach. We began to realize that you can serve God, go to heaven, and still be relevant here on earth. That's what the Bible teaches. So the God who saves our soul doesn't say we should suffer, live in abject poverty here until we get to heaven. So that discovery brought what they now call the prosperity gospel. I think the inability to manage, strike a balance is where our problem is. I'm worried. We ran into a problem. I led the Pentecostal church in this country for 8 years. It was a great honor for me. But the Pentecostal church in Nigeria is a kingdom with many kings. So for me, I mean, there are several colleges of bishop, whatever title you think of, we have them. So at times control or passing instructions are difficult. I mean, how can me, a pastor, now tell Archbishop, sit down, don't do this or do this, you know. That's been one of the problems. Then, of course, there are many young people that left the university and they speak good English. You know, I've read the Bible, and most of the time they come out, some of them come out with greater crowd, greater following, and they have more money than you do. So are you going to tell him, call him to order, you know? So these are some of the issues that we have. We read in the book of Judges that Joshua died at the age of 110, and all the elders who outlived Joshua, they served God, and all those generations passed. Then there arose another generation. It is that another generation that is the challenge. They did not know what God did for Israel. We need to let our upcoming generation know our values. Many of them are more educated than some of us. They've studied Greek and Hebrew and Latin, which we never had opportunity to do. I do know that revelation is progressive, but they also must not forget that even the little we knew helped them. Many of them got saved out of that little message that we had. And I'm concerned, one of the marks by which you know a man that has derailed from God is the spirit of arrogance. And he says, it is one of the marks. God taught me early in life to know that there is nothing that I have that has not been given to me. And the Bible says, when you have done everything you have done, so you should say to yourself that you are an unprofitable servant. You've just done what you ought to do. And I think that has guided me in my journey. That's what I was saying.
Thank you very much, sir. It's been a pleasure talking with you. I know that the thoughts that you shared are things that anyone with the right senses imbibes and takes advantage of. Will definitely have profound impact in such a person's life. Thank you very much, sir, for your time.
Thank you.
And once again, happy birthday to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that's been a program for today on Icons. And guest has been the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church. His journey, quite an interesting one, starting out life with being a newspaper vendor. I'm sure at that time you never imagined what it would be today. The same for you. That's a story that should motivate you, inspire you to look at the brighter side of life, irrespective of where you are today and how things are with you. Until I come your way same time next week on Icons, I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Have a lovely day ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is TMI Wednesday's edition. Of course, I am Wilson Omasho. I'm not always alone. I have my colleague here with me in the studio, and of course, a co-anchor Anu Oluwakbo Stevens. I like the Oluwakbo in your name.
Right.
Good morning, Anu.
Good morning. Sometimes I try to sound like a typical Yoruba girl, which
yeah.
some would say it's a foreign one. But anyway, good to be here. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you. Night was quite eventful. And of course, I get to realize that Nigeria, for you to survive, to get on day after day, just by the mercies of God. Because come on, what is really going on in this country? What is happening? What is happening? You're telling me about something that is like, gone viral right now on the social media, where a seasoned officer, so to speak, opened fire at a suspect. I don't get it. And a kind of a recap of that particular story for us to really deliberate. And I believe that Lagos and of course Abuja studio, they are also said that this particular story making the rounds in the social media.
Absolutely. It's a sad one, really, and it has got the attention of Amnesty International. So what actually happened from what we deduced online, we just saw the video go viral yesterday. A certain young person, his name, I think is 26 or 28 years old, thereabout, Ogene Mine, seems he was a suspect in a crime, and he was handcuffed, according to the video online circulated. And then this trigger-happy police officer, they were having a conversation going on, and the guy who was handcuffed said, I'm going to say something. I'm going to take you to where you need to get all of the information at Saple. He kept on mentioning Saple. And before you knew it, the guy just, you know, clocked his gun. The policeman in question just clocked his gun and shot at the suspect live in the Ephraim roundabout area right there in Delta State. And it begs the question of Delta State again, always in the news for interesting reasons. That what is going on? And it speaks a lot about police brutality, extrajudicial killings, a situation where in Nigeria we're currently grappling with insecurity in the northern part of the country and also in some southern part of the nation. And here we are in the South, personnel who ought to be safeguarding lives and properties are now the one killing innocent citizens.
Point blank range. Anyway, Mercelina, good morning. How you doing? From our Lagos studio. Mercy. Oh, we have a Patricia Gabriel. Okay, Patricia, good morning. My bad. How you doing this morning?
Good morning, Wilson. I'm good. It's good to see you on the screen. And then Anna, good morning.
So, I mean, it's like, you know, the issue that is like gone viral right now on the social media where a police officer shot at a suspect that was willing to spill the beans. It happened in Delta State. I mean, what do you have to say about this unwarranted killing by a police officer of a suspect?
I mean, Wilson is a sad incident because the suspect, of course, is not yet found guilty. And then he was also ready to spill the beans. And, you know, people on social media have said that probably the police officer knows about the crime. It's why he decided to shut him up. Because if a criminal is saying, I want to lead you to where this crime is majorly put together, and you decided to end his life, that means there's something behind you killing him. But anyways, a suspect is not found guilty until the court judges and, you know, says he's guilty. I do not understand why the police officer decided to do that. And then again, the story says someone came online to say that actually he might not even be a criminal, that a friend of his asked him to take a waybill from the park for him. You know, the waybill was sent from Saple and he was asked to go pick up the parcel. He probably didn't even know what was in the parcel. He just went innocently to help pick up the parcel, and the police trailed him and then stopped him and searched him and found that the parcel was gone. And then he was like, oh, I do not know anything about this, but let me take you to Saple where this parcel was sent to me. And then his life was, you know, cut short. Now, how will the police find the real syndicates, the people that are putting this crime together in Saple? They have just shot someone up who was supposed to spill the beans and let them know where to go actually search for the criminals. It's such a sad one and it's unfortunate, and I hope the police authority is looking into it.
All right, I know that means from speculation, or let's say from simple mathematical psychology, get to realize that someone don't want someone to say something about a larger scheme of operation. I mean, how do you think the police is going to wriggle itself out of this?
Well, honestly, I don't know. Or maybe the policeman in question who actually shot has an idea or two that we do not know about, and he was just trying to silence the young man. May his soul rest in peace. It's really sad. It's not a good way to actually, you know, pass on or die. But we really must commend the DSP Bright Edafe in Delta State for the quick response, as at this moment he has been arrested and he should be in Abuja already for, you know, more prosecution on this. We need to ensure that the right things are being done. NBA's pro bonos, this is the time for you to get into this so that the families of those victims would actually get justice.
I want to spill the beans, and bam, what happened? Anyway, Abuja studio, I know you're on standby. Good morning, how you doing this morning? Tolu Lokpe, How was your night?
Yeah, wonderful night, and also the weather is cool at the top of the hill right here in Papi in the Federal Capital Territory. And I listened to Patricia talking about it and you guys talking about this issue concerning the police. It's really sad talking about how the thing tumbled down right there. But just hope that the right thing will be done at the end of the day. But from the Abuja networks, we will surely be looking at issues concerning the speedy approval of budget. We're talking about FG loans whenever a federal government comes to borrow loan, and the quick way the National Assembly gets to approve it. It's becoming a worrisome trend that a lot of people are also looking at. How do we, overnight, you just get to know that an approval has been given for federal government to borrow, and it's becoming worrisome. And a lot of people have also been talking about, why do we keep borrowing? Is it the fact that we are not generating enough? What happens to the subsidy removal? What happened to the fund raised from the subsidy removal? How come the federal government keeps borrowing and borrowing and borrowing? Is it not putting us in a difficult situation? And we'll surely be extracting that money from the Network Abuja studio to take a look at why Senate seems to be rubber stamping every bill put before them by federal government that has to do with borrowing of loan, and this is really sad. That's what we'll be looking at from the Abuja studio.
So much to know. Well, Patricia, what should we expected from the Lagos studio?
Okay, from the Lagos network studio, we'll be looking at the opposition parties who wants to field in one presidential candidate and what the effect will be on the general elections. Is this going to give us a strong opposition party? Is it going to help solve the problem of the country facing or looking towards one party nation? So all of these to put together, we're going to be looking at in time to come, and we have a guest who is going to try to analyze all of this for us, and we hope that fielding one presidential candidate can solve the problem we have right now at hand in our politics.
All right, thank you so much, Patricia. Well, here from Benin Studio, we're taking a look at a proposal, so to speak, in the Senate, led by Lingi. Yes, Lingi is like, you know, senator from Bauchi is vying for the governorship seat for Bauchi. He said, look, since we are having security challenges in 8 northern states, anything about campaign, anything about electioneering should be suspended, or as he put on hold until they're able to, being able to take care or tackle the security challenges in that particular region. And we are talking about 8 states in the northern region. From what Ninget said, for now there shouldn't be anything about campaigning or having this jamboree about electing top officials for government position because of security challenges. Now, how do you feel about that suggestion? Although he was supported also by his counterpart from Plateau State, and the Red Chamber saying yes, Ninget is correct.
Well, there are two sides to the conversation, though. Whilst they might have a great back-end because of the insecurity situation in the country, but then again, let's not forget the weight of the northern elections in Nigeria. Is this also another way to, you know, make the votes from that angle short? Already, one permanent person, a northern leader in Nigeria, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, has spoken against it and said, no, do not disenfranchise the people. How about you find your way around it and ensure that security is up to the, you know, the fore during electionary period in that particular place, so that everybody have a fair share of who becomes the next president in Nigeria, or the next local government chairman, or the next governor, or whatever the case may be.
All right, well, the studios, they are set, and I believe that you are waiting patiently to get to listen to our analysts for you to get to know what they have in store for you this beautiful morning. So in regards to the 3 topics we'll be diving into today's edition of This Morning on ITV, it's time for us to take a break to make a welcome. I call him an astute lecturer. Yeah, when you talk about business, talk about life, talk about anything in general, yes, He is an astute teacher. You want to really hear what he has to say on his particular segment. So we'll go for a break. Remember, after Inuagata, we'll be taking a look at the papers, what it had in store for us this beautiful Wednesday morning. All these are well packaged for your viewing and, of course, listening pleasure. We'll go on that break. Do stay.
The fifth pillar or fifth component of emotional intelligence, and it goes a long way to see that you are able to bring out the best out of your people. And in terms of defining social skill, the emotional intelligence component of social skills is your ability as a leader to manage relationships towards achieving desired outcomes, and these desired outcomes is oftentimes team goals, team objectives, and team visions. And it is very important as a leader you see that you develop social skills, because it will give you that leading edge in being able to see that you have that you're able to achieve team goals and team objectives. This is very, very important. And you know, the templates, you know, the model we have been using since we started this emotional intelligence series is using case scenario to drive home you know, these points. And another case scenario is also here again today, which we are going to look at. And the case scenario is also how the emotional intelligence component of social skill, you know, comes to the front burner. And remember, the emotional intelligence component of social skill is all the other first four components or pillars of emotional intelligence coming into demonstration. Remember, self-awareness is the first pillar or component of emotional intelligence. Then you have self-regulation, you have empathy, you have motivation, and then social skills is all these other four components coming into physical demonstration. And in this case scenario, that is what we are going to be seeing. And the case scenario is how a real estate CEO used the emotional intelligence components of social skills to lead his team through economic downturn. How a real estate CEO used the emotional intelligence component of social skills to lead his team through economic downturn. Then I just go into the case scenario. The context: a mid-sized real estate firm in Nigeria specializing in luxury property sales and residential rentals hit a significant roadblock. Following a sharp spike in the pump price of petrol, the country experienced a ripple effect of high inflation. Potential buyers became hesitant, and existing tenants began struggling with rental increments, leading to a sharp decline in revenue. A sharp decline in revenue for the real estate company. The challenge: the sales and leasing teams were demoralized. Internal friction was rising as the sales department blamed the marketing department for poor leads, and the property management team felt overwhelmed by disgruntled tenants. Then the CEO intervention, applying social skill. Instead of retreating to his boardroom to crunch numbers, the CEO utilized the social skill component of emotional intelligence to steer the ship, building a shared vision. The CEO conveyed an all-hands meeting. Rather than delivering a stern lecture on target, he acknowledged the economic reality. He used empathetic communication to validate the team's fears while articulating a pivot strategy. And what was the strategy? Shifting focus from high-end sales to flexible rental payment plans. Shifting focus from high-end sales to flexible rental payment plans. A conflict mediation that was done by the CEO. When the sales and marketing heads clashed over lead quality during meeting, the CEO didn't take sides. Instead, he de-escalated the tension by highlighting how the external economic environment was a common adversary. He facilitated a collaborative war room session where both teams designed a new client outreach script together. Strategic relationship management. Remember the definition of the emotional intelligence component of social skills, which is about being able to effectively manage conflicts effectively manage people, I beg your pardon, to achieve desired outcome. And actually, management of conflict is part of that people or relationship management. Strategic relationship management. The CEO personally joined the property managers on visit to key corporate tenants. Very important. By modeling how to negotiate with empathy and firmness, he showed his team how to maintain relationships during a crisis, ensuring long-term retention over short-term gains. As a result, the team's blame culture shifted to a problem-solving culture. By the end of the quarter, while the market remained tough, the company's rental retention rate increased by 20%, and the team's morale remained intact. Now, what are some leadership lessons we can glean from this case scenario? There are 3 leadership lessons I've packaged for you from this case scenario. And the first leadership lesson is, number 1, empathy builds trust and stabilizes teams. Acknowledging the emotional and economic realities your team is facing helps reduce anxiety and defensiveness. When leaders communicate with empathy, they create psychological safety, which keeps morale intact and teams focus even during uncertainty. Remember that the emotional intelligence component of social skills is all the other components of emotional intelligence coming into demonstration, and that is actually what the CEO of this real estate company puts in place or engaged to be able to see that he managed this issue that his company was facing. Empathy builds trust and stabilizes things. What is empathy? Empathy is you as a leader, sensing the concerns of the people. Empathy is you as a leader seeing things from the perspective of other people, or empathy is you as a team head or as an organizational head being sensitive to the views and perspective of every other department in that organization. So the number 1 leadership lesson from this case scenario is empathy builds trust and stabilizes teams. The second leadership lesson, unifying the team around a shared goal eliminates blame. By reframing the challenge as a collective problem rather than a departmental failure, leaders can shift the culture from blame to collaboration. A shared vision aligns efforts, encourages joint problem solving, and improves overall effectiveness. Very important. Then the third leadership lesson from this case scenario. Strong relationship management sustains results in tough times. Remember one more time the definition of the emotional intelligence component of social skills. It is your ability as a leader to manage relationship towards achieving desired outcome. And it manifested in this case scenario. The third leadership lesson. Strong relationship management sustains results in tough times. Maintaining and nurturing relationships, both within the team and with clients, is critical during downturns. Leaders who model constructive conflict resolution and empathetic client engagement help preserve long-term value, even when short-term results are under pressure. And this is very critical, for you as a leader. You need to learn to make sure that you bring into your skill portfolio the emotional intelligence components of social skills. You need to take that capacity building responsibility. Capacity is the ability to solve problems. Capacity building is strengthening and enhancing the ability to solve problems. And social skills is one area of capacity building as a leader you need to take very, very seriously. What is social skills? One more time. The emotional intelligence component of social skills. It is the ability to manage relationships with others, with people, in order for you to achieve desired outcome. And in doing this, you must bring self-awareness into the equation. You must bring self-regulation into the equation. You must bring empathy into the equation. Motivation must also be there. These are the other components of emotional intelligence that at the point of social skills, they all come into demonstration. I strongly believe that profound value have been added to you today. To send your questions and inquiries, my email is inuagata@gmail.com, INUAGHATA. Send those questions as you have been doing. Send inquiries. I provide answers to you, and then we're able to build better teams for ourselves, build better businesses, better organization, better nation, and even better world for us all. I'll be seeing you next week, Wednesday. When I return, I will still remain the amiable Inuagata no Sahai. Your day is so blessed. Thank you.
welcome to this morning newspaper review from our Lagos Network studio. And to do this with me this morning is Dr. Victor Ohai. Dr. Victor Ohai is a UN humanitarian ambassador. Welcome, Doctor. Good morning. It's good to see you this morning.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Okay, let's kick off with the newspaper this morning. We're starting with the New Telegraph. And the headlines, the big headlines there says leadership crisis. ADC writes CGN seeks expedited judgment on Supreme Court appeal. Says APC sowing seeds of instability in Nigeria. And then we have on the top of the newspaper, LP confirms Usman the Kubo women leader, Oprah's NOS. And then we also have on the top, Akpabio declares Ondo South seat vacant as Ibrahim resumes at UN. And also at the top of the newspaper, we have reps to NCC extend SIM validity period to 18 months. On top of the newspaper, we have Kenya's president backtracks after comments modeling Nigerians' English. I wonder why he did that. And then we go down to the newspaper. We have GAC adopts Amzat as Lagos APC consensus global candidate. And then also on the down of the newspaper by the right, we have Boko Haram threatens to execute 176 Kwara adoptees within 1 week. Anyway, Doctor, let's talk Lagos since we're in Lagos. Let's look at the GAC adopts Amzat as Lagos APC consensus governor candidate.
Okay, over the years, Lagos has always had this, if you like, council, where it's like a council of elders, where they usually would agree on who would be the candidate. Usually, President Tinubu would usually propose. Of course, I think what they basically do is just endorse his proposal. Sometimes they may not fully agree, but usually the idea is that the GAC decides on who. But for me, what I find interesting in this case, Hamzat, he has plenty of experience in public service. Obviously, he's been commissioner several times. He's been deputy governor, and so he's been in the system long enough. But I'm wondering when a Lagos indigene will actually be governor of Lagos State, and that's the part that really bothers me. I mean, every Nigerian has the right to aspire wherever they are, and we don't take that away. But what is happening in Lagos is very, very unusual, in the sense that, I remember it was ironic when he assumed office as deputy governor. A few months down the line, less than 3-4 months, his father died, an Oba in Ogun State. He had to go with a delegation to Ogun State, to bury him, bless his soul. May his soul rest in peace. But it was ironic. You are deputy governor in Lagos State, you're going to bury your father, who is a traditional ruler in Ogun State. And now he's going to be governor of Lagos State, as if there are no indigenes of Lagos who are also qualified to be. It's not stirring controversy here, but I think that Lagos indigenes deserve a chance at ruling their state.
Well, I think I don't think Lagos is actually having a problem with non-indigenes ruling their states, because it's been happening over the years. I mean, if we start from Bola Ahmed Tinubu,
they've been so intimidated and put under, they can't even talk.
But anyway, every fingers was pointing towards Ambode coming back to complete his tenure.
He still has a lot of supporters who have still not accepted what is going on. But, well, you recall that the reason they removed him or didn't want him back was because he was facing administration, he wasn't politicking. And politicking in this case is settlement. He was just focused on doing projects and working for Lagos people. He wasn't working for the interests of the
caucus,
of the cabal and the caucus, the caucus. And I think they are fighting. They don't want him back because he probably is not You know, they give shishi, maybe.
But do you see it changing before the 2027 elections?
What might cause an upset is if another party, I hope that happens, it'll be interesting, gives him the ticket. And what happens? It's going to be dramatic.
Well, we've had the former governorship candidates from PDP say there's no position in Lagos State. How true is that?
It was always a move, you see. So it wasn't that so just talk
position.
Yes, so they may feel so, but I think the people will decide. The last election showed a little bit of that when the incumbent president lost out before they quickly realigned. It was just fortunate that the presidential election that came first, not the governorship. They probably would have lost the seat in Lagos.
Okay. We're looking at the elections coming. You know, it seems it's going to be very interesting in 2027.
Very promises to be.
Okay, let's go on. We're taking the Guardian newspaper now. And then on the top of the Guardian newspaper, we have Falike picks presidential form for President Tinubu. And then court orders MTN Airtel to resume airtime leading services. And then on the foreign scene, we have the UAE exit rattles OPEC as UN warns of worsening trade food crisis. And then on the major headlines, we have obesity week audit trial, federal government spending amid abuse of Fiscal Responsibility Act. And then also we have ADC 2027 prospect start at courts as court delays rises fresh crisis. Okay, moving on, we also have federal government against malnutrition, OK's 2026-2035 nutrition policies. And we also have on the side of the newspaper SSN ANU to shut down varsities over stalled negotiation on Friday. On the down of the newspaper, we have EFCC probes VCs over inflicted contracts, students' fee divisions. And then terrorists threatens to execute 176 Kwara adoptees. And then on the rivers, in Rivers, we have stakeholders boom in governance, multiple stalled projects. And then on the down of the newspaper this morning, we have rebuilding the foundation of basic education, how Tinubu administration is driving system-wide reform. Okay, so let's take, should we go on the foreign scene? We just talked about Lagos. Let's go on to the foreign scene. We have the UAE exits rattle OPEC as UN warns of worsening trade food crisis.
Okay, so the exit of the UAE from OPEC. I'm not quite sure about the reason for it, but it's not very good for the body. The reason being, I can understand why it rattles them, because OPEC allocates or decides on quota, and then the price and all that. If you are not a member of OPEC, it means therefore that if your quota was supposed to be 2 million barrels per day, for instance, if you are not a member of that body, you can decide to produce 5 million barrels per day. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that is obviously going to destabilize the oil market a bit. So it is understandable why, but the actual reason for exiting it, we'll have to wait and see. I'm not quite sure yet, but I don't think that's very good. But obviously there must have been some underlying factors before now. Unless UAE is taking it in order, they started with oil, diversified into tourism and business, and now this war has affected tourism for them. It probably might be a strategy to be able to find other means to bounce back and, get the economy back on its feet.
Okay, still on the Guardian newspaper, we have Faleke picks presidential forms for President Tinubu.
I always find it funny when I see things like this. Every election, you see a bit of that, where politicians, in some cases, it may not be the same in this one. Faleke can afford it. They have been in government. They've been making money for as long as possible, as long as we can remember. But you find a situation where politicians, so that you will not say, where did they get money? They say, a group of people. I think the same thing is happening right now in Akwa Ibom. Friends are coming together to buy form, for a candidate to make it seem like they have support and all that. Faleke obviously is one of Tinubu's boys, so he can afford to do that, and it's interesting.
Well, that's very interesting.
Yes.
When you have one person buying the presidential form for Mr. President, shows Mr. President is working in his own opinion.
Yeah, obviously. Well, his payback time.
Payback time. Anyway, let's move on to moving on this morning. We have Jet A1 middlemen defer regulator raise price to 2,230 naira per litre. That's a lot. And then we have 1 million salary worthless without stable naira. That's from NLC. And then also on the top of Vanguard this morning, Tinubu kicks off 2027 re-election bid as APC begins sales of forms. And then moving on Vanguard, 2027 ADC PRP blow hot. We stand at grave risk of exclusion, ADC writes CGN. Our restraint should not be mistaken for weakness, PRP. And then moving down the Vanguard newspaper this morning, we also have UAE quits OPEC May 1st. And we also have family recounts horrific killing of Abuja Corps member, demands justice. Okay, so on a lighter note, let's have Mr. and Mrs. Okay, let's just quickly take on ADC PRP blows hot.
Well, I think one of the main issues is, particularly with ADC, is the fact that they're asking for expedited hearing of all their cases so that they can actually be on the ballot. The way the election date, primaries and all that was brought forward, and the new electoral act is a bit suspicious, and especially with all the confusion in these parties and all that. I think it's only fair that there be an expedited hearing so that these issues are dealt with before the primaries, and to ensure that they go into the election. No one must be excluded, and I think that's it's important that they have appealed to the highest authority, the Chief Justice, who now appointed judge, or justices to look into their case and to prioritize the hearing of their cases.
Okay, no one should be excluded. Quickly
Yes.
from Daily Sun, NLC cries out over workers' worsening condition. That's the one we're going to be taking from Daily Sun.
Aren't you feeling it? No matter how rich you think you are, the way to know is the number of appeals that come to you every day asking for help. So it has become not just an epidemic, a pandemic right now. I'm hoping that the reforms, the results of the reforms that the government has claimed, will begin to show and reflect very soon, and especially in the lives of the ordinary Nigerians.
Quickly, let's look at Daily Trust. This is the last one we're going to be taking this morning. And just this one, because it's a particular concern for me. It says 6 in 10 university students into Yahoo, EFCC chairperson said.
6 what?
6 in 10 university students.
Yes.
So this is worrisome. Don't you think so, Doctor?
It is. It has become, that's another pandemic right now. It's many young people, not just university graduates, the way they're looking for money. I fear for the next generation, because they are not patient and they want money by whatever means necessary.
But don't you think maybe because there's no job opportunities is the reason why?
I was going to say so. Yes, I think that if the economy were better and there were more opportunities for them to be gainfully engaged, nobody wants nobody wants to take such high risk. But the risk is worth it for them right now, not rightly, but because they seem to have, I won't say they have no choice, but they are just not patient. Okay? And again, there have to be repercussions. But many of the security forces are compromised. That's why it persists.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for finding time to join us on the newspaper review this morning.
Always a pleasure.
And so we're going to be taking you back to our Benin studio where TMI continues.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is TMI. I want to tee off with our first discussion segment from the Benin studio, and it's all about the security situation having impact in electioneering when we talk about 8 states in the northern region. We're talking about Borno, we're talking about parts of Kano, Bauchi, Plateau, Niger, Sokoto, you just name it. Senator Ningi, yes, was saying that because of what has been going on in recent times, anything about electioneering should be paused, should be suspended until the federal government is able to provide security for the people or the citizens living there. We've heard cases of military checkpoint being overrun. You get to hear about ambushment of our military personnel, police personnel, you just name it. It says since we don't have it under control yet, it's about electioneering in these particular states mentioned should be paused, and that might affect so many politicians going out there to share the manifesto, so to speak. As I'm saying, what is the essence of a manifesto if you don't have anyone to really enjoy the benefits of his manifesto? After all, people are being killed. So what should we do? Alhaji Atiku Abubakar came out to say, no, you just can't disenfranchise Nigerians. You have to do your duty, your character responsibility if you are the one in charge. Someone saying it's a short of the ruling party. Well, Ningi is a member of the PDP, very active member of the PDP. He's vying for the governorship seat in Bauchi. Well, all these and more we'll take a look at on this particular discussion segment. I'm not alone. I still have Anu Oluwapo Stevens here with me, and together we'll be interviewing 2 great personalities with us here in the studio, a political analyst and Islamic scholar, and of course a staunch member of the APC. Join me to welcome Alhaji Ahmed Ewaike. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wilson, for the invitation. Good morning, Mr. Wilson. Good morning, viewers at home.
All right, and of course, join us virtually. He is a member of the PDP, but I don't know the faction he belongs to right now, but he's an active member of the PDP. I want to call him a PDP chieftain. Join me to welcome Victor Oyakilome. He was one time SA to Edo State Government. Victor, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so let's start with this discussion right now. Ahmed, you are here with us in the studio. I just mentioned the point, you were giggling. Anyway, the position of Senator Ningi said, look, from the way things are going, it's like anything about electioneering, the campaigns or going ahead to share your manifesto should be paused for now in these 8 northern states because of security challenges. Is it making sense in what is proposing? They were supported also by some members of the ruling party. For instance, a senator representing Plateau State, particularly is it Plateau West or some of that nature, North or East, but it was like saying that yes, he's in tune with what Ningi is saying. After all, people have been killed. Now please take it up from there, Ahmed.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. It is really pathetic and unfortunate to discover that the insecurity that we have been fighting since let me say since the time of Goodluck Jonathan, if I may be correct, and is soaring higher every day, and it's very disheartening to see that we are still not being able to curb this insecurity, even when we had a general as our president, and we were thinking then this insecurity will be totally eradicated, but unfortunately it grew worse. And we were even thinking, okay, when we have another president from another extraction, not from the north, probably this time around body language and all, the insecurity will be curbed, but still the insecurity is still there. So going back to your question, yes, I believe he is right to some extent, because of the fact that you cannot go to a war zone and then you be campaigning. How do you even safeguard yourself in that very terrain while campaigning? That's one question. But 2, again, he is also going to disenfranchise people of their own right too, because if they did not go there to campaign, then are you now also saying that there should be no an election in that very particular region? So automatically you're also making it very difficult for them too, because if you did not go there to campaign, you are indirectly also saying that election should not take place in that place. And if election did not take place in those zones, then how do they now exercise their franchise to elect a new leader? So I think the call is to wake up those who are so responsible for this security issue to do their bidding, so that this insecurity will be 100% curbed. Like as you said, that I'm a member of the All Progressive Congress. Yes, but I am not happy with insecurity the way it's going on, because things are becoming more difficult for people, especially those within these northern states, as you are rightly mentioned. So, and it becomes very difficult for you to live your normal life in those kind of places. So when you come there to campaign, what are you not going to tell them? I know you are going to use security as one of your campaigns, so that don't worry, when I'm voted into power, I'm going to curb this security. Yes, this story have always been there. When and how is this insecurity going to end? So this is a big question to answer. So but to support the very person who make this assertion that campaign should be stopped in these very 8 states, so I'm not 100% in support. Campaign should still go on, but the right call there is that those who are saddled with the responsibility, it's not just only the federal government alone, the state government alone also have role to play, the local government alone also have role to play, the heads of those communities also have role to play. And if this security did not start from the local, it will be difficult for the federal police or even the military to be able to curb this thing. Unless the locals are 100% support to curb this insecurity issue will not just go like that. So now, as he's making those calls, they should also call the heads of those communities. Then they should also call the local government chairman of those communities, and then the state governor of that same state to also wake up to the clarion call. They should not just leave everything for the presidency alone. So once those ones, wake up to their responsibility, this insecurity issue will go down, because I always believe that tackling this insecurity, we have to start from the grassroots. We have to start from the community, and that is the only way they can curb this thing.
Absolutely. Now let's move over to our guest to join in virtually this morning, Mr. Victor. What do you make out of this, really? 2 questions. Do you think it's politically motivated? And secondly, would it even see the light of the day? Victor, please go ahead. Mr. Victor, are you there?
Yeah, what was your question?
Okay, so I actually did ask what you make out of this. Do you think it is politically motivated, the stoppage of election campaigns due to security challenges? Do you think it is politically motivated? And would it even see the light of the day?
Yeah, firstly, that is politically orchestrated. Because of the body language of the Northerners, who are fully in total rejection of Tinubu come 2027. This is the reason why most of the Northern states, they know that they are coming with bulk votes that will eject Tinubu back to Lagos. These are the states they want to disenfranchise from them, not to exercise their civic responsibility, to decide and to determine who be their next president. As we speak now, if you are saying in the year 2026 that you want to disenfranchise some states due to insecurity in those states not to participate in the forthcoming election, it means it's a total failure in the side of the APC-led administration. What have you been doing since 2015 that APC has took over government? It means you have failed. You have failed the people of the North, you have failed the people of the Southwest, you have failed the people of the South-South, and you have failed the people of the Southeast. There is nothing to write home about the government of this APC. They have failed them. You will see a country where we have Grand Commander-in-Chief. You will see kidnappers. They will be torturing Nigerians. will be torturing Nigerians on a live videos. This cannot work like this in the Western world. You don't see their citizens being tortured by criminals, by banditry, by kidnappers on a video without you not able to track the location where such video emanated from. Firstly, when Tinubu was coming, Tinubu promised to give us 24 hours light. He said if he cannot provide 24 hours light, he will make sure that we did not pay for estimated bills. That if he come to seek for second term from us, that we should look for him. These are not alleged. These are on the public domain. These are things he said during his campaign. If you cannot address the issue of insecurity in almost 3 years of your government, it means you are failed. What's the essence of you seeking for re-election? As it stands now, all governance, all infrastructural development, everything that has to do with Nigeria system is put on hold. It's all about politics, 2027 politics, campaign here and there, left and right. You have city guests, city widow, and all of that. You are not focusing on governance. Okay, fine. If of all the things you promised during your campaign, 2022, now you cannot even address not even one out of them. Address the issue of insecurity. Nigeria will be good. Now investors are running away from Nigeria. Now, if out of 19 states in the north, you are saying due to insecurity in 8 states out of the 9, because of that, they may not participate in the forthcoming election. That is a joke taken too far. That is a decision taken too far. And I believe people in those states, they cannot stoop so low to allow such declaration or such decision to see the light of the day. As far as we are concerned, those states, they will exercise their civic responsibility. They will ensure that they cast their vote will count. If you cannot provide security for Nigerians, then it is obvious that you don't have anything good to offer. Go back home and rest.
All right, thank you, Victor.
So allow Nigerians to decide who
will come back to you, Victor. We'll come back to you. All right, now let me come to Ahmed. You heard him. He said this seems to be like politics because of the bulk vote that will emanate from the north. Maybe just because your party is afraid of the bulk vote, hence they're like saying that yes, we have to agree with Nengi. After all, some members of your party in the Senate also gave reasons why they're supporting Nengi's own call for a suspension of electioneering in this particular region. Do you think that if this goes unabated, the political campaign and of course all the process will be done seamlessly?
I disagree, because this same state you are talking about, we have members of our parties that are there. This same state you are talking about, it is not only the members of the remaining other political parties that have been affected. This state you are talking about, the people that have been affected are Nigerians. And this state you are talking about, my party is governing Nigerians. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu did not just say he's the president of the All Progressive Congress, rather he's the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, meaning every single entity that make up humans and others, he is the president and he's governing, presiding over everybody. So I would disagree with that. That is because of the fact that the All Progressive Congress are afraid. That's why we want election to take place in this estate. No, I disagree. The fact remains the same, that this estate that have been affected, yes, it is pathetic. Like I earlier said, I am feeling sad about it, because the person that have been affected are my brothers, you understand, are my sisters, and indirectly it's also affecting us economically, because you may be surprised now that these states we are talking about are part of the states that are supplying us tomatoes, onions, as the case may be, that we are using here. And if this crisis continues over there, our tomato, our onions, and even the cow, and now Salah is coming, and you may be surprised that the price of ram will also skyrocket again, because some of them may read this ram, and because of this insecurity, and they will not be able to fend to their heads any longer, and at the end of it, it will also go back in affecting us again. But the truth remains the same, is that it is almost lies on the president to give us security. That is just the truth. As the Grand Commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, he is to give us security, irrespective of the state that is concerned. But like I said again, since we have discovered that at the federal level, which is or at the top military or top security level, like the military, the police, as the case may be, they are finding it difficult to curb this insecurity, then the locals have to come in to survey situation for themselves. Because if you continue to wait for them and you are discovering that the help you are seeking for is not forthcoming, like we once heard the governor once said that he was stranded, that he couldn't give command to the security apparatus to go ahead to tackle some insecurity. So now that the governor knew that he was stranded, directives he couldn't give. Now the locals have to help issues, because these persons perpetrating this act are within your community, whether you like it or you leave it. So if you yourself want to help situation, then the locals have to come in that enough is enough. Let us stop this insecurity. But if it is because of the election that they should not be, so because of voting, no, I disagree. Because of the fact that election is for everybody. Don't also be surprised that those persons you are disenfranchising, there might be some persons who would have loved to also vote for the All Progressive Congress in that same particular place. So automatically, the same way you are thinking is going to be an advantage to APC, it's also going to be a disadvantage to APC too, because we believe that with what the president is campaigning with, is planning to have his re-election seamlessly without us having anything to attach to it and say this is the reason why you won, because of the fact that a state did not vote. No, nobody wants that, and the All Progressive Congress did not also want that as a party. All we want as a party is that the election should be open, free and fair for everybody. Let everybody come out and cast their vote for whoever they wish to, and whoever wins that have the highest numbers of votes, then the person will be declared the winner of this country, and that is all we want. So, but for me as a member of the All Progressive Congress, and I'm also using this medium to call on the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to please use his good office to tackle this insecurity and ensure that this insecurity is curbed to the barest minimum, because the intelligence report will surely be there. They know where these things are coming from. Let them have this lion heart. Now let them man up and tackle this thing once and for all. A country where generals are now being killed, you should understand that the intelligence network, are we saying they are failing, or I wouldn't know, but they will not say they are not aware or abreast of all these things. But where is this thing coming from? So there should be the GOs, how would I call it, the GCFR, now the president, to actually wear that armor, to wear that garment that is actually the Grand Commander of this Federal Republic of Nigeria, and give her this command and ensure that this security is. To me, I don't see rocket science in this thing. I don't see this thing too difficult to tackle. I know what I am saying. I know what, because I belong to a volunteer organization, security volunteer organization. So, but I know what I am saying. It's not a rocket science. The locals are just the key to this thing. Empower these locals and you will see.
Locals have been disarmed or what?
That is what I'm saying.
Against AK-47.
That is what I'm saying.
Against grenade.
That is why I use this. That is what I am saying. I don't get it. That is what I'm saying. That empower. That's why I use the word empower. That empowerment have to do with so many things. Empower the locals, and these locals will fish at these people out of their community, and they will be at peace.
Now let's get back to our guest joining virtually this morning, Victor Oyakhilome. A lot has been said so far, but one will begin to wonder if suspending campaign activities or electioneering in those, interesting states in the north is actually the solution. Is it a situation of deviating from the main core of fixing insecurity in Nigeria down to just, pushing it off and putting it at the corner? Now that's number one. And do you think it's even an effective strategy? And don't you think it's also going to, it could actually worsen tensions rising from that region? Victor, please go ahead.
Yeah. Firstly, as far we can see, the APC-led federal government, they cannot be able to provide security in those states. Because the day you sworn to vote, you have to secure the lives and the property of Nigerians, including those 8 states. If you are now trying to say you want to suspend election practices and all other activities related to elections in those 8 states due to insecurity, for me, it is unimaginable. There's no right-thinking person who will say election that is yet to be done. You still have between now and 2000 and let me say between now and September to sanitize those states, to fish out the criminals, the kidnappers and the bandits who are terrorizing the lives of Nigerians in those states. You cannot say because one man eats dog in a particular community, you decide to tag the whole community that they are the community that eat dogs. No, the bad eggs in those states, fish them out. That is the reason why Nigeria trusted you to give you that mandate. If you cannot deliver with the mandate, because whenever people are gathering, you are singing on your mandate, you shall stand. So now, why allow those states to stand on the mandate they voted for? So in that state, they know that APC will record less than 15% vote put together in those 8 states. These are what they are scared of, because you have failed them in the area of security, most especially. So if they have been killing them on a daily basis, you cannot provide solution to the killings in those states. Now you want to also stop. You want to also frustrate them for them not to be able to vote who becomes their next president that will be able to protect them and their properties. You cannot take everything away from Nigerians. So on this basis, we are calling on the international community. They have to intervene on this, because this is not the reason why Nigeria voted for Tinubu. So if Nigeria has entrusted you with a mandate, it is less for you to ensure that Nigeria experience peace like never before. If you are saying Buhari, you inherited.
Well, Victor, just hold on. Sorry for interjecting, but the person that raised this proposal is a member of the PDP. Senator Ningi from Bauchi State, an active member of the PDP. Now, what do you have to say about that?
Firstly, as it stands now, as far as PDP and ADC and some other parties are concerned, they are rooting for a consensus presidential candidate. So this is the reason why I am not just speaking as a member of PDP. I am speaking as a true patriotic Nigerian who wants the best for South-South, Southeast, Northeast, North Central, Northwest. So I am not speaking as a Nigerian. Tinubu was not elected to be the president of APC. So as far as we are concerned, the coalition party, they already know that those states, I repeat again, those states, they are the determinant factor that will bring the vote, that we record the winner come 2027. This is, to me, this is a strategy to ensure that, firstly, all the opposition parties, you are fighting them and frustrating them with the judiciaries. Now, both the PDP and ADC, NDC, PROP, you have all of them, they are in court today. Almost all the cases, they are the apex court, being the Supreme Court. As we speak now, the Supreme Court is still yet to announce a date for you to hear and give decision to those cases that are standing before you. These are cases of just internal party, is internal party affairs. It doesn't. The court lack the local standard to even hear those cases. Is a mere internal matter. Now you are putting them on hold. You don't want them to conduct their primaries. You don't want them to participate in the election. We have never had it this way before. If Tinubu wants him to be coronated as the king of Nigeria come 2027, then we should know. So I want to appeal to the international body to ensure that if Tinubu cannot provide security,
I will definitely come back to you. I will come back to you, Bill. Just hold on. We'll come back to you. You heard him, Ahmed. Is he insisting that, look, this is like a collaboration between the ruling party and those persons rooting for the singularity of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to become the president come 2027. He said right now he's speaking as a true Nigerian, that he knows, he's aware that the bulk vote definitely will come out from this particular region, especially these 8 states. Is it true that your party has a hand in this to dismantle opposition? Well, you have a Kwankwaso in the north, right? Other heavyweights articles in the north. You have, as in, barracudas, political heavyweights in the north. So don't think this is a means to really wither down the votes from the northern region.
Before I answer that question, let me ask him. In 2023, were there crises in this state or not? The answer was yes. So why is it now that it's not coming to 2027? You are now saying because of the vote, so they don't want these people to vote. So the answer is simply not correlating. The issue is that the person who raised this thing is of the opposition, is not of the ruling party, and it's just his own opinion. His opinion that. But
the faction of the opposition belongs to the APC. You know the story too well.
You know this too well. Opinion that a campaign should not just take place in these areas because of security issue, and his own opinion cannot stand because you are going to disenfranchise these people of their own right. But again, one of their rights too is security. They needed to be secured. You understand? And I want you to also know again that these same states you are mentioning, there are all progressive congress that are there. Even if it's just 10% that the all progressive congress is going to get from those states, do you know that it's going to amount to something? To them not just taking part in the election at all, it's also going to affect the all progressive congress. And it will not be possible that these states will not take part in the election. They will surely take part in the election because these states, how would they call it now? State of emergency have never been declared in these states. So what he is saying is just his own personal opinion because it has not gone worse to that state that will not declare a state of emergency. So they will now have a state of emergency, will now know that yes, in this very place, in fact, the level of insecurity is of the highest. As long as the governor is still there, the local government chairman are still there. So I don't see any reason why election will not take place in this state. The opinion of the senator, the only area I'm supporting the opinion of the senator right now is that yes, these persons need to be taken to be kept hard for. Their lives and property is valued, is relevant, and they need to be cared for. So the insecurity should be curbed. So that is the only area I'm supporting that, as you are calling the election, a campaign should not take place in this area, is indirectly saying put in more efforts so that this insecurity should be curbed before election will take place. And if that is what he means, fantastic and good, then it's a clarion call for the president now to put in more effort this time around, the Minister of Defense to put in more effort this time around, and the IGP of police should also put in more effort, and the director or the DG of DSS should also put in more effort, the NSA, they should put in more effort. All these people that are involved with security as far as this country is concerned, this is a clarion call for them right now to sit upright and then focus on this estate. The CPs of this estate, what are they doing? Then the NCDC of this, that the civil defense of this estate, what are they doing? The director of DSS of this estate, what are they doing? Then the governor himself, what are you doing with your security vote? The local government chairman, what are you doing with your security vote? The locals, I'm telling you that security is local. It is not international any longer the way it is. When he was saying he's calling upon international committee, which international committee are you calling upon again? When United States have landed on their own, even when we did not even call them, they came on their own. But ever since they came, and I told you people before that those United States committees just for their own personal good, and now you are seeing that they are just for their own personal reasons and not for Nigerians. So which other international committee are you going to call again to come to? We don't need them any longer here over this matter. All we need now is local in the sense that they are emirs, they are how they call it, district heads. You understand? This is the call to duty. You cannot just be there, emir rakande. No, it is high time you do your job.
district head, you tie your head like, no, the IRA is gone. Do your job. That is the essence why you are there. You understand? I am a local government chairman. Do your job. I am a councillor. Do your job. This is the item, because these people live within you. You can't tell me you don't know them. You understand what I'm saying now? So if you want the country to be good for you, or your state to be good for you, or your village to be good for you, wake up to the responsibility. Because as you are blaming Tinubu, Tinubu have a convoy of security person. In fact, before fly can perch on him, it will be very difficult. So you should not forget about him and say Tinubu, or you want to do this to affect Tinubu. You are not affecting him anyway. So then, I know it's his responsibility, fine and good. But now that the situation is getting worse, my dear brother, take good care of yourself and help yourself to curb this insecurity, because you cannot tell me you don't know these people perpetuated this act. So when you continue to call on him, you are dying on a daily basis. You cannot farm again. Look at them trooping up to the southern part of Nigeria, doing menial jobs just because of this insecurity. And when you know that you can actually curb these things yourself, I don't know if you are getting what I'm saying now. That is how the best option you can do. We once had Bakassi, or is it Bakassi they call them? Yeah, Bakassi people in the east. When east was so worse, they have to come up on this and they curb this insecurity on their own. Did they wait for government? All right. Some of the villages in
Oriowo, the next question.
In Oriowo, most of them are certainly fighting for the insecurity by themselves without waiting for the government. And that's the only best option you can do, because if you wait for this government, in fact, I read the rest.
Are you indirectly saying that the government has failed?
I am not saying they are failed, but you cannot just for you to wait for them 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years. You are dying, and you still continue to wait for them. You better think twice.
Let's move over to our guest, Mr. Victor Oyakhilome. A lot of things has been said. I'd love to get your reaction to what our guest in the studio has been saying. Do you think it is true that we don't need foreign intervention at this point to curb insecurity in Nigeria? That's number one. And aside that, what other alternative approaches do you think we should adopt at this point as a nation to fight insecurity?
To me, I will not be the one that we suggest a better way to fight insecurity for APC government. So before they took over the government, they promised us heaven and earth. Now heaven we did not see. The earth we are supposed to live is no longer safe for us. So if now that Nigerians knows that they are failed, they are failures. So I think they should allow fresh air to breathe in Aso Rock. So when we try a new faces, no longer the old faces. So I believe all these things that we are saying will become a thing of the past. So, and lastly, before I say this, I want this my gentle brother that is there with you guys. Firstly, he is not, to me, is someone who is speaking what I would have said, because there are some guys, even when they see all this deficiency in the part of the APC government, they will still try to cover it with black. But I believe to an extent the guy have spoken some facts. But that aside, now that APC have failed, I will repeat it again. You cannot, as a result of your failure, disenfranchise people from exercising their civic responsibility. So that is all I can say for now. So if you as the president, you are being surrounded with failures, with politicians who cannot give you intelligent report, who cannot advise you on how to curb security. So it means you are to fire those people. You are to elect, or you are to appoint people who have the capacity So, as it stands now, we are indirectly exposing Nigeria's security to the world that they are not capable to handle security affairs. So, if a party or a government that is in power has failed to discharge their duty, their inefficiency shouldn't be at the detriment of its people. So, on this note, the APC should go to those states. They are not to even seek for vote from them. They are to seek for apology. They are to apologize and seek for their forgiveness. Because it starts now, they cannot even sleep with their two eyes closed. So this was not what you promised them. So that is all I can say for now.
Thank you, Victor. Now, for you to really know these 8 states we're talking about, the states are Borno, Plateau, Bauchi, Benue, Niger, Sokoto, Kebbi, and of course some parts of Kano State. Now, these are the 8 states that Ningi talked about. You know, the vote, the bulk would have already come from Kano State. Of course, Sokoto. And of course, we have the rest of these states mentioned, 8 of them. But true to what you really said, your government, our government, everybody's government, what you said, the government of Nigeria, led by the APC, promised us security. I've not really failed in that regard. Let's be honest right now.
Yeah, well,
I know you're a member of, because he accused you of painting the words. Have they not failed?
In terms of security, yes, we have failed in some northern parts, because if we haven't failed, by now we would have been able to curb the insecurity. But that is not to say that we have not been putting effort. It's just that the effort we have been putting in has not just been enough. So it's quite different from we weren't doing anything. We were doing something, but it's just that the effort has not been enough. Either somehow some persons are sabotaging the effort due to espionage and all others. So, but that doesn't mean the insecurity that the All Progressive Congress promised we have not been fulfilled. We have been fulfilling, and the president have been doing his best, because we could discover that to some extent he have changed some generals. He has even removed the Minister of Defense and even brought in a retired, Chief of Defense Staff to even become, a Minister of Defense. So to that extent, at least, nobody will say that the president have not done his part. They have always continuously recruited new personnel into the armed forces to ensure that they strengthen the armed forces, and they've also been able to acquire some, weapons and all others. And so the president have done best in that. And to the extent many people have been to call the international community, come. Okay, United States even volunteered. Let me use that word because nobody called them. They volunteered that they were coming. Okay, fine. Come. They came and we gave their room. So you want to say we haven't tried in that regard. So we have actually tried. So we have been doing our best, in terms of security, but just that our best have not been good enough. So I'm using the opportunity to beg the president now and the governors of these various states, not just the president alone, because you see, since president removed the subsidy, the bulk of this money have been going to them. It is not just for them to be building or piling up their bank accounts. Use this money for your people, for crying out loud. If the government functionary security, you cannot give order to DSS, you cannot give order to the police, you cannot give order to the brigadier general in charge of that brigade, why don't you empower your locals and let them do this job? All those billions of nairas being given to you on a monthly basis. It's not for you to be piling up your bank account either in foreign countries or whatever the case may be. Use this money for your people, because the president have done well. He has removed the subsidy and instead of giving it to people so you can develop and take good care of your state. We have local vigilantes. We have, like for example, those state security network. So in your own state, create your own security network. You have the rights to do that. Nobody is stopping you as long as the House of Assembly gives you permission. You go ahead and do that. Empower them, and they will fish out these persons for you. So I am not saying that APC have gotten 100% in terms of security, but we have done our best. Just our best have not been good enough. I'm also using the point to tell President, please do more so that your best can be recorded as the best. That yes, during your era, insecurity that have been ravaging the northern part of the state for more than 16 years was curbed during your era. It will be a plus to you. But the governors of these same 8 northern states,
they should do their possible best to help themselves to curb this, because who is suffering it, for crying out loud? Their people are the ones suffering it. I am not suffering it right now, but I'm only suffering it indirectly because it's affecting the economy. I'm only suffering it directly because the people being killed are my fellow Nigerians. I'm not suffering it directly because in one way or the other, they are my brothers and they are my sisters and they are my friends. That's the only way I'm suffering it. But then I feel their pains. So use this money well, not just getting these billions on a daily, on a monthly basis, and you can't account for this thing. Is wrong. So we shouldn't put the blame 100% on the president. The blame should also go to the state governors. The blame should also go to the local government chairman. The blame should also go to the councillors, and the blame should also go to the district heads and the emirs or whoever is heading them in those communities, so that they do local policing or local security issues. And that has been my stand. Let them go back to local, and with that they'll be able to curb this insecurity. To Nigerians, please, the All Progressive Congress still need your support. We will do better.
Are you campaigning for them or what?
I am going down here. You are going somewhere. And that is our job. That is our job.
Our time accidental is like, up and who plays a part in short, briefly.
Oh, okay. I'll just love to ask Mr. Victor, if we could still have him on board. Finally, final question. If state policing is the way forward, is the way to go to, curb insecurity in Nigeria, Victor, if you're still there, please.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Come again.
Okay, so in 30 seconds, do you think state policing is the way to go to help fight insecurity in Nigeria?
Yes, state policing is the way to go to curb insecurity, because it will give way for the local, to be empowered. Because basically, all these banditry, all these kidnappers, they're in our various forests. And most of our people, they come across them when they are maybe when in their farm or in their various places. So if you introduce state policing that will give way, for states to provide their security, so you will see insecurity will have been half solved, at least 80% to an extent, because insecurity is local. Fighting it has to be local. If you empower our people, the farmer, the local vigilantes, and all of that.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you so much. Thank you. I know you have so much to say, Victor, but we are pressed for time right now. What we used to say, if you go through books, you get to hear something about the Achilles heels. Insecurity, has it become the Achilles heels right now of APC in Nigeria this period? Because talking about safeguarding the lives and properties of Nigerians, for Nigi to say this, that means the situation is there in the northern part. This seems to be an Achilles heels, and the presidency, the governors, local government chairman, councillors, you just name it, everyone should rather stand up to their responsibility to secure lives and properties. We're having so many reports of military checkpoint being overrun, some people being kidnapped, some being killed, and all that. Enough is enough. You have to work on it, because the buck, believe it or not, is still on the table, or in the table of the ruling party. Take it or leave it. Achilles heels or not, you guys have to fix it. Mr. President, please, you have to fix this. Well, Tolupa is standing by in our Abuja studio. Tolu, over now to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Wilson, right there, and Anolu Alpo, for the way and manner you handled that discussion right there, talking about insecurity. And it's very important that we be on guard to protect ourselves at this point in time right there. I know this had already happened right there in Delta State with the police and that suspect right there. But moving on from there, we'll go on to another major thing that has been on the front burner in the last few days or few weeks, if you want to put it that way. And it has to do with the excessive borrowing of Tinubu-led government. And a lot of questions have been asked concerning the way and manner approval is being given by the National Assembly. It has gotten to the point where within 24 hours, once the bill is sent to the National Assembly, approval is given. And that's also raising a whole lot of questions. But joining me this morning is a lawyer who has also been following our event right there, talking about Babajide. A wonderful morning to you.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Good morning.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Babajide, for joining us this morning, and also taking a look at what is really happening. Talking about the federal government continuous borrowing to really finance some of their capital projects, and also probably some would say concurrent expenditure. A lot of people are questioning the rationale behind it. What is your take on this, Barrister?
Yes. First of all, let me say Happy New Year. It's been a long time.
It's been a long time, yeah.
Now, let us not create storms in teacups, right? When the MF Kano, former CBN governor, raised the alarm of concern some days ago, actually that was when I actually paid some attention to the issue of the borrowing. What you have said, the issue you are raising this morning, is in two parts.
Okay.
The first part is about the borrowing. The second part is about the speed at which the borrowing has been approved.
Yeah.
Right. There are two separate and distinct things, but actually they are one and same.
Okay.
Yes, among some of my learned colleagues. My take on it, to be very direct, is it's not a question of how much are we borrowing. It's a question of what do we have. A, the president that is government that is borrowing, do they have the capacity to pay within the time of their administration? And I think that should be very important. There is no rule that says don't borrow. So the question is, does the country have capacity to pay? And I told them, I said, well, whatever Bola Tinubu is borrowing, he has more than enough capacity to pay. The question should be, right, so how do I come to that? Remember when this government came into administration?
Yeah.
We were barely operating at 800,000 barrels per day. 600,000 out of it was already used to take loan. I think that loan ended maybe 2025 thereabout. So government was barely operating with a meager 200,000, and at that time the financial record of that, the tail end of Buhari's government, the government was using about 97% of its earnings to settle debt. So you hear the record of the Emefiele printing over 15 trillion naira, or maybe either 5 trillion or some crazy figure like that, printing paper that's not backed by any value. Now, Mr. President came and stopped the subsidy and blah blah. Of course, that was an income. So you ask, according to the question that Sanusi raised, having stopped subsidy, why are you still borrowing? But then, stopping subsidy and borrowing are not the same. Stop subsidy was said to be a scam, so it was stopped. The money that is in return from that is definitely not enough to run the kind of mega project that the current president is doing and that we are all seeing. Let me put a caveat, I am not a card-carrying member of APC. I am not. And anybody can prove me wrong, and I'm not a spokesperson to the president or anybody in that administration. Where they falter, I will be very hard and firm to speak. I speak as president citizenship, citizens' right advocacy before we can act. I'm speaking as national. By my assessment, the volume of borrowing is high, no doubt, but the capacity to pay is very clear. It will be a disaster if this government leaves this debt unpaid. Thus, as at today, Nigeria is operating at 2 million barrels per day, away from 800,000. That is it. As at today, crude oil is going, our PSU is going at over $100 per barrel against $57 per barrel that, we opened the year with. So the capacity to pay back is there. Now let's go to the question of what are this money being spent on? Of course, you mentioned it. There are infrastructure development everywhere. From Ibadan now towards Ikire, half of the journey on one side has been concreted road. Badagry Sokoto Road is there. Lagos Calabar Road is there. And all the various roads in Abia and all the places that we are seeing on Facebook, the speed train that will run from Lagos to Abuja and deliver in 4 hours that the government is proposing, which is going to be a great relief and blessing to we lawyers. Because when you have case in Abuja, you wonder where do you get the 500,000 to buy tickets to go and fro. It's a burden on our client. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's going to do 4 hours, Lagos Abuja. They should just make sure that train runs in the night so that you night train go to court and to. So all these projects, including many more, requires those funds. I believe, I'm not part of government, it is what we read and what we see, even sometimes the criticisms, you will be shocked that even the government itself is not even doing enough sensitization on all of these things, except somebody who really put his mind into this to say, okay, all this they are going. Some few days ago, my son and I, an engineer of civil engineering, we were at our street. I was trying to make a calculation to do concrete paving of the road. It's about 500 feet. 500 feet, which is like 260 something meters. And we're looking at, what the cost would be. Nothing serious, we're not putting hardcore, we're not putting those rods. We're just going to put the mesh and do a 3 or 4 inch thick concrete to run it down a short distance of just 500 feet. We came up with a bill of about 16 million naira.
Wow.
Just that stretch. Now imagine the quality, the depth. I mean, we pass by, you see those rods protruding from the side.
Yeah.
You see them when they're laying it, when they weave those rods, maybe like 6 inches apart across a distance of almost about 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers. And I'm talking about a narrow street narrow pathway in my street.
Yeah.
We're talking about a dual carriageway across most of all these places. There's a lot of money. And these things are done to last. You understand what I'm saying? And we hope those infrastructures will last. We hope the
Obajide, are you still with us? Okay, well, we try to get Obajide back online right there talking about the FG borrowing and also looking at the implication of that. A whole lot of questions have been asked, and he was trying to really talk about some of the things the federal government is using that fund for, talking about building of roads and so many things. Are you back with us?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, continue. We can go ahead.
Let's talk the approval is coming by fiat.
Yeah.
Number one, maybe because the project that these things are being initiated, the money are being meant for, is interesting to the senators who will be able to go back to their constituency and use it to campaign. Maybe. But beyond that, we should bear in mind that Bola Tinubu did not stray into presidency. He did not get there by accident. He wove his way into presidency. Look at the revelation coming out from his transaction with Governor Sheyi Oyo State.
Okay.
That one, let's take it as a case study.
Yeah.
We had a deal to keep the governorship and keep the House of Assembly. Done. I will take the presidency, take the Senate, and take the House of Rep. Done. So the negotiation and the structure that brought that about, replicate it across the country. The guys in the House of Assembly did not get there on their own. It was a network of negotiation, network of bargain, network of solidarity. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's a one house. So you can literally say that the presidency and the legislature at the federal level are one and same. And don't blame the president. Is that not what happens?
Exactly.
The governors and the House of Assembly, they are one and same. You hear what the chairman of APC also mentioned in something, maybe yesterday or 2 days ago, that I am in the pocket of the governor. I'm using my word. So nobody should come and ask him any other thing. Like me and governor, we are safe. So it's okay. So when we now begin to query why are they approving it even at midnight, it's because they are one and same. It was a process that was designed, from the foundation. And we have no right in parentheses, to question it until that day, when people who get to those offices, whether presidential, whether governorship, whether Senate, whether House of Rep, whether House of Assembly, or whether local government chairman or even councillors, until the citizens get to the point where you get the ticket on merit, proven merit, processed merit. Look at your manifesto, look at your background, look at your fit and properness for the office. We give it to you. You earn it from us. Not when back the ticket. Not when the chance of getting ticket is how many billions you spend to win favor from the party leadership, how many billions you're able to put in to secure primaries, how many billions you put in to prosecute the election, how many billions you also spend to win at the Supreme Court. Come on. As long as all of these things are there, when we're talking idealism, let's talk idealism.
Okay.
But when we're talking what exists,
yeah.
When we're talking status quo, the truth of the matter is the structure of how people get into this office is not citizenry. It's negotiation, it's a bargain.
Okay.
Citizens themselves to the
Let's talk take issue about every bill presented by the federal government. Are you also saying that the president must also have negotiated with the National Assembly with him while he was running for office, the president of the federal, because it's quite worrisome.
I did so for your state. I said there was a negotiation even with the governor in another party to say, guy, you keep your governorship and keep your state house of assembly. So, which means every candidate of APC vying for the House of Assembly in your state, there were collateral damage in that negotiation. Okay? Right?
Yeah.
House of Assembly, the National Assembly now, so 3 senators and 5 House of Reps coming from your state, they were part of Mr. President package.
Okay.
From home. So, is that not a negotiation?
You are correct. You are correct. Part of the negotiation.
That's another. So,
but does that mean what about the other states that the APC did not emerge winner? What about they are not part of president's negotiation? How come they are also rubber stamping everything?
But you see the cross carpeting.
Yeah.
It's also negotiation. It doesn't mean money is changing hands. I don't know. It doesn't mean money is changing hands. There are more values. There are more values that can be placed on the table for you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That may take a decision other than monetary considerations.
Yeah.
There are opportunity of re-election. There are opportunities of some other latitude within the government. You know what I'm saying? That could come handy. And there are appointments that you could be given the slot to nominate, which will expand your political frontier. I mean, there are many. So when we talk about negotiation, I mean, somebody is saying that most of all those governors that into APC are the president giving them money. I say giving governor money. Or governors should give president money. Even federal education sharing, they earn more money than governor. I mean, than president.
Okay.
I mean, this not be about money. They have money. They have their security rules that nobody will question what they spend with it. They have their budget. They have the local government funds that they are still emasculating. It cannot be about money. I mean,
federal government a particular kind of loan, but that does not to be in the way and manner things get to, because it's not every loan that everybody would agree with federal government. There are reports to certain that the former Minister of Finance did not agree in some areas concerning loan being borrowed by the federal. What make of this?
Now, you see, in that question, the former Minister of Finance was not a politician. Let me put it.
Yeah.
It becomes distasteful to the public that are looking, public analysts, public opinionists, don't see it as practicing of functioning as you're supposed to. You should put this into debate. You should question it. The process, should become more transparent. Even eventually you are going to approve it. And why you won't approve?
Something about the fact that they should also show some. They should also ask some questions about some of the loans being asked for.
Yeah, so why is it that when you ask for 500, you give me 500 billion?
Exactly.
Cut it down to 250. That's your oversight function. You should see something to. I mean, if you do your due due diligence. Put where it belongs. The National Assembly are not doing their job. They are turning their portfolio to political alignment, which is not good. We're not saying you should not collaborate with the presidency, with the executive. But they cannot just be asking for it, and it's exactly what they're asking for that you are giving. Are you saying you are dumb? You are dumb. Ask question. If you do the due diligence, there should be something in there that should not be right. You know?
Yeah.
So it's up to them to wake up to their responsibility. One day there will be reason for accountability.
Exactly.
Reason for accountability. It's really not right. President Attenborough, he has paid and give and this day because we have to make from crude oil, not proceed from menacing and giving the federation that 44%. That one is no. So with the 100% now, you have more money coming into federation account. You have more revenue from crude oil based on the current price due to the war in the Gulf region. There should be no reason why presidency should not pay back all this loan in record time.
Before I let you go, Barrister Obajide, quick one. Do you think we are borrowing too much?
Well, I don't know whether we're borrowing too much, but we're also doing a lot. The infrastructural speed is the things that we're doing, and the long-term benefits of those things. For me, I don't think it is too much.
Okay.
Yeah, because before you know whether we are borrowing too much, go and check our infrastructural deficit, our infrastructural bit. I mean, when you see China, when you see bridges, you understand? So you see connectivity. When you see waterway movement, when you see, all the opportunities that lead to things like travels and tours and all those things, we are behind, though. We're seriously behind.
I must say thank you to you, Barrister Obajide Lugbo, for joining us all the way from Ibadan this morning to take a look at FG's borrowing. Really legislative approval right there, and I'm happy with some of the points you raised right there, and also not forgetting the fact that the National Assembly should not forget their oversight portion. They should take a critical look at the budget, the money being borrowed, and how it's going to be properly used, and also looking at the gray areas here to point it out to federal government. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to
that was brought by somebody joining us all the way from Ibadan to take a look at FG's borrowing right here, and also the speedy approval they do get in National Assembly. So much right there from the Abuja studio. We'll link up with our Lagos Network studio as the conversation continues on this morning on ITV.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you and welcome to the continuation of This Morning on ITV. I am Patricia Urumile Gabriels. You're joining us from our Lagos Network studio. And this morning we will be looking at the opposition parties to fill one presidential candidate. What will the effect be on the general election come 2027? I mean, is it going to be positive or negative for us as a country? Anyway, with me to do in the studio is Dr. Victor Ohai. Dr. Victor Ohai is a UN humanitarian ambassador. Thank you for helping me on that. He is a humanitarian ambassador because it is a lot of things. We just decided to just pick up that one to address him with that one. Dr. Victor Ohai is everything. He was a presidential candidate, and I mean, he's just the right person to deal with these issues that we'll be talking on this morning. He was a presidential candidate in the 2019 elections. It's good to have you here, Doctor. It's a honor to have you here. Sitting with a presidential candidate is a big honor to have you here, sir. Thank you for joining us. And then, okay, so like I said, we'll be looking at the opposition parties who decided together with that, decided to one presidential candidate.
Enemy action. What it simply means is, if one party is having problems, maybe it's happenstance. Two parties are having problems, maybe it's a coincidence. By the time it is three parties where you have key opposition elements, then when they say enemy action, it simply means that there is a hand of, is an external hand. Whatever people want to. It was first Labour Party, you know, then PDP, and then now ADC. It can't all be a coincidence. Okay, so, and because of all of this confusion, they have no time to organize themselves to form a formidable opposition. And even in trying to do that, you find elements within that are being used also to disorganize the party. We saw that in Labour, how Lamidi Akpata, Abure and the rest, they scattered it. We saw that in PDP, where Wike's faction on the one hand and other factions on the other hand, and they are not agreeing till tomorrow. Okay? And then finally now in ADC, suddenly you find situations where you have factionalization as well. So these are, so the fight is both from without and from within.
But anyway, this is your opinion, because the party APC will disagree with you that they haven't really been the cause to, you know, scatter these parties put together. So I don't know, do you think...
Well, you are the first person to mention APC here.
Because that's the only party.
No. That's your assumption.
Okay.
That will interest in destabilizing the party.
Because they are the ruling party.
Well, that you have said so. I didn't say so.
Okay.
And you have made that assumption. Just that is your assumption. I've only talked about, you know, if you like, parties or whatever that will be interested in destabilizing these parties. So, I have my opinion, yes. But obviously there are external forces, and that's what I said, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay, let's move on from the external forces and then move on to the benefits of presenting a united opposition candidate.
If it works, as was the case in 2014, 2015, the 2015 elections, it will be formidable. And the reason I say so is, if you look at the last election, Obi got 6-point-something million votes. Tiku got 6-point-something million votes. Kwankwaso got 1-point-something million votes. Together, that's about 13 to 14 million votes. Almost 50 million votes. If you add all the other figures on it, but let's just say between 13 and 15 million votes they are capable of, because there are other people as well there. And that's each number that really win decisively. And then Tinubu only had about 8-point-something million votes. I'm not saying only, when I said only, but I don't mean it in that sense. So if you put these forces together, then APC has reason to be worried.
You are calling APC now.
No, of course, yes. Yeah, they are the ones that have anything to lose. Okay, so they have every reason to worry, and so you can be sure that they will not sleep easy. They will not sit idly by while these Politics is war by other means, not by gun, but it's war by other means. And so when it's happening, they would go into their strategy room, their war room, and strategize. And obviously, by whatever means, whether it is to destabilize the party, scatter the party, snatch ballot boxes and run, or whatever it will take.
Is that being encouraged?
Why would it? That's not being encouraged, but politics in Nigeria it's sad that they want to grab power by whatever means necessary.
Okay, I'm going to come to INEC later on, but you talked about strategy. So let's look at the strategy aspect of this. How might this strategy reshape Nigeria's political landscape beyond 2027?
Of the coalition?
Of the coalition.
I even write on it then. I say it's happened before, the 2014, 2015, you know, where the parties, you know, people came out of PDP. So you had the new PDP and the old PDP, okay? So the new PDP aligned with CPC, Buhari CPC, AC from Tinubu, and then they coalesced into one new party called APC. So that's the opposition coming together, these forces, and then you had Buhari stand him with his own constant 3-point-something million votes. And like I said, you need about 50 million votes for that decide, because it was almost like a two-party run at the time. And so, unlike what happened when Peter Obi with Labour, otherwise those votes would have gone to PDP, you know, and clearly PDP would probably have won if they were together. Okay, so they came together then and then got the required numbers to win. That's what they are. The parties in that particular coalition are also present in this one. Those who planned that are part of those who are planning this. But the problem now is that they are in both camps, the ruling party and this coalition. So, strategy. So to guys about if they can truly unite, if they can truly agree on one candidate, if all of them come behind that candidate, and APC is watching and they allow it happen, APC may not win the next election. But will APC allow that? We'll have to wait and see.
That's a question for the day.
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at the role of INEC playing of fairness in coalition.
When you say the role INEC is playing to ensure fairness, is presuming that I don't know if that's the question, but INEC's job is to act as an independent ombudsman or umpire.
Okay, so maybe let me ask you, a direct question. What role will INEC play?
Should INEC play?
Oh, should INEC play? Okay.
INEC is supposed to be an independent umpire in this contest. They're supposed to provide a level playing ground for all parties, and they're supposed to ensure that votes cast are actually counted, and not only that they do count, but that they will count for real. You understand what I'm saying? There's a counting process. There's what it should count.
The result that is declared.
Yes, and the result that is declared are the results declared are the actual results. That's what we expect from INEC, to be independent, impartial, conduct a free, fair election, create a level playing ground for all parties, and votes are actually, and as now is going to play out, we'll have to wait and see. Already, there are accusations left, right, and center that the chief umpire is like a referee who comes into a match and somebody from the from one team remembers that he has seen him, somebody saw that the referee is dating the sister of a member of the other team, and he has seen them together, you know. So, and then, and so he feels, look, I'm not sure I'll get justice from, we'll get justice from this referee because he's dating from a sister of a member of the other team. And so, and then you find the referee saying, that's not me. This is the song I'm talking about, wasn't me. So, I don't want to say he has denied it or he's in denial. I find that interesting because he quickly set up a committee within INEC. INEC financed the so-called forensic investigation. Hired a forensic investigator and came up with their own results. Who is it? Well, have you ever seen? And it's even more ridiculous because this is a lawyer who ought to know a silk, you know, a learned silk. And then you are a judge in your own case, and then you come and you make declarations. You have been set free. You have. It has. These are the results. INEC has found out that this thing is fake. It is this. You know, so it makes it stink, sort of. What I would have expected, with all due respect to him, and I'm not saying that he's guilty or anything of the sort, is what people would do, and I'm picking my words carefully. More decent people would do. I'm saying it, but more decent people would do, and more responsible people would do is recuse them for a while, conduct an investigation. I'm willing to allow an investigation, and if my name is cleared, I come back. So you only have somebody there in acting capacity. And then once it's cleared, he comes back. But this one that he sat put, he conducted his own investigation, declared his own result, in his own matter. It's not so, you know, it makes it somewhat suspicious. And I have my reservations and my fears going into the election that it has become like a cog in the wheel. His presence there is not going to help. I mean, the president can still appoint any other person.
I was going to ask that.
Yes, even if it's somebody that he wants to do his bidding. But this particular one, you see, nothing he does will be right.
In the eyes of Nigerians.
In the eyes of Nigerians, unfortunately.
Okay, let's go to the voters. Do you think Nigerian voters are ready to embrace this kind of coalition candidate?
You will recall I said in the beginning that it will depend on the ideological bent of the candidate. Our parties are not based on ideology, but we know what candidates stand for. Many of them. This person will say, this is what he stands for. People know him for that. People know. So, for instance, let me just hypothetically say, you bring, let's say I'm a Kwankwasia. You know, that's a political movement. It's not necessarily a party thing. And then you have the obedience.
Obedience, yeah.
So, then you have the articulates. Then you have the, I don't know, you have Jagaban and his team and all that. But let's say, for the purpose of coalition, you're having the Atiku people, the obedience, and the Kwankwasia. I might be a Kwankwasia, and I believe very strongly in Kwankwasia because of what he probably did in Kano, his track record, his personality. And then you now say it is Obi. I might decide, why should I vote Obi? I would prefer Jagaban to Obi anything. I don't have to vote Obi. He's not my candidate, the person I'm supporting. The same way, obedience will not vote for any other person but their candidate. So if you pick an Atiku, even though it's part of the coalition, obedience will say, look, I don't believe in Atiku. It's only Obi I believe in. The only reason I'm here is because of Obi. And then they might decide to give it to Jagaban. The same way, the Atiku people may say, is that our candidate or nobody? Instead of that, we either go to another party and contest, or let us cuckoo support, negotiate with APC. And so that's where the problem is. You see, it's not as easy, it's not as simplistic as that. Why 2015 is because they all wanted one thing. Not that they were, not that, and they were not really, because Tinubu didn't come out to contest. Atiku, remember, was not part of that. He also ran on a different. So, what has happened is that in that case, like they said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. They all had one common enemy, quote unquote. They wanted him, Jonathan, out by whatever means necessary. They were agreed on that. They were ready to subsume their political ambitions. If this will work, all the candidates must be ready to subsume their political ambitions under a common consensus candidate. I'm not so sure it's going to be as easy as 2015. I don't know.
Let me put a direct question to you, because I was actually going to come around this that you have just talked about. You are not so sure it's going to be easy, or it's going to be...
I'm looking at the very strong candidates, and I'm looking at their supporters.
So my question is, why do you say you're not so sure? Is it because of the supporters? Is it because of the candidates, the caliber of candidates that they have in this coalition?
Both, and I'll explain.
Okay.
The supporters are diehard, because a movement from just one support. These candidates have movements behind them. They are driven. They are. When you see Kwankwasia and their red cap and all that, it's not about belonging. That's why it doesn't matter where he goes; they go with him. There are those who are APC, some will tell you, I'm a PDP man, I'm a party man. So if you like, go to ADC, go to wherever, I'm not going with you. I'm a party man. There are party men, okay? But there are those who belong to a movement. Wherever that movement goes, they go. That's where it is very difficult now. Buhari had that kind of movement. You know, it wasn't given a name, but there were the Talakawas, the people who believed in his ideology, just like PRP in those days with Aminu Kano. They believed in what he stood for. You get, so in that case, I talk about the enjoyment in this case. So now you have people who are in movements. It's those movements that difficult to. We have seen now they are talking about OK. Abike, is it OK? Yes, that's OK movement. That's like a third leg now. The merger of Kwankwaso and Obi. A candidate has not emerged yet, but Kwankwaso moved here, hoping that Obi will win, and he's negotiated his way smartly as VP. He's not contesting. That's smart, okay? But therefore, for closing other people, it means that, and of course, Amechi is from the south, so he may not come in as a VP candidate, except to perhaps Atiku. But himself, he says he's going to contest. So on the part of the candidates, they are very strong, apart from the movement. Apart from Kwankwaso, who has subsumed his own ambition, the rest are very strong. Atiku, somebody gave him a prophecy years ago. That is a mandate he's standing on. That's why he's still running till tomorrow. The person who predicted that even when he won the governorship, that it's not thinking that he's going to be president
of the country.
Yes. So, and he became VP, and he has been pursuing that mandate. He believes so strongly in that man. Okay? So, he's standing on that prophecy. And he will not let anything shift.
No, but he has also said this is the last time he's going to come out to contest.
But he's only being realistic because he's not a young man anymore. He's in his 80s, or it's going to be something, and you know, so for how long can you continue before small boys begin to insult you? Okay? So he has tried and tried. He has said so. He knows by 2031, you know, it's going to be even harder because your body will start talking to you more realistically. You begin to degenerate faster. It shows, even if it looks fresh right now. In a matter of a year or two age, you see how, you know. So there's that. That's why he's still stubborn, and no matter what happens, he will be on the ballot. If they don't give it to him in ADC, he will go to another one. I know
Does he have the time
The
to jump from one party to another?
These people always have their plan B, C, up to C. They all do. They have negotiated exit plans already. Obi, the same thing. Forget all this what they are talking. If he doesn't get it in ADC, he might go back to NMPP. They already have their plan Z. Some of them are already talking to PRP, if ADC, if there's and other parties that some of us have heard about. So, and Amechi on the other hand is busy saying, I no go agree, I must contest. There's Makinde on the other hand, although, so let's not forget PDP is part of this, a faction of PDP is part of this coalition as well. There's Makinde on the other hand also who is negotiating. If not for the presidential ticket, also for VP. He's probably planning to work with Atiku, as the case may be. So, but we'll have to wait and see. It won't take more than 2 months for us to know, for everything to work out, and we'll see. And then we'll now be able to see the picture very clearly and know where we're headed.
Okay, so the internal parties, you've just talked about them. Do you think egos could affect this coalition plan? These are parties coming together. Maybe not just the supporters or their movement, the party leaders. Do you think they will have ego in this coalition?
It's not the party leaders, it's the candidates that will have ego issues. Not every party was present candidates. When I ran, not all the parties had presidential candidates. Some didn't field. Some didn't see the need to field. Okay? So it's not that. What the issue is, the ego, the overinflated ego of the people involved and their followers. As you know, obedience will tell you it's president or nothing. They are not looking for VP. They will tell you clearly. Do you understand? It is president or nothing. I don't know if that's a good negotiation strategy, because you are foreclosing opportunities for negotiation. There are many paths to the presidency. And any road can lead there. So there's no just one way that can take you there.
Okay, let's hope they are talking, and let's hope they get to a round after the talk and to get position. Before we finally go question, I want to quickly bring to you what is happening in Delta State, in precisely where this man shot the follow he collected happens to be gone, and this policeman shot him dead even without him giving a go ahead, because we heard him saying, let me take you to Saple where the parcel came from, but the policeman went ahead to shoot him dead and probably closing the chapter of how to find the other criminals. In your opinion, do you think that was right for the policeman to have killed him?
Obviously not. That was extrajudicial killing, and every suspect is presumed innocent until found guilty by a competent court of law. Okay, so every suspect is under our criminal law is presumed innocent until found guilty by a proper court. Not only that, I have my suspicions. Was the boy set up? Did that person who sent him set him up? Why would the police, even of all people, just say, this parcel, you understand them say, targeted, and there happened to have been a gun in it. And then everything was okay until he said he would take them there. Because if they took him, if he went there to reveal, those ones would probably talk about, might spill more beans. What made this guy so trigger happy? Was he trying to shut him up? There are more questions than answers. But again, this is what we say every day. If somebody didn't record this or didn't say it, we wouldn't know. These things happen almost on a daily basis.
Okay, thank you so much on that. But on your final note, 1 second. Finally, what is your prediction for 2027 general election if this plan succeeds? One word.
One word.
One word.
I've said 2 words. You cannot give me a chance.
Okay, go ahead, please.
If the coalition truly is allowed, and I'm using that word correctly, deliberately, if it's allowed to stand and they present one candidate, APC is a goner.
Anyway, that's from Dr. Victor Ohai. If the coalition succeeds and they present one candidate, the ruling party might be a goner. Well,
those are not my words.
Okay. From me, it might be a goner. But anyway, like he kept saying, let's keep our fingers crossed and watch and see what will unfold in the coming months before the elections. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you for having me.
And it's
the candidates, all of them will be in 3 different parties.
Okay. Well,
so that's
last words. That's his last words. All of them will finally go back to different parties. Anyway, thank you for coming, Doctor, and it's a pleasure always having you here. And to our viewers, thank you for sitting and watching this morning. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels.
In Delta State, where a video circulating online showing the shooting of a suspect who had been restrained by a police officer attached to the Delta State Police Command has surfaced on social media. Now, in the less than 2-minute video, the male suspect is seen sitting on the ground with his hands tied behind his back with a rope. So the suspect can be heard pleading with the police officers not to shoot him, saying he was deceived by his friend who is residing in the separate area of the state, and you know, something led to another and he was shot. Anyway, take a look.
I don't know anything outside. I go carry you go beside this or something like this. I go carry you go meet the officer. I go carry you go meet the officer. Officer. I go carry you go meet the officer, man. I go carry you go meet the officer. Officer, I don't know. I don't know, officer. Officer, I don't know. Baba, officer, I don't know. I don't know anything outside. I don't know anything outside. I don't know anything outside. I beg. I don't know anything outside. I go carry you go beside this or something like this. I go carry you go meet the officer. I go carry you go meet the officer. Officer. I go carry you go meet the officer, man. I go carry you go meet the officer. Officer. I go carry you go meet the I don't know anything outside. I don't know anything outside. I don't know anything outside.
Well, really a sad and pathetic one. Reacting to this online, netizens took to the street of social media to pour out their grievances. Already the policeman in question has been arrested and he's currently at the police headquarters right there in Abuja. Now let's see tweet and reaction if we can. Just use the role. Dear Nigeria Police Force, what truly is the citizens of Nigeria offense to deserve this kind of treatment we get from your men? Another user on X wrote, what is the disciplinary measures? Let them not just hide on the ground of English. The law should have its full stand on the case. Still reacting to this trending story, this user says, why would he kill a suspect? Is there something he is trying to cover up? A suspect tied up and unable to move, for that matter. He was sitting on the floor with no threat displayed at that. Well, still reacting to this story, this user wrote on X, please end police brutality now. No Nigerian is more Nigerian than others. Also, no law in the land has made policemen judge, jury, and executioners. Really a sad one. We'll keep you up to speed with the latest development. Now, away from that, let's move over to Abuja, where in a bill seeking to repeal and reenact Nigeria's police Trust Fund Act to establish multiple funding sources for the Nigeria Police Force has passed second reading in the Senate. So the Senate President Godswill Akpabio announced the passage during Tuesday plenary after a majority of the senators supported it through voice vote. Now, in a video that has now gone viral, we did see drama happen between Senate President Akpabio trying to shut down another senator for raising the issue of lack of funding for the police. Take a look.
Mr. President, the way we are using the police and the way we are funding the police, we are only complaining because we are not giving them the tools to work so that we will be able to handle them if that.
Sorry. The Constitution of Nigeria is the ground norm.
Yeah.
The ground norm. So address me on that. Don't talk about whether we have adequate funding for police or we don't have adequate funding for police. We don't have adequate funding for the army. We don't have adequate funding for Air Force. We don't have adequate funding for the Navy. We don't have adequate funding for
the security.
We don't have adequate funding for Parliament. So please, I don't want us to stay here and then do something that will look as if anybody is against anywhere. Everybody knows the need for the police force to be funded, to be well funded. But talk about constitutionality of our action. We are a lawmaking body. We cannot be lawbreakers. Can you address that?
Yes, I can address
that.
Mr. President.
Without constitutional amendment, can you put for police force?
Oh well, reacting to this online, trust netizens to take to the street of social media to air out their opinions. Now, this is what you have been saying, Nigerians. We'll start off with this user on X who wrote, let's see our first reaction. This one says, in case you don't get what the trust fund is about, the Nigeria Police Trust Fund Bill is basically about giving the police more money outside the usual government budget. The idea is simple, better funding for equipment, training and welfare. But here is that part you and I always are concerned. Does more money, okay, so pretty much seeing what is there, but anyway, let's move over to another interesting comment. This user wrote, isn't it the same Akpabio that was telling senators that something was paid into their accounts to go and enjoy the weekend? Now he's saying there is no money for this and that. Okay, well, still on this page, this user says, we don't have adequate funding for the most important infrastructures in the nation, yet you are always borrowing hundreds of millions of dollars for spiritual projects. Continue. Really spiritual projects. Well, this user says our military are even suffering more. Chewed on X, really sad. But away from that, outside Nigeria, let's move over to America, where in a video that has now gone viral, US President Donald Trump said his Scottish-born mother, Mary Ann MacLeod Trump, once had a crush on young King Charles III, whom she reportedly described as cute. Well, Mr. Trump also noted his mother's admiration for the royal family during the ceremonial welcome for Mr. Charles and Queen Camilla on the second day of your visit to the U.S. Let's take a look.
My mother, I just see it so clearly. She loved, and I told the king this, she loved the royal family, and she loved the Queen. And anytime the Queen was involved in a ceremony or anything, my mother would be glued to the television and she'd say, "Look, Donald, look how beautiful that is." She really did love the family, but I also remember her saying very clearly, "Charles, look, young Charles, he's so cute." My mother. My mother had a crush on Charles. Can you believe it?
So his mother had a crush on young King Charles. How sweet. Well, reacting to this online, let's see what you have been saying. Now, this user wrote on X, hilarious president. I love listening to him talk. Okay. Another user wrote, I don't think he looks so cute necessarily means she had a crush. Well, Mr. President, what is going on there? Well, this user wrote, whenever Trump says, can you believe it? You just know he's making it up. A very funny guy. Well, back here in Nigeria, in the video that has now gone viral still, we get to see the presidential villa installing 17 billion naira solar carport amid national blackouts. Now, a video from the presidential villa shows expensive solar carports installed at a cost of 17 billion naira, budgeted across 2025 and 2026. Anyway, take a look at the video.
Don't go do solar. You deceive yourself. Don't go do solar. You deceive yourself. And you say if they vote and if you don't fix light, they will not vote in again. And so she won't use. Don't move on. You see the jet. I don't know. I'm not shoot them. See how the jet we did, and I say no more generator in villa. I pity solar. I don't do solar. Your mind go day. See, can say promise.
Reacting to this online, let's see what you have been saying. Just use the wrote on X. If we could have our first reaction. This one says, whatever. Okay, now I think this is for the other story. If we could have the reaction on this story, would truly appreciate it. A lot of persons saying it is funny, but then again, it is truly not funny. A situation where the president did say he's going to give us electricity, and then at the end of the day we are seeing the presidential villa with solar. Now finally on TMI socials, in a video that has now gone viral still, we get to see the convoy of the state governor in Ebonyi State, and he has sparked a lot of reactions online. Let's take a look.
I'm on the run for the month. I'm in the bucket. Paid 200 for it. My little thuggin' even got me paranoid. I'm getting money, that's a million category. Double M, I got G's out in California. I ride for my dog.
Okay, well, can we have reactions to this? Let's see, 1 or 2 reactions, just maybe. With a lot of person actually questioning the state of that particular state in Nigeria, Ebonyi State. Now, this user says, I heard this is one of the poorest states in Nigeria. Okay, and another tweet, this one wrote, no concrete, no development, no infrastructure, and they show up to bury your people in the same poverty they created and feel nothing already. Well, anyway, that's how we wrap up TMI socials today. Thank you so much for being part of the show. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens, and from all of us on This Morning on ITV, Lagos, Abuja, and right here in Edo State. We'll see you again tomorrow. Goodbye, and please stay safe.
ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, welcome to Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and today on Viewpoint we're going to be talking about the current electricity issues and situations that we as business owners, as individuals, are facing in Nigeria, as over 80% of households lack adequate access to grid, as Nigeria's electricity sector suffers from chronic liquidity trap and infrastructural decay, leading to frequent national grid collapses, with generation dropping below 4,200 megawatts, far short of the 4,000 megawatts required for its citizens and population. It is a viewpoint on ITV, and we're going to be looking at some of the key issues affecting our electricity sector in Nigeria. I am Caroline Okonji.
In terms of security of it, we need light. And based on that, in some areas, it makes it difficult for us when we are on patrol at night. And we are even begging the state government to try and do something, at least by supplying street lights in some area that are dark in the night. In most cases in our community, there are places that is very dangerous, that without light we cannot do anything of such. For so doing, we want, as a matter of urgency, the Edo State government to try and do the needful, so that the security will be okay for us, so that we can be able to work effectively.
The issue of NEPA issue that you came from is very rapid to us, in the sense that the NEPA look as if we are not a citizen of Nigeria, because since a month there's no light in us. We have been passing through. Which NEPA, anytime they came, a minute or 30 minutes to, they will come and bring the light to us. That is, we are not expecting them to come and collect their bill. Indirectly, we are expecting bill from them to come and collect it. Within that hour or 2 hours, you will see a number of people with a ladder. They will come. They will come. And after their collection, there is nothing like light again. They will block us up. I think before we have this light, they mandated us to buy a meter, which we bought individual. We pay through the NDC, we have our transformer here, not through NEPA. Before we got out this light, they mandated us to write an application of submitting it to the NEPA as a will to them. And we work for it. And we should not claim ownership. And we fought for the transformer. And after that, again, they came that there is no oil in it. We pay up to 1 point something a day. Before, after all that, they came up again, said it was meter issue again, that every community, every houses have to have a meter, which we did. We have to. I have my own receipt. I have my paper meter in my residential house here. So after all that again, they came up with a past bill. We, before we make that transformer, got that transformer, we've been glad out for 10 years here. They came with a bill to us again that we need to pay a standing bill. We went to Testament, their office there. After we left the one at the bypass, they were delivering us. Before they now refer us to the one at bypass. I don't want to mention name of the manager there. Got in there again, he said we have to go for all those things, we need to fulfill all those things which we did. After that, they now on the light for us. As they on the light, not up to a month, we are still in blackout again. So at the end of it, we went again, they said it was according to them, that the electric wiring merge. That was because that they now cut us off again from your again, which we not pay. Yudamat again. The Chiri community, which is Kabetu, Igwoveme, and Igwekimi. After that, they brought a light for a week again. After a week, they cut us off again. They said, Ijowa is owing. We now went to the office again and told them that if Ijowa is owing, does that mean it affects our community? We are blackout throughout all this. So before we sort all those things out, we have already made up our mind. We can go away with our neighbor. When our father was living with a lamp and all these things, we were enjoying it. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. So if they feel they want to cut us off from this NEPA issue, they should cut everybody off totally, so that we will know that we are not with NEPA. Not that after 3 weeks, they will not bring a light under 22 hours or 3 hours. They will come and collect their money. It's unfair to the masses.
The electricity issues and challenges that BEDC in the state is devastating, in the sense that as a minister I suffer a lot in terms of electricity. As an individual, not only me, the entire people of Edo State, and not only in Edo State, Nigeria as a whole, we are really facing electricity challenge in the country, in the sense that we are not getting constant light. Even though the tariff of electricity is high, people don't even get the light. I don't know how the government will enhance constant light for the Nigerian people, especially in Edo State here. We are seeing the government are not taking a proactive step towards this direction. But if the government will be able to ensure that people are paying for electricity and they are not getting electricity, government should take a drastic step in this direction by making sure if people have constant light, people will want to pay for it. But a situation where you don't see light, at the end of the month you see BEDC personnel coming to people's house to come to cut lights, is really a problem. My major concern is that let them provide us electricity and people will pay for it. But a situation whereby we don't have constant light, out of 24 hours, people cannot boast of 3 hours light in a day. It's a problem that we are really facing. People who are doing business cannot do business effectively. People who are doing business, they want to make sure their food stuff does not get spoiled. Nobody can preserve their food again. Even though they cook, you cannot preserve it. Even though electricity for our artisans to work, they cannot get electricity to empower their equipment in order to boost productivity for the entire society. It is really a problem. The state of electricity in our country, in our state, is very poor. Very, very poor. We don't know how government is creating effectiveness on this aspect. We say Nigeria is generating electricity and the neighboring are getting electricity, and the people that are in this country are not benefiting it. Nigerians, we are crying. As a person, I am crying. We don't say as an individual we don't want to pay for electricity. We are not saying that they should give us light for free, but let them make light available and let people pay for it.
They often tell us the national grid is collapsed. So ultimately, it's to develop enough capacity, the whole process of generation, distribution, and the rest of it. And then the enabling law. The happy thing recently is that they have said it's deregulated. State governments and private investors can now enter the electricity market, generate and sell. So we do hope that will be a great deal of improvement, because without electricity, really, we are going to remain in the Stone Age. You know, we cannot industrialize. Even domestically, we cannot have the comfort we should derive from electricity. You know, we should consider all the options, whether the new sources like wind, solar in our country, so that we're able to generate enough for our consumption. The darkness is cover for any kind of nefarious activity. Yeah, so if the place is not well lit or substantially lit up, people can ordinarily hide under the cover of darkness to perpetrate just anything, not just robbery, kidnapping, and whatever you have. Yeah. Don't also forget that we now have private investors. The government doesn't have so much to do with electricity anymore, apart from regulation. So they also have to maximize their profit. So it may have been a mistake in the first instance, divesting from electricity at the level of government.
Let me talk about the state where I live, where I reside. The total blackout is nothing to write up about. We really suffer when it comes to light. Edo is suffering. I think our governor is trying to, we have to do more. Our Excellency, Senator Monday, our governor of Edo Executive Government, we have to do more when it comes to that light issue. We are suffering. There are some of us who can provide electricity for ourselves, solar and all that. Maybe a generator, this was the case, but not everybody. And so at this junction, I think it is expedient that our governor looks straight into this issue and solve this problem. What would I call it? I don't know the right English to use. The right English right now, we have serious problem when it comes to light. Businesses are going down. Those selling drinks, those who have koro, without generator, you can't do anything. And the J is on the high side. Those small jewelry, those are better passing. Our neighbor used to buy them 30,000, 10,000. Now you can't buy it. Then the other one is the Tiger and the LMX 1 point something for ordinary generator. So it doesn't make any sense at all. So begging on our executive governor, the governor that knows what to do, to please to look into us and save us from darkness. Then when it comes to these funny BDC people, we're raising a child that came from the US and the others. The first thing they learned in Nigeria is NEPA don't bring light. Children brought from abroad. NEPA don't bring light. Can you imagine such? And so these funny people, 2 days, they'll bring the light, on and off for 2 days. The next thing they'll come with their estimated billing. They start dragging people, wires and all that. It's high time. I think it's high time we stand our ground and let them know that we're not fools. We are Nigerians. We all own this nation. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to nobody and it's for everybody. We should stand our ground and fight for our rights. This BDC, I bet may they pack, may they go. NEPA still better pass. You can't go out at night when there is no light. The security issue is what the government is trying. I cannot chrome them in one day, but we individual too. Like the police used to say, see something, say something. But sometimes when you say something, they use you as a bait. And so we need to. Edo State government need to give us security as well. Nightlife in Benin is almost gone. But I also want to say kudos to our governor. For the first time, December free of bloodshed. It was wonderful. December, look, we have most of our people in Nigeria right now, those living in diaspora, those living abroad. Many of them came December and this January. And they came and they're enjoying it. So I believe our excellent governor, our excellency can do more about that to give us more security. Like those if you're traveling from Benin to Akure, Benin to Ifon, those roads are no go area at night. You can't date. So I believe with all hands on deck and our governor and the police, our CP, let's hope and pray for our action governor to do something about insecurity.
ADDC, since they came in, I don't think they have done well by my own assessment. And darkness is synonymous with demonic things. And they have thrown their city into darkness. Benin City, Edo State as it were, is in darkness. And I think that the government should step into the matter to do something about the situation. Because the way I look at it is that, for me, I think it is deliberate. Because there are some areas that have light. They call it dedicated light. So why can't everybody have the same light? Because there are areas for 2 weeks no light, for 1 month no light. Some people have 3 hours a day. Some people have 1 hour. And if they bring light in these 20 years, so people shout, hey, they'll be saying up NEPA instead of up BEDC, which is BEDC. So the thing is that government should step in and help us. People are dying, and most people are paying for darkness. They go there, they threaten people, they bring light when it is wanted for 3 days, 2 hours, 3 days, they come and collect money and they shut it down again. So I think the government should step in. If they are going to be thrown out, they should be thrown and bring people who can give us light, who are ready to pay. It was privatized. That was a good intention by government, but the people that did it, I'm sure they gave it to their cronies who does not know anything about the management of light, and that's why we are where we are. It has really hampered nightlife because you don't work in darkness, and the only thing that is helping us now is this solar that people put everywhere, and some persons that have money to buy diesel and buy fuel. It's not everybody that have that kind of money. So it has really disturbed or hampered nightlife. But government is trying to bring it back by putting street light and everything. So we commend them. We pray that God will give government more power, more strength, more wisdom to do what they have to do. And there's individuals are also trying by helping to lighten up everywhere. So we praise them. But for BEDC, I think they should go. Make better people.
The situation of electricity in Benin here now, I will give them at least 30%. They don't give up to 50% from areas. But I wish the government can improve, because if you see what they happen to us now, we all they use our hand to define electricity. Some of us they go generator for us, some of us they get solar, some of us they go generate big blister. All these people get like hotel. So I wish the government they really improve for electricity. All those generators will become condemned for our hand. You understand? So people no go they go for it. That money now they need to put, because that energy, that light will really need that. If light day for this, imagine if you come for here for Silok Road now, come and already put light, but in the evening everywhere will be dark. So where there's light, everything, even the security aspect of itself, waiting anything for that light is too plenty. Maybe one particular. So we need light. If I come out for office now, if light no dey, we will buy generator. At least from office I dey buy at least, if I'm not mistaken, 5,000 every day for sure. Imagine at times 1 month, na big money. Until now money. From there I will come see look at this make we come here say we come dey go for solar. Make we use solar take stabilize am, because solar dey give us more, make savings from the fuel aspect of it. So if you get light, nothing like light, your light can carry AC, can carry everything for us. And to the noise, no go even give you that noise issue. So we prefer light more than any other thing.
The light is our problem. We are suffering for light. You can see our business without light, we cannot improve. We need light. The show of light is because it's very, very, very low. I don't know if you're getting it, very low. We need light. The show of light in Edo State is very poor. Patronage is very low. You can see we import fuel at least every day 10,000, 15,000 a day. But you can stay 2 days, 3 days, no light. The show of business is very, very, very low. Very low. So we are begging government to improve the light aspect. That light, you cannot sell bulb, you cannot sell fan. You understand? When you have light, you prepare to buy fan. Not everybody can provide solar for his house. Actually, we need light.
Electricity in Benin City or in Edo State has been with mixed feelings, because to some they will give the positive nod that they are faring well with the supply of electricity, but with some become so epileptic of recent. Me personally, I have discovered that we are not paying for what we get, or we don't get what we pay for. The reason being that the regulatory body that's supposed to task the BEDC are not doing enough to satisfy a customer. by way of ensuring that you get what you pay for. For those who are using prepaid meter, there are reports that suggest that even the prepaid meter is even overbilling or overcharging consumers. As against what the government is telling us. Only recently we discovered that the BDC keep complaining that the the generation company is not supplying them what they ought to get, which will in turn affect the consumer. And even at a point, they also raise the issue of federal government owing them. But just recently, the federal government has paid a huge sum of money to liquidate what they are owing this distribution company. But looking at the experience of consumer in terms of the electricity supply, it is so appalling. They will either give you excuse of faulty transformer, which they left for the consumer to contribute money to fix, whereas it is supposed to be the onus of BDC to fix the transformer so that they can in turn supply electricity to the consumer who pay for that service. It's like you are buying a recharge card. I am not sure that the recharge card you buy is what they give you. It varies from quarter to quarter. It varies from consumer to consumer. For example, for those who have been using the analog or the estimated billing, you will discover that whatever they bring, which is not subject to negotiation, by the time you now procure your own prepaid meter, they will bring everything inside the bill and begin to roll out deductions arbitrarily without consulting with the consumer. Even the estimated billing they brought was not even discussed by the consumer. So, and there is nobody that is there to advocate for the consumer or to leverage on the complaints. Nobody to complain to. So that makes it very, very heartbreaking. So for me, I believe the federal government and indeed the lawmaker, the National Assembly, should set up a body where consumer can run to and lay their complaints so that there can be an equilibrium between the consumer and the BDC, for example.
To wrap it up on Viewpoint on ITV, we're going to be highlighting some of the key issues that was actually mentioned by our respondents, which some said it is as a result of poor maintenance, gas supply shortage, and poor metering, just to list but a few. And the government at all levels, they are expected to do the needful and do the right thing to ensure steady power supply for citizens in order to boost means of livelihood, especially for business owners in the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okunji.
ITV, certainly the best.
On the news tonight, President Tinubu approves 2 billion naira relief for Plateau attack victims. Tax leaders on lasting solutions. Abuja Federal High Court bars INEC from recognizing ADC Caretaker Congress. Delta community groans over gross underdevelopment. And Lagos Police Command says fight against criminality is holistic, parade suspect. Good evening and welcome to ITV Main News. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens right here in Alberton studio, and also joining from Lagos this evening I have Patricia Gabriels. Good evening, Patricia. Good to see you as always.
Good evening, Anu. Good to see you on the screen this evening.
We begin in Delta State, where following the recent alarm raised by independent television and radio over the terrible and failed state of infrastructure in Ukwuwisi community, Okpe local government area of Delta State, the governor of the state, Mr. Sheriff Ogboriwori, has appealed to people to exercise patience, promising to urgently address the gross lack. Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed, who revisited the community on this special report, has the details.
The alarm raised 2 weeks ago by independent television and radio over lack of basic amenities in Ukwuwisi community, Okpe local government area of Delta State, ranging from poor roads, lack of potable water, electricity supply, and other social amenities, has attracted the attention of the government of Delta State. The Commissioner for Works, Highways and Urban Roads, Comrade Ruben Isese, who spoke on behalf of Governor Sheriff Ogboriwori, said Ukwuwisi community was not forgotten, as efforts are on top gear to address such challenges in communities across the state. The government of Delta State appealed to the people to be patient, adding that their pains will soon be a thing of the past.
My appeal to the people is that they should be patient. I'm sure sometime soon all these problems they have highlighted, particularly the access road and of course the schools, they will be addressed.
In their separate comments, the oldest man in the community, Oyinbo Amerite, and others asked Governor Sheriff Ogboriwori to match words with action, pointing out that their suffering is unbearable.
I want a commissioner to take action, to do our role like Okobi and put on our own. I praise the ITV television when they assisted us to do, we tell the government to do the road.
I want the government to do our road. Even for many years now, they have been saying that the road have been awarded. And even up to tomorrow now, they have not done the road.
The people expressed deep appreciation to independent television and radio for their visit and broadcasting of their predicaments to the outside world. From Ukwuwisi, Okpe local government area of Delta State, Benga Ahmed, ITV News.
In another development, Delta State Police Command has arrested ASP Nuhu Usman and other officers attached to Ekpa Division involved in the alleged extrajudicial killing of a 28-year-old suspect, Mene Ogidi. The officers will be transferred to the State Command headquarters in Asaba for disciplinary action. The police public relations officer, Delta State Command, SP Edafe Bright, in a statement says police operatives were promptly deployed to the scene to take the suspect into custody. However, the police officer who led the team, ASP Nuhu Usman, in a clear violation of Force Order 237 and the standard operating procedure of the Nigeria Police Force, discharged his arm, leading to the death of the suspect. SP Edafe explained that the Commissioner of Police has directed the area commander, Efru, to immediately arrest ASP Nuhu Usman and transfer him to the state headquarters in Asaba for necessary action. The officer has since been queried and transferred to Force Headquarters, Abuja, where he will appear before the Force Disciplinary Committee for immediate disciplinary action and prosecution. Delta State Commissioner of Police, Yemi Oyeniyi, extended his sincere condolences to the family of the deceased, Mene Ogidi, and assured the bereaved family that the command is fully committed to ensuring justice is served. Well, back here in Edo State, where Right Honorable Barrister Omosade Ibenedion has officially picked up her nomination and expression of interest forms to contest for the House of Representatives under the platform of the All Progressive Congress APC. Describing the moment as more than a mere formality, the lawmaker noted that it represents a renewed commitment built on experience, tested leadership, and a proven record of service to the good people of Ovia Federal Constituency. She highlighted that her journey in Ovia has been defined by tangible impact from infrastructure development to empowerment initiatives, as well as effective advocacy and quality representation, while emphasizing that much more remains to be accomplished. Right Honorable Ibenedion expressed sincere appreciation to the people of Ovia for their unwavering support, trust, and belief in her leadership, noting that their encouragement continues to inspire her dedication to service. She extended profound gratitude to His Excellency Senator Mondo Pueblo, Executive Governor of Edo State, for his purposeful leadership, visible developmental strides, and people-oriented policies aimed at improving the lives of Edo citizens. She commended his efforts in driving growth, strengthening infrastructure, and fostering unity across the state. The lawmaker also acknowledged the Deputy Governor of Edo State, His Excellency Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, for his steadfast support and vital role in complementing the governor's vision, noting that his dedication continues to enhance the effective implementation of government policies and programs. She further appreciated the leadership of the All Progressive Congress at both the national and state levels for their continued guidance and confidence. Right Honorable Ibenedion equally expressed a deep appreciation to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for his leadership and vision for the nation. She concluded by reaffirming her commitment to the people, emphasizing that the journey ahead will be driven by unity, resilience, and a shared determination to achieve even greater progress for Ovia Federal Constituency. Well, still staying in politics, where a former secretary to Edo State government, Pastor Osage Izeyamu, has received fresh endorsement from APC leaders and executives in Orionwa and Ode local government areas for his Edo South senatorial ambition. Joy Obarasiabo reports that the display of support came on Tuesday during his visit to the APC Secretariat in Aho and Abudu. The report.
As the APC primaries draw near, the Edo South senatorial aspirant Pastor Osage Izeyamu, accompanied by notable APC leaders, pledged that his tenure in the Senate would bring significant changes, especially in grassroots inclusion and federal presence for Edo South. So Unwode Council Vice Chairman Joseph Akie, LGA Chairman Osawe Osayemeri, and all 10 ward chairmen welcome Pastor Izeyamu. The former Attorney General of Edo State, Dr. Samson Osage, urged the people of Unwode to rally behind the senatorial aspirant, describing him as capable of delivering effective representation. The Orionwa APC Secretariat in Abudu recorded a significant show of solidarity. All 12 ward chairmen, led by APC Vice Chairman Solomon Iyamu and Elders Council Chairman Chief Matthew Eigie, endorsed Pastor Izeyamu's bid and called on stakeholders to support him.
Leaders here, Orionwa is begging that you should send our son We believe in him.
Visibly impressed by the warm reception, Pastor Ise-Iyamu expressed optimism about his chances at the primaries and thanked party members for their confidence in his candidacy.
We are very optimistic that in the free and fair primaries we will win overwhelmingly.
From Oriama local government area, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
All the way from that now to other stories where discussion on suspension of election campaigns due to security challenges affects on the general elections and federal government's borrowing, seeking speedy approval from the legislative bodies took center stage on the breakfast show this morning on ITV. The report by Shalom Onogara is presented by Osemudiame Osage.
From Benin, political analyst Ahmed Iwaike says the suspension of election campaigns could lead to disenfranchisement, depriving the right of the electorate to vote for their preferred candidates. He urged security agencies to take full responsibility of protecting the electorate. Joining virtually, Mr. Victor Oyakhilome says it is politically orchestrated, pointing out that it is unfair to say that some states cannot express their civil rights due to insecurity.
And if election did not take place in those zones, then how do they now exercise their franchise? I think the call is to wake up those who are so responsible for this security issue to do their bidding so that this insecurity will be 100% curbed.
Politically orchestrated, because these are the states they want to disenfranchise, not to exercise their civic responsibility. As we speak now, if you are saying in the year 2026 that you want to disenfranchise some states due to insecurity in those states, it means it's a total failure.
From Abuja, legal practitioner Obajide Ilugbo says the problem of Nigeria is not borrowing money, but the problem is the capacity to pay back.
There is no rule that says don't borrow. But the question is, does the country have capacity to pay within the time of their administration?
From Lagos, United Nations Humanitarian Ambassador Dr. Victor Uhai said if coalition parties agree to come together, they might win against the ruling party in the 2027 general elections.
If the coalition truly is allowed, and I'm using that word correctly, deliberately, if it's allowed to stand and they present one candidate, this will work.
Osemidame Osage, ITV News.
Justice Joyce Abdul Malik of the Federal High Court, Abuja, has barred the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, from recognizing or participating in any Congress organized by a disputed caretaker leadership of the African Democratic Congress, ADC. The court also restrained former Senate President David Mark and others from interfering with the tenure and functions of elected state executives. Joseph Kadiri reports that the ruling followed a suit by Norman Obinna and 6 others representing ADC state chairpersons, challenging the legality of actions by an interim national leadership.
The plaintiffs in their suit argued that the national chairman of ADC, Senator David Mark, lacks constitutional authority to organize congresses or appoint committee. Ruling on the suit, Justice Joyce Abdul Malik holds that the matter was meritorious, stressing that the key issue was whether David Mark and others had the authority to assume powers of elected state organs with constitutionally guaranteed tenure. Citing Section 223 of the 1999 Constitution and the party's constitution, she rules that a political party must conduct democratic elections and adhere strictly to their rules. She affirms that while courts generally avoid party internal affairs, they can intervene where constitutional breaches occur. The judge found that the appointment of a Congress committee was not recognized by the party's constitution and declared the tenure of state executive valid. The court set aside the committee's appointment and restrained INEC from recognizing any Congress it organizes. Justice Abdul Malik also bars the ADC national chairman and his executive from holding congresses or conventions outside constitutional provisions or taking steps that could undermine state executives. On preliminary objections, the court holds that the case falls within its jurisdiction, noting it relates to INEC's function. It dismissed claims on local standi and internal dispute mechanism, ruling in favor of the plaintiffs.
From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
Now, still staying in Abuja, where a High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, has dismissed false allegations charges filed by officers of the Nigeria Police against a widow of late Chief MKO Abiola, Professor Zainab Duke Abiola. Dismissing all the charges, Justice E. Ukwe ruled that the conduct of the police against Professor Abiola was inhuman, degrading, and a clear violation of her constitutional and international human rights. The court also awarded a fine of 100 million naira in damages against the Nigeria Police Force, former Inspector General of Police Usman Baba, and 4 other defendants. Professor Abiola had filed a lawsuit against the police following their continued harassment regarding claims of assaulting a police orderly. The defendants in the suit were the Nigeria Police Force, Inspector Teju Moses, and former Inspector General of Police. In the suit, Professor Abiola told the court that her personality and image had been irredeemably battered by the defamation and assassination of her character, which had dismissed her status in the society. But according to her, the defamation caused her trauma, much damage to her health, and reduced her standing and recognition in the global society, bearing in mind the fact that she had international reputation. She told the court that the publications in and social prints, electronic media against her person had lowered her esteem in the eyes of right-thinking members of society. The court ruled that the case now stands as a stark national warning of how citizens' rights can be trampled upon by those entrusted with enforcing the law. Justice Okwe further dismissed all charges against her and ordered the police to tender a public apology on 2 national daily newspapers. The judge also issued a perpetual injunction restraining the police from further harassment and intimidation of whatever form against the late Abiola's widow. Well, if you're just joining us, you're still on to the main news on ITV. We now head over to our Lagos studio where Patricia Gabriel is on. Over to you, Patricia.
Thank you. For various crimes, including kidnapping. The State Commissioner of Police, CP Tijani Fatai, during a press conference at the police headquarters in Ikeja, said most of the suspects were arrested to cult resisted carriers. Sorry, to cult related cases. Aiboji Hora has the details.
Briefing journalists on the achievements recorded in the fight against crime for the month of April, the State Commissioner of Police CP of about 300,000 naira. The CP said 20.
There was more than 2025 according to them.
Well, we'll now take a breather. Please join us again. Welcome back. Edo State government has reaffirmed its commitment to flood prevention and environmental safety following the inspection of dosing and maintenance works in part of Oredo local government area. The State Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Honorable Nosa Adams, led the inspection tour on Tuesday alongside the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Enodolo Wanyi Otamere. The report by Eis Unamure is presented by Oluwafemi Fariola.
The Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Honorable Nosa Adams, visited the Director, Military-Based Hospital Benin, Brigadier General Augustine Okebuna Okafo, before proceeding to inspect the ongoing water reinjection scheme maintenance. The exercise covered 4 existing spectacles, flood water reinjection schemes located within the Military-Based Hospital, Legislative Quarters, along Iyama Road and Boundary Road in Benin City. Honorable Adams said the state government remains determined to ensure free flow of water channels and reduce the risks of flooding during the rainy season.
In effect, at the military-based hospital along Iyama, there is 1 receptacle there. At the legislative quarters along Iyama, there is 2 there. Then along boundary before Adesuwa, we have 1 receptacle. So the governor, being a listening governor, has directed that we should go into a very serious and comprehensive reinjection of this scheme, so that flooding will be a thing of the past within the GROA.
Engineers handling the project assured residents and government of quality and timely completion of the work.
These cells are about 60 meters deep and they can absorb massive amount of water with 8 inches channels. So we have about 56 of them domiciled here.
Traders in the area commended the intervention of the Edo State government, describing it as timely.
We are happy to see this wonderful work going on, because for many years, whenever it rains, we don't sleep, we don't go anywhere. We are happy today that the governor has remembered us.
We pray that the God Almighty will continue to bless him.
The commissioner also visited Omorogbe Street beside Belisiman Hotel. During the visit, the commissioner observed that water from a nearby hotel constitutes a hindrance to the ongoing drainage project and affecting smooth progress of the work.
So we have truly seen that the violation is quite huge. This Bellisima Hotel is discharging effluent, waste from the hotel to the road. And meanwhile, the road is under construction by a Sopadec. It's bad enough. So what we're going to do, we're going to cite them for violation, and accordingly, we are taking them to court.
Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
On the political front, where a member of the Edo State House of Assembly representing Oredo West constituency, Honorable Richard Osaro Edosa, has officially declared his intention to seek re-election for a second term to represent Oredo West constituency in the Edo State House of Assembly under the platform of the All Progressive Congress, APC. The lawmaker publicly declared his intention in Ward 7 opposite Edokpolo Grammar School, Oredo Local Government Benin City. Eis Unamure reports the event attracted party leaders, supporters, and stakeholders in large numbers. The report is presented by Ofure Aneto.
The venue came alive with chants and excitement as a member of the Edo State House of Assembly representing Oredo West constituency, Honorable Richard Osaro Edosa, arrived with a large crowd of supporters and APC faithful. Addressing the gathering, Honorable Osaro Edosa promised to deliver more development projects to Oredo West if given another mandate.
I come here, come beg una. Since una see say I don't work, I don't help, I don't bring dividends of democracy to my constituency. I come meet you again. Say I want go a second one.
Speaking at the event, APC chairman in Oredo West, Osadebame Osaihoy, called on party members and voters to support Edosa, citing what he described as a strong performance during his first tenure.
I want to try him to text Oredo West is home. What I now made mistake. Look at what he has done and look at what he's going to do.
Honorable Edosa listed the projects: free healthcare, skills acquisition programs, purchase of SSC enrollment, and purchase of JAMB forms for several students, amongst others he has facilitated to improve the welfare of his constituents.
I do school, I do road, I put light, hospital, I be not be so. Oh, where water they flow, I do for our constituency. I brought people for work, I be not be so. Now, the will pass the exam. What will be the next thing? Promotion, let me say, make it go higher.
From Benin, Ofuri and Neta, ITV News.
A grand reception has been held to climax activities marking the 3rd remembrance anniversary of late Pa Abel Omoruyi, founder of Iyari Motors and patriarch of Egba community, Wunde local government area, Edo State. The event, held at his residence in Egba on Tuesday, brought together his children, family members, and dignitaries who gathered to celebrate his life and enduring legacy. Jolade Ojo tells us more.
3 years after his passing away, Pa Abel Omoruyi is still remembered for his track record of good deeds and immeasurable kindness. The reception served as a poignant reminder of his selfless spirit and lifelong dedication to serving others. In a short exhortation, resident pastor of Iyari Memorial Church, Imade Jimo, urged attendees to emulate the virtues and impactful life of the late Pa Omoruyi.
The number of people that this our father have helped, they are so numerous. If not for Abel Omoruyi, I don't know if I would have been a pastor by now.
Some of his children eulogized him as a loving father, mentor, and community builder whose values continue to guide their lives.
He was a man with integrity, a man with focus and drive. We, the children, will continue to do what is necessary to carry his name forever.
This is what my dad lived for, and he would be happy. This is what he did, and we're just happy to continue his legacy.
Guests also extolled the deceased as a man who was deeply committed to touching lives.
Lost our uncle, our brother at the age of 70, but 3 years later, his business has multiplied. His children are not loud, but they are effective.
Epa Iyare was a peacemaker when he was alive. The business I'm doing as of today, Epa is my mentor and will continue to be my mentor.
He will be remembered in so many ways by the community, the family, and so many friends and well-wishers, because he is indeed a great man who has done well for himself in business.
He will always be remembered for his kindness, because he was a man whose life touches so many people.
The 3rd remembrance anniversary underscored the life and contributions of Pa Abel Omoruyi. From Egba community in Umuwade local government area, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
In the meantime, robust and quality representation remains the surest pathway to justice, development, unity, and the delivery of democratic dividends to the people. A businessman, philanthropist, and grassroots mobilizer, Honorable Frank Ilaboya, made the statement during a grand rally where he officially declared his intention to contest Onwa West constituency seat at the Edo State House of Assembly. Edo North correspondent Anthony Igbano reports.
It was a carnival like as party faithfuls, youths, women groups, elders, market leaders, artisans and supporters from across Onwa West constituency gathered in large numbers to witness the declaration by Honorable Ilaboya. The event reflected the people's desire for purposeful leadership and a representative who understands their challenges.
Once again, let me assure you that this journey will be successful.
Addressing the cheering crowd, Honorable Frank Ilaboya thanked the people for their overwhelming support and confidence. He said the time has come for Onwa West Constituency 1 to embrace fresh energy, inclusive leadership, and practical solutions that will improve roads, schools, healthcare, youth empowerment, and economic opportunities. Speaking at the rally, Honorable Raymond Haruna Osuma described Ilaboya as a strong voice for the people, committed to open doors leadership, fairness, peace, harmony across all communities in the constituency.
We are not in a doubt that if he is given an opportunity.
Also speaking, Comrade Pastor Waifu Paul said leadership must be about service and not self-centered, adding that every ward in Onwa West local government area deserves equal attention and steady progress.
Because he has been a local government chairman in Onwa West. At the same time, he has held various positions.
Frank Ilaboya expressed confidence that if elected in 2027, he will champion people's-oriented law and projects that will benefit farmers, traders, students, civil servants, and the elderly.
Let's go. No time to check time.
Party leaders and supporters describe him as humble, accessible, and tested son of the soil with the capacity to attract development and unite the constituency. Anthony Igbano, ITV News.
Now, staying in politics, where the Labour Party, Edo State chapter, has concluded its ward local government and state congresses across the state. The 24-member executive officers of the party in the state were drawn from the 3 senatorial districts in the ratio of Edo South 9, Edo North 8, and Edo Central 7. The elected local government officers, delegates, and stakeholders in various senatorial districts administered the congresses, and the officers were elected by affirmation. The state chairman of the party was thereafter elected by the elected local government chairman through endorsement and voting, whereupon Engineer Michael Oshuboge emerged as chairman, endorsed by 15 elected local government chairmen out of 18. The ward congresses were held across the 192 wards on the 23rd of April 2026 at designated ward centers and the state secretariat administered by the party's legal officer. On the 24th of April 2026, the local government area congresses were conducted across the 18 local government area at approved venues. These were supervised and monitored by the Electoral Monitoring and Endorsement Committee. Inaugurating the new executives, the national officer in charge of Edo State Congresses, Dr. Kunle Ademola, conveyed the directive of the national chairman, Senator Nadi Usman, to ensure a smooth and credible process. In his acceptance remark, Engineer Michael Oshuboge expressed gratitude for the confidence reposed in him and his colleagues, pledging to work with unity, discipline, and commitment to deliver the party in the 2027 general election. We go off on a break. Please stay. Thank you so much for staying with us. Still on the news, a former member of the 8th and 9th National Assembly, Right Honorable Omorigi Ugbede-Iyama, has declared to contest Edo South senatorial seat under the platform of the APC in Ward 2, Oredo local government area. A declaration which attracted a large crowd of party faithful, leaders and supporters marks the start of his consultations ahead of the APC primaries. Ofuri Aneto takes it from here.
Arriving with a large crowd of party faithful and supporters, Right Honorable Moyegi Ugbede-Iyama was warmly received by party leaders and executives in Ward 2, where he formally declared his intention to contest for the Edo South senatorial seat. Addressing members of his ward, the two-time House of Representatives member appealed for prayers and support, saying his 8 years of legislative experience and record of attracting development projects positioned him well for the Senate.
My fathers and mothers, pikin wey pass no be promoted because I pass well for House of Rep 4 years. They say nobody go fit go back. They never do one before. All the Oredo people stood firm and we won all the 12 wards for the second time. But I get
Some party leaders, including Honorable Alexander Osayi and the Commissioner for Power, Honorable Paul Sembo, described him as a dynamic and experienced lawmaker with the capacity to deliver.
Because you are a young man we are proud of.
A dynamic man.
Very dynamic.
Yes.
And everything is at your disposal. And we believe in you.
He's a game changer. This is a Trojan. It's a fantastic day. The flag up is here, and I think everybody's queuing behind him.
I have attracted federal presence to Oredo Federal Constituency across board. The evidences are there. So if you're talking about experience, that's a key reason why I should be nominated.
Special prayers and blessings were offered for progress and victory as the declaration tour continues in other wards and local governments. From Benin, Ofuri, Annetta, ITV News.
In another development, in a bid to strengthen his consultation ahead of the APC primaries for the upcoming 2027 elections, Ambassador Terry Igebo has met with the leaders, executive of the party in Orionwa local government area to formally declare his ambition to contest for the Orionwa South constituency seat at the Edo State House of Assembly. Ambassador Terry Igebo was accompanied by a large crowd of supporters to the Secretariat of the All Progressive Congress in Abudu, the administrative headquarters of Orionwa local government area. Ukmamusa Ugiagbe has the details.
Ambassador Terry Igebo and his supporters were warmly received by the leaders and executive of APC in Orionwa local government area. Addressing the leaders, the House of Assembly hopeful said they were in the Secretariat to formally declare his intention to contest the Orionwa South constituency seat at the Edo State House of Assembly in the 2027 general election. While soliciting their support, he sought permission to visit other wards in the constituency.
Local government executive, the local government leader, give me the permission. He had other wards. This one time here where because he carry represented Orionwa South constituency, the Edo State House of Assembly.
Some of the leaders, who include the Commissioner for Science and Technology, Honorable Etiosa Ogbewi, Ambassador Wesley Asoro, and the party's Vice Chairman, Orionwa Local Government, Comrade Solomon Iyamu, described Ambassador Terry Igebo as a loyal party man.
That we have so many number of them running for this House of Assembly. But if there's one thing you cannot take away from Terry, is his loyalty to the party.
They have spoken well, and you can see the Momo crowd surrounding Terry Igebo. So he's a humble man.
Honorable Terry is a stronghold name, and he's a brother and a friend. He's a good man. He's a man of the people, and he's a man that loves the people as well.
Ambassador Terry Igebo will commence visitation to wards in the constituency to present his manifesto to the leaders. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Ahead of the APC primaries, Honorable Bright Gubadia has met with the leaders executive of the party in Orionwa local government area, Edo State, to intimate them of his ambition to contest for the Orionwa South constituency seat at the Edo State House of Assembly and solicit their support. Bright Gubadia and his supporters were received by the local government chairman, Julius Agbonze, and leaders of the party in the Secretariat, Abudu. Osemudiame Osage has more.
Bright Gubadia and his supporters were received by Orionwa APC chairman Julius Agbonze and leaders of the party. Addressing the gathering, the House of Assembly hopeful said his ambition to contest the Orionwa South constituency seat at Edo State House of Assembly in the 2027 general election is born out of the desire to give adequate representation. He solicited their support to actualize his dream.
To solicit the support of the LGA and other leaders, and also to get clearance to go around the 6th ward Orionwa South constituency.
The APC chairman and some leaders described Bright Gubadia as someone who has his people at heart.
We are landful.
just because he's a transparent human being, he's a giver, and he's somebody that has respect for constituted authority. Who has been tested and trusted at the community level, local level, what level, and in all ramifications.
Osimjame Osage, ITV News.
You are still on to the main news on ITV. We'll take a break. Please join us again. Welcome back. Noro Ware Osula Health Foundation and T.Y. Danjuma Foundation have flagged off an integrated free eye screening test in Isako East Local Government Area, Edo State. Edo North Bureau Chief McDonald Irunoka brings the details.
Briefing participants on the essence of the free eye screening test, Noro Ware Osula Health Foundation Assistant State Coordinator Mr. Ernest Osage said it is geared at improving the well-being of the people. The free eye screening test comprises testing blood pressure, sight vision testing, supplying of drugs, among others. State Coordinator T.Y. Danjuma Foundation, Madam Tomi Ajayi, gave an insight to why founder of the foundation, General Theophilus Yakubu Danjuma, retired, embarked on the provision of free eye screening treatment to the less privileged in the society and advised participants to be orderly in their conduct. She assured of good free services delivery at no cost.
Carry out a free eye screening program, which encompasses special glasses made recommended by the doctors, done by the optician on ground, basically to meet the needs specifically of the patients.
Do the screening, tell una wetin dey wrong with the eye, give una glasses or medicine as required, train una health workers so that when we come out from here, if anything do you for eye, you will go to the health center.
Acting Chairman, Isako East Local Government, Comrade Sonny Ekpesi, represented by the Local Government Secretary, Mr. Edward Dimanobe, thanked Noro Ware Osula Foundation and T.Y. Danjuma Foundation for the gesture. He expressed the readiness of the Council to partner with the organizations in addressing the health challenges affecting the people.
For this foundation to take this particular aspect of health to work on, me, I did very happy, and I know the chairman himself they happy.
I appreciate the gesture.
I thank them for the work they are doing in Edo State.
The event shifted to Okugbe Okwela Primary Health Center on the second day of the free eye screening test. From Okwela community in Isako East Local Government Area of Edo North, McDonald Irunoka, ITV News.
And in politics, where Ambassador Vasco Ewayareru has declared his intention to contest Ikpuba-Awka constituency seat in Edo State House of Assembly. The declaration was made at the APC Ikpuba-Awka Ward 8 Secretariat along Opa Sapumba Road, Benin City. Jonah Omorowa has more.
Ambassador Vasco Ewayareru, accompanied by supporters and party faithful, was warmly received by the leadership of the All Progressive Congress Ikpuba-Awka Ward 8, where he formally announced his bid to contest Ikpuba-Awka constituency seat in the Edo State House of Assembly. He promised to attract projects that will impact positively on the lives of his constituents if given the party's ticket.
I have been doing things differently. I have invested in Ikpuba-Awka. I think I will be able to speak for the good people of Ikpuba-Awka, be there in the House of Assembly to represent them, speak for them. The youths, the women, our fathers, they are all clamoring for change. So as I said earlier before, House of Assembly is not a place you go and play oracle. We need a voice that can build.
Some supporters describe Ambassador Vasco as the right candidate for the position.
Vasco is a homeboy. He's a young man that everybody knows. If you look at what is happening here now with the crowd that you are seeing here, it shows that he's a grassroots man. Everybody loves him.
He's a nice man. He's a good man. He's a young, vibrant man that he never entered power. He has been doing good for people. He has been friendly to people. I believe when he entered there, he will do more.
Vasco has been a good friend for so many years. I've known him. Apart from outside politics, he has been doing good. He has been doing wonderfully, marvelously. And one thing I love about him, he has always given back to the society. Like he said before, all his businesses that I know, they are around within Ikpo Bauha. So automatically, if he's been given that opportunity, trust me, Ikpo Bauha will enjoy it.
Ward chairmen from Ikpo Bauha, women and youth groups were among those in attendance at the declaration ceremony. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
In other news, the University of Benin on Wednesday inducted 159 new set of nursing graduates from the Faculty of Nursing Sciences at the 9th induction and oath-taking ceremony held at the Akin Deco Auditorium. The inductees were formally admitted into the nursing profession. The report by Esther Ogoro is presented by Pius Usogo.
Dean of the faculty, Professor Fidelis Uchendu Okafor, appreciated stakeholders for their support and mentorship, urging the inductees to uphold professionalism.
Advocate for preventive services, maternal and child health, health education, and social determinants of health.
Dean of the Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Henry Osadolo, encouraged the graduates to strive beyond the achievements of their mentors. Representing the Provost, College of Medicine, Professor Vivian Omwemu urged the graduates to be worthy ambassadors of their alma mater. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Edoba Omorige, SAN, represented by Professor Christopher Osubo, emphasized the need for dedication and adherence to ethical standards.
For you to go far, it means you must humble yourself.
I urge you to always remember the sacrifices to improve the quality of life.
The University of Benin has discharged its duties by imparting in you the requisite knowledge.
In a keynote lecture titled Digital Nursing Revolution, AI, Telehealth and Data-Driven Care, Professor Clementina Nwankwo highlighted the role of technology in improving healthcare delivery.
AI and telehealth have transformed and transitioned from emerging technologies to essential daily tools.
The best graduating student expressed gratitude for the huge success, while Dr. Timothy Ewareme urged the inductees to remain committed to their calling. High point of the ceremony was the oath-taking and formal induction administered by the Registrar and Chief Executive Officer of the Nursing and Midwifery Council, represented by Dr. Ayola Modupe. Awards were presented to outstanding students and presentation of certificates to the newly inducted nurses. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
For updates in the world of sport, Tolulokwe Ogutime is on.
The Confederation of African Football and Union of European Football Association have signed Memorandum of Understanding (MOU) to strengthen collaboration and drive the growth of football across both continents. The agreement signed in Vancouver, Canada, outlines a shared commitment to inclusion, participation, and social cohesion while reinforcing principles of solidarity, integrity, and openness. CAF President Patrick Motsepe said the partnership will deepen long-standing ties between Africa and Europe and support key areas such as youth and women's football, coaching and refereeing development, and institutional growth. UEFA President Alexander Severin noted that the collaboration will expand opportunities for young players and advance women's football while strengthening football impact. The MOU, which runs until June 2031, will focus on youth competition, development programs, coach education, referee exchange, governance, and capacity building. Both bodies say the agreement provides a framework to enhance football development and promote positive social impact across Africa, development across the state. In his remarks, the Deputy Governor charged the new executive to hit the ground running, noting the limited time ahead of the National Sports Festival in Enugu State. He urged them to prioritize talent discovery, structural training, and effective coordination to ensure Abia present a competitive team. Onuzurika described her appointment as both an honor and a responsibility. She pledged to leverage her experience in gymnastics to reposition the association, highlighting her deep personal connection to sports and her commitment to nurturing the next generation of athletes. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutimi to Lokbo Gutimi.
And that ends the main news on ITV. Thank you so much for watching. I am Anuluwakbo Stevens. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
enue ọba la tó pé osanore umadogemo àpọ́n ẹ̀jẹ̀ ní àwọn ẹ̀wà nọrí ọba osanore ọba umadogemo àpọ́n ẹ̀jẹ̀ ní àwọn ẹ̀wà ẹ̀lẹ́nu bí ẹ̀fọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Wọ́n pa ìdíje. Wọ́n pa ìyẹn o. Wọ́n pa ìdíje. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Bànùkì wẹ̀rẹ̀. Bàbá nùkì wẹ̀rẹ̀. Àbùkì sírí òkè o. Àbùkì sírí òkè kọ́. Anyẹ̀rẹ̀ náà yọ kí n. Ẹ̀rì náà yẹ yòókù wọ́n sáyé yìí wẹ́. Ètò ìdòkú yìí ẹ̀rẹ́ tó wọ́n fún mẹ́kẹ́. Ọba ìjẹnu. Báwo máa yọ? Báwo máa yọ? Báwo máa yọ?
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Right, beautiful people, it's another lovely Wednesday afternoon, and it's my pleasure to say welcome to yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independence Television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside, Nigeria, West Side, Africa. My name is Harry Aigboje, and today I'm going to be, unraveling alongside my guests something that I consider an everyday problem, something that a lot of persons have to deal with on a daily basis, but only a few persons have the courage to admit and acknowledge that they're dealing with this problem. What am I talking about? The quest for fulfillment and why people stay in unpleasant situations. The quest for fulfillment and why people stay in unpleasant situations. Now, a lot of times we hear people use the word fulfillment, but what does it mean to different people? They say different strokes for different folks, right? So I guess what it means to me might not be what it means to somebody else. So we're going to be examining it, together on the show this afternoon. And of course, to do this with me is a public affairs analyst and an NGO convener. She goes by the name of Abigail Agobahi. Welcome on board, Abigail.
Thank you. Good afternoon, viewers.
It's been a bit.
Yes, it's been a while.
Yeah, I know you told me you weren't feeling too well, so I hope you're feeling better now.
Yes, I'm good now.
All right, amazing. Okay, so the quest for fulfillment. Why do people stay in unpleasant situations? But before we go into that, what defines fulfillment? What's your own perspective? When you hear the term fulfillment, what comes to your mind?
Okay. Like you said, fulfillment is, the definition of fulfillment differs for everyone. It is subjective. For some persons, they will tell you fulfillment is achieving their dreams, pursuing your dreams and being able to achieve your goals in life. But when we look at fulfillment holistically, it means it has to do with that joy, that kind of contentment,
satisfaction.
Yes, that satisfaction that comes with you being able to live up to your full potential. Like when you're able to, when your life kind of aligns with your values, your dreams, your desires, then it brings about fulfillment. When we talk about, Abraham Maslow talked about the hierarchy of needs. You talk about physiological needs, safety needs, love and belonging needs, then esteem needs, and self-actualization needs. Okay. Now, when you look at self-actualization, it actually talks about the highest level where you have realized all your dreams, your desires, your goals. And by the time you achieve those things, there's this satisfaction, there is this joy, like I'm living in my dreams. This is the life that I desire. You know, I believe every individual in life has this vision. I don't know if there are people that are actually visionless, like they just live their life like
aimlessly.
And yes, aimlessly. Anywhere the wind just blows them there. You understand? But I believe that someone that's a logical person actually has a vision for their life. Some people might tell you, okay, this is how I want my life to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And by the time you get to a certain stage, you have been able to achieve these your desires, your dreams. Okay. It gives you this kind of fulfillment. Like there's this contentment that you feel like, okay, I am living my dream life. So that's basically what fulfillment is all about. This contentment that you have been able to achieve all your heart desires.
Okay, you made mention of the quest to, live up to one's full potential. Do you think that's practically possible? Is it possible for someone to be able to, live up to their full potential in their lifetime? Okay,
I would say it is actually possible. But another thing is that in life, there are obstacles, that unforeseen circumstances. Like there are some people that they are actually living their dream life, they are fulfilled, but a tragedy can just kind of bring their life like from the apex down. There are people that have made it in life, like they are rich. They will tell you that there was a time in my life I was able to afford 3 square meters, I had a house, I had a car, you understand? But now their life is kind of opposite to that particular stage that they were in. So sometimes there are circumstances beyond human control that can turn a person's life around. So it's possible for one to live up to their full potential, but life, there's so much uncertainty in life. You cannot really predict tomorrow. So,
okay, is there a difference between security and personal happiness? Because a lot of times people settle for situations that they can't change. Okay, so is there a difference between being fulfilled and feeling secure? Okay, for instance, let's say you're looking for a job, okay, but your desired job is not what's available, so you have to settle for less. Okay, so for you, it is better to have something doing at all, something that can pay your bills, than not having anything to do. Okay. So is there a difference between security and fulfillment?
Okay, when we look at, yes, there's actually a difference between security, comfort, and fulfillment. Okay. The thing is that you can actually feel that security can be there. You can actually be comfortable. Like when you are comfortable, you can meet your basic needs. You can eat, you can clothe yourself, pay your bills. But you might not have fulfillment in life. It's possible that, like you said, you are not in your dream job. What you have now is just like a transition. You are just managing it, but it pays your bills. In fact, some people might even be dying to be in your current position, but that's not your dream life. Okay, I remember this movie that I watched some time back. I can't remember the title of that movie by Tyler Perry. It was even the person that acted in that movie. It was the main character in that movie. He was working in his father's company. He was like the managing director. He had a beautiful life, luxury cars, you understand? He had domestic staff, just that kind of life that every other person will want to, an enviable life. Okay. But there was this lack of fulfillment. It's like he was living his life in accordance to his parents' dream. He was not living his life according to what he wants for himself. It's just like
what you're saying is it's possible to be living somebody else's dream, but not your own dream.
Your own dream.
Even if it's something that's admirable by a lot of persons.
He was just living his life to please, like a scripted life. But deep down, he just wanted to live a simple life, own a simple house, and he wanted to be a cyclist.
A cyclist?
Yes, someone that rides.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. So it sounds kind of ridiculous. He even had a great relationship, but even in that relationship, he was not totally satisfied. So it's actually possible. He had to leave all those things, and his parents were against it at first. But when he told them this is the kind of life he wants to live, he had to leave the company and everything. He started traveling around the world. That's just what he wanted, a simple life. So some people are like that. They are currently in a job. That job might actually be paying their bills, but it doesn't give them fulfillment. So you can actually be comfortable. You can be comfortable without feeling fulfilled, that fulfillment is not there, then it's also possible for you to be fulfilled without comfort. Yes.
Okay, I need you to draw a distinction between both.
Yes.
What's the difference between being fulfilled and not comfortable?
You can, like, it doesn't really mean that you are not, I don't want to say you are not comfortable. Like, you might not have that thing that brings ease to your life. Like, you might not own a luxury car.
Some of the good things of life.
That some people want. You understand? That's the kind of things that people think is. So, you know, people can define success in different ways. Some people will tell you that for someone to be successful, you need to own so and so amount of money. You need to drive a luxurious car. There are some people that they change their phone, like any new one that come out. This iPhone is. This is what is raining, they want to buy. But there are some people that are just comfortable, even if it's just that one car. Some people may see that person like you are not dreaming big, but to them they find fulfillment in that simple everyday life. So they may not have all, you know, there are some people that will tell you that you want to live in a mansion. Some people will just tell you, I just prefer living in a bungalow. It's a simple house, the furniture should be simple and everything. That's what just gives me joy. So to you, they don't really have those things that make their life very easy, but to them they find fulfillment in those simple things.
Okay, now what you've said actually gives an impression that you know, fulfillment is an individual thing. So people have different perspectives and different perceptions, you know, of fulfillment. Do you think that society has its own definition as far as fulfillment is concerned, especially this part of the world?
Yes. No, in this part of the world, society actually defines fulfillment like when you are able to keep a job or you are able to keep a relationship for a very long period of time. I would like to use relationship, for example. You know, some people believe in that a successful relationship is a relationship that has, like, the people have been together for a very long time. They don't even care what happens behind the scene. You know, some people will tell you, oh, we are celebrating 20 years anniversary, we are celebrating 30 years wedding anniversary. That's what matters to some people. They don't really care if you are struggling or if you don't feel, even if that relationship is a toxic relationship. Or some people, like, they just feel, okay, as long as you are working and your job is paying your bills, even if that work environment is toxic, you should be able to manage. You know, some people will tell you that the average Nigerian is motivated by money. I don't think it's actually like that in the developed world. You know, there are some people that will just go for a simple job, even if it is not, the pay is not that encouraging. But as long as they can, you know, sometimes when you talk about your needs as a human, if you can comfortably feed yourself, you can provide 3 square meals, you can provide for your family, is enough. You can pay your children's school fees. But some people just want, okay, I want my bank account to be, I want to own, I want to travel around the world, I want to have everything. So society most times will tell you that as long as that job, even if you are being stressed, even if it is affecting your mental health, as long as it is paying you, just manage it. Same goes for relationship. There are some people that will tell you, oh, why do you want, maybe for example now a lady is contemplating between 2 guys. I want, this one is rich, but his character towards me, he doesn't treat me well, he's not attentive towards my needs. Then maybe the other one is not that wealthy, but maybe it's okay, bit okay. You see that sometimes society will advise that lady to go for the rich man. Sometimes they will tell you that it's even better for you to cry in a Lamborghini than for you to cry in Keke Napep.
That sounds like something feminists would say.
It's what feminists could say. Different narrative. They will tell you in fact, they will tell you different. They will tell you that it rains everywhere. Just carry your cross, just manage it. Nobody really cares about your mental health as long as they are seeing that what you are, the job or that relationship is giving you that comfortable life. That security is there. You are able to feed yourself, the person is able to feed you, the person is able to provide your daily needs, give you kind of a luxury life. They just feel like you should be able to bear any other thing.
Comes with it, okay.
Yes.
Now, the African society has its own demands and expectations, right? Like you said, for a lot of eligible bachelors, I mean, you should get to a certain point where you are ready to marry. You are ready to, you know, say I do.
Yes.
But what do you think are the factors that actually determine what defines success or defines fulfillment in society? In the African society, for example, what factors determine how we view fulfillment in this part of the world?
Okay, I would say that most times in this part of the world, success is usually defined by you being able to meet your basic needs. And I think that's, in fact, you cannot even take that. When you talk about your basic needs, the bare minimum, you can provide food, shelter, clothing. So I think that's the basic. So I believe even in the African setting, that's the standard. And
is that
even
the reality,
across,
or is that the idealistic expectation? Because we see a lot of young people who are not even up to the age of accountability.
They want to get
right.
Yes.
So is that the reality, or it's just something that you think is ideal?
Well, I will not say that's how it ought to be.
Okay.
In the standard, but in the society, if you look at it, that's not really what is obtainable in the society. Because if you realize, all fingers are not equal. Okay, I was reading something yesterday that the person said a guy is 30 years and he's still living with his parents. You know, some people will tell you that that person has failed in life because at that particular age, you are supposed to have started your own, even if you don't have your own family yet, at least you should have something doing, something that puts food on your table, something that you are able to pay your bills.
And perhaps your own apartment.
Your own apartment, yes. So most times, society will always kind of look down on someone that cannot meet their basic needs. That's just it.
All right, in case you're just joining us, it is Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at the quest for fulfillment and why people stay in unpleasant situations. Now, there are various reasons why people choose to stay in unpleasant situations. I don't think there's anybody that is happy being in an unpleasant situation, but you know, like they say, life happens. Well, we have to go on a very important break now. When we return, the program continues. Please stay tuned. Alright, it's good to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and Abigail Lairobahi is still right here. Now, Abigail, I would like to ask you this. How does fear of the unknown keep people in unpleasant situations?
Okay, I would say uncertainty, like when you are not certain about where you are going, most times you want to remain where you are, and you are not even sure if where you are going is far better than your current situation. So I feel that most times, in fact, this issue of fear of the unknown, fear of tomorrow, is what has made a lot of people stay in unfulfilling jobs or relationship or in situations where they are not being treated well, because they are scared that the next point might be far worse than their current situation. Then another thing I've also come to observe is that some people, like, they are too comfortable, even if they are that particular state that they are in is unpleasant, is choking them, but they would rather bear it than for them to kind of find out what the next stage or the next step will be. Just like somebody said that there is a way that, like, sometimes the life has a way of making the past look more pleasant,
more attractive. Okay.
Yes, more attractive than the current situation. So sometimes it's also possible that that person has experienced a kind of, maybe they have been in survival mode for long. So because of that, they are now so used to their current situation, so it's not limiting them. Then aside from uncertainty, there's also the voices of people, what people will say. What people will say. People will tell me, people will say that I keep changing jobs. People will ask me questions. Okay, if I leave this relationship now, people know me and this person together. People will begin to ask questions. Why did I leave this person? So sometimes that fear of the unknown. Some people are just scared of taking risks. Some people are not good at taking risks. You know, they'll tell you that the grass is not always green on the other side.
Well, are they wrong though?
But what about it's under probability.
Okay.
Yes, it's under probability. But if you don't launch out, you won't know. Some people are just scared, like, but what about if the grass is actually greener on the? It's possible. But you might not tell if you don't decide to take that step of faith. So I think fear is one of the major factors that makes people remain on kind of unfulfilling situations. That fear of, okay, if I leave this person now, will I be able to find someone better? They will tell you, okay, the devil you know is far better than the angel you don't know. What about if the next person is going to be worse than this person? So it's majorly fear.
All right, now let's take a look at a low self-esteem. How do you think it determines a person's ability to endure hardship?
Okay, low self-esteem is synonymous with lack of confidence, you know?
In oneself?
Yes, the person lacks confidence in themselves. They don't believe in themselves and their abilities. They don't believe that they deserve the best. So, in fact, when a person has low self-esteem, they will usually settle for less. Even when you are trying to encourage this person and say, okay, look at the possibility of something better, why don't you do it this way? They will feel that they are not, even if they have, okay, even if their mindset tells them, okay, you can achieve this, that kind of pessimistic voice, that negative self-talk will tell them that you are not deserving. They will feel that they don't deserve that particular thing. They write themselves off before others write them off. And one thing is that when you look down on yourself, people will also tend to look down on you. I would like to use relationship, for example. There are some things that you would tolerate in a relationship as an individual because you condone it, you enable it. That person now, if you and that person are no longer together, it's possible that those kind of treatments that the way the person was treating you, the person will not treat another person because you tolerated it. You gave them room for them to treat you that way. Is because of how far you are willing to go with their kind of toxic behavior. Yeah. But by the time you put your foot down and say you hold them accountable, I will not want to be treated this way, the person will not begin to give you that respect. But if you're always tolerating bad behavior from others, they will not see any need for them to respect you. So low self-esteem has a way of affecting people. It makes them stay in difficult situations. And another thing is that when you are in a difficult situation, it requires confidence. It requires confidence for you to be able to, that leap of faith, like I know I can overcome this. I know that I can try something new. I can try something different. I know that there's something better out there for me.
For someone who doesn't have self-confidence, where do you think that confidence can come from?
Where that confidence, the person just have to look for it. That's just it. Because if you don't have that self-confidence, okay, now that that person have the awareness that the reason why they are still stuck in that unpleasant situation is because they lack confidence. I believe self-awareness is one of the first steps in overcoming low confidence. So when you are self-aware, you know, okay, this is where the problem lies. I lack confidence. I don't believe in myself. I find it difficult to take risk. I'm too comfortable in my comfort zone. So by the time you are aware that this is the problem, I believe that person will also want to take proactive steps in kind of working on themselves. So when somebody lacks confidence, they will find it difficult to live unpleasant situations.
All right, I'd like us to shift our focus to another very important factor in all of this: financial dependency. A lot of persons literally live at the mercy of their neighbors, friends, or whoever. So how do you think that also affects their decision or their determination to reach for the stars or otherwise?
Okay, rephrase the question.
Okay, we're talking about people who
depend.
Yes, who depend on some other persons for survival,
for their needs,
especially in terms of finance. A lot of them do not have the financial capacity to take care of themselves, so they have to depend on some other person.
So that would not make them to limit themselves. Yes, it's true. Like there are some people that have someone abroad. Let me use that as an example. Okay, I have this uncle abroad. I have this auntie abroad. There are some people that I don't know. Like I said some people don't have a vision for themselves. Like some people, like for me personally, life is more than just waking up, eating, just, you understand? Yeah. So I believe that there's more that I can do. I even believe in helping people, being of help to others. But if you're a person, like you always depend on others, someone that depends on others cannot render help. You're always receiving, you cannot give. You understand? Somebody like that, they're always waiting for handouts. If somebody doesn't give them, they cannot move to the next stage in their life. They always depend. And one thing is that when you're always depending on others, there's a great likelihood that you face disappointment. you will face rejection. So some people I don't know if people can actually survive like that, like for their daily needs, they depend on others. And when you depend on others, you'll not be able to reach your full potential. There are so many things that you'll not be able even to harness your talents. Because there are some things that naturally you can do that are innate or they are dormant there, but something has not pushed you to go and kind of harness that particular aspect of you. Because why? There is somebody that is giving you stipends, little money that you just like, you eat your maybe morning food, afternoon food, evening food, and because of that you just think that's all life, all there is to life. So that will just kind of, it limits that person. When you depend on someone too much, it limits you as an individual.
Okay, now let's talk about cultural dynamics. This is Africa, and the way people view, should I say, fulfillment is different from the way, you know, they view it in other parts of the world. For example, in America, there's such a thing as the American dream. Okay, so do you also think that there is a Nigerian dream where the young person, the average young person, wants to attain a certain height or achieve a certain goal at a certain age? Is there any such thing as the Nigerian dream that cuts across that? Yeah, do you think there is?
Yes, like from what I've seen in the society, is there. Okay. The Nigerian dream is there. Like there is this get rich quickly syndrome, and we can see it in our youth today. You know, that's the reason why I said fulfillment. People define fulfillment in different ways, but for most people, fulfillment is being extremely rich, having money, living a luxury life. That's the way a lot of persons define fulfillment. But the thing is that you can achieve all those things and you will be in the mansion, you will have the cars, but there will still be this emptiness. You still feel empty within. So I would say that culturally there's this belief that for you to define yourself as a successful person, you have to be wealthy, you have to be rich. So some people don't even care if that thing comes at a price, if it takes away their peace, if it takes away their happiness. As long, in fact, there are some people that are willing to, like, they don't really care about, like, they don't look at the long-term effects of what they are going to do just to get their immediate needs. Okay. So they don't look at the long-term effect, if it's going to affect them, but they will tell you, okay, let me worry about that later. For now, my own is just how to make money, how to get rich. So I would say is something that is common. Okay, now a lot of times we accuse people of being lazy, and that's because of their attitude towards you know, the things around them. For example, if you are supposed to take a certain opportunity but you seem to be dragging your feet, you know, you are considered to be lazy. Now, do you think that's always the case, or sometimes it's just a lack of enthusiasm on the part of the person in question? Well, I will say that I would not want to say some people don't like to stress, like they don't want to, they are too comfortable. They are too comfortable. But one thing in life is that sometimes you just have to try. Even if you don't get that particular thing, even the person that is telling you, okay, come and do this, maybe in your place of work, if the person tells you come, it's because that person believes in you. Because there are other persons that maybe your boss called you, I want you to carry out this project. There are other people that your boss could have called, but there is a reason why. It's even possible that your boss wants to see if you are going to even attempt it or not. So by the time you just like, I can't do this thing, dismiss it. You just dismiss it. Your boss will realize, in fact, it will just make them to give up on you, because that thing might just be a test. Maybe they know that you'll not be able to do it. But they just want to see if you can attempt it, at least give your best. Maybe at the end of the day, the conclusion will be like, okay, you really tried, but this thing is beyond your capacity. It's not something that comes naturally to you, but at least you attempted it. So I feel that some people that they don't want to stress themselves too much. They are just okay where they are. They are just too comfortable. Like one of my, I work with teenagers. There's one of my teenagers that I like so much. Like whenever you call this boy to do something, even if it is something you like, maybe I will just call him, okay, I want you to teach on this particular topic, without preparation, without boldness, it will come out. Not that it's all that intelligent, but he just wants to try. But that, in fact, that thing, I'm always happy when I see him, like he wants to just attempt
give
it.
it a shot.
There are some people that are far better than him, but because of fear,
they probably
or
don't
they are
have the
shy.
kind of enthusiasm that he
Yes,
has.
they are shy. They'll say, "Oh, I didn't prepare."
Yeah.
But for him, even if he didn't prepare, let me just show myself. Like, he will not want to say no. So sometimes you making that attempt can even encourage the person, like, you are willing, even if you can't do this thing very well, but that willingness is there. And I think that's something. So some people are just too comfortable, like they are just too, they limit themselves too much, and because of that they cannot realize their full potential.
All right, let's talk about passion and the emotional attachment that some persons have towards certain jobs or certain endeavors. Okay, you are working somewhere, for instance, and other opportunities are presenting themselves, but you don't want to take them because you love your current job too much. What do you make of that?
Yes, now you love the job now.
Okay.
Okay, the other opportunity
might
bigger,
be better than that.
It might be better. That's fulfillment. The person finds, it's what we're talking about. The person finds fulfillment in this particular job. So, but some people will tell the person that you are not serious, or you are. They might even insult the person. Why don't you go for the bigger one and deal with whatever consequences later? Because the person might take the other opportunity now. They might be getting, in terms of finance, the pay might be okay, but it might be affecting their mental health. They may not be happy.
Hold that thought, Abigail. Of course, we're going to be continuing from there, but that will be right after this break. Please stay tuned.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
Many thanks for rejoining us. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and Abigail is still here. Now, passion and emotional attachment to certain situations. Yeah, you were.
Yes, okay. So, like I was saying, like some people find fulfillment in a particular, let's use a job, and it's something that aligns with their dream, but it might not be, that particular job might not kind of give them the comfort or stability that they want, but because it gives them fulfillment, they want to remain in that particular job. So it's actually very possible. Though others, some people will tell you that it's wise for you to take a bigger opportunity that gives you leverage, but some people are just more comfortable staying in something that they are passionate about, doing something that they are passionate about.
Okay, now the hope for change. When you are in a terrible situation, in an unpleasant situation, you are hoping that someday it could change.
Yes.
Now, do you think that is building castles in the air, or, you know, an expression of faith?
Okay, well, it depends, because sometimes the situation might change. The situation might change. What I've also realized is that while some people are facing that hardship, either in their job or in their relationship or their environment, some of them might kind of develop a coping mechanism that kind of help them to manage the situation for a while.
Okay.
So maybe along the line, the situation might change. It might change, it's possible. But there are times it gets worse, and you begin to question yourself, if I had known, I would have left this job or this relationship earlier. So I think at that particular point, it requires wisdom. The individual who is in that particular position needs to be wise. You know, there are some, I believe there are some signs that will let you know if this thing will change. Let's say, for example, you are working in an environment, you are working in an establishment, and your boss just derive pleasure in kind of deducting from your salary. I don't think something like that, like for no reason, I don't think a behavior like that will change anytime soon, because it's as if that person is doing it out of greed.
Okay.
Understand? Out of greed. Some people are like that. But if, let's say, for example, there was a, let's say, natural disaster, and your employer had to cut down your salary, he also explained that this is the reason why he's not going to be paying on time.
For a just cause.
Yes, so at least you know that this is just a temporary, situation. It's not going to last, you understand? So I think the person in such a situation should be wise enough to know if this thing is, if it is worthwhile, or if they should just give up on it.
Okay, what psychological effects do you think prolonged dissatisfaction with certain situations have on individuals? When you've been in a situation for a long time and it doesn't seem to be changing, does it have any particular psychological effect?
Yes, it has a lot of psychological effects. It can affect that person's perception about life. Depends on the particular situation. If, for instance, is maybe your workplace, it can affect your mentality. There's a way that there are some people that you'll be working with, like it will affect the way you reason. It's possible. It will affect the way mindset. You see things, the kind of the work environment alone. If you have dwelled too much in that place for a very long time, it can affect the way you reason things, your perception, your ideas about life. So if you are talking about relationship, let's use a practical example. Someone who is in a toxic relationship, or let's say a person who is in an abusive marriage, it has a way of affecting, some of them even become so hostile. Sometimes you see some of your colleagues at work, there's a way they behave. Sometimes it's not even about you. It's because of what is going on in the home. Some of them may just lash out unnecessarily.
Transfer of aggression.
Yes, transfer of aggression. Even when kids are involved, you will see that they begin to pour out their frustration on the children. So definitely, it has a way of affecting that person's psychology. And that's the reason why when it comes to relationship, we always tell people don't tolerate or condone abuse. If you're in an abusive relationship, it's better for you to, being in an abusive relationship is different from being in a relationship where your partner is not maybe meeting your financial needs. You can categorize that as hardship. But when it becomes toxic, that's not something that you should.
Is there no such a thing as financial abuse?
Yes, there's financial abuse. When you say financial abuse, maybe practically the person has the money to give you but doesn't want to. Okay, the person knows that you are in need of this particular amount of money, or you need to start your business, or you need to further your education, and the person has the means and the person is not willing to. That's financial abuse. But okay, my partner doesn't have the means, he's just trying. At least you understand that okay, this is just a tough period. If he or she has, I know that they will be able to support me. Yes, so the person should be wise enough to know at what point, or they should know their limits.
Okay, now how does lack of access to opportunities limit the pursuit of fulfillment, especially in a place like Nigeria, for instance, where job opportunities, for example, are scarce? Okay, so how do you think that also affects people's drive and pursuit of fulfillment?
Yes, when you lack opportunity, it might not just be in the form of, I believe there are so many Nigerians are very talented people. People have dreams, but sometimes the problem that hinders them from pursuing their dream is finance. If you have like, let's say you have this mindset, or you want to run a company and you have this vision, okay, this is the way I want it to be. You need materials, you understand, to start up. It's not something that dreams don't just build themselves. Yeah. Most times it requires finance. So some people, their dreams have been killed because of the system, because the system is not encouraging. Like you will see some people in unfulfilling jobs, and you will notice that this person has great potential, but where they are is just killing their dream, is killing their talent. But sometimes you are not even able to help them because you yourself, you don't have the resource. But you know that if they have the opportunity, this person can be a star, this person can perform better. So I think a lot of people lack opportunities. So
does that explain why some Nigerians tend to thrive when they travel outside the shores of the country? Yes, it explains
why, yes.
Okay, now what role does upbringing play in shaping tolerance for discomfort? Upbringing, parental upbringing, basically.
Parental upbringing. Most times children learn by observation, what we call observational learning. So most times there are some behavior, like you as a parent, there are some things you do, you will see that same behavior in your child. So some of the things that our children do is something that we as parents, they have seen us do it.
Even if we do not directly instill it in them.
That's the reason why they will tell you, we as parents coach, we will tell you, don't just tell your children to do something, you have to act it. So the behavior you want to see in your child, don't just verbalize it alone. Let them see it in you.
So even sometimes by doing those things, they are learning from you. But by the time you just verbalize it and don't do this thing or do this thing like this, and you are not living like what you are not, your action
by example.
Yes, your action doesn't match your words. You see that most times children, they are more likely to do what they see us doing than for them to do what we tell them to do. So most times when our children see certain things, I will still bring back that example of tolerance, tolerating an abusive marriage or being in a toxic relationship. By the time you do that, you are indirectly telling your children. Now, when you tolerate or normalize abuse in your relationship, there are two things that a child, either one of them will learn. Either that child will grow up becoming toxic, becoming a bully, or the child will grow up normalizing or condoning abuse. So for instance, if you have a partner that beats you, they eat you, they use demeaning words on you, and your child is seeing these things, and you don't try to correct the perception, you don't try to tell them, what this person is doing is wrong, don't imitate, you understand? You just feel like maybe the child will understand. You don't put any measure in place to protect that child. That child may also become a victim of bullying in school, and they will not want to tell you because
they bully himself.
Yes, even there. That's why I say two ways. It can go two ways. Either the child becomes a bully, or the child begins to tolerate it, because why, they are seeing somebody in their home tolerate it, or the person becomes, either the child becomes the perpetrator or the victim. One of them.
Okay, now let's talk about the religious angle to this conversation. How do religious or moral beliefs influence decisions to remain in difficult situations?
Okay, I would say as a believer, you know, most times religion, either you are a Christian or you are a Muslim, whichever, but one thing about religion is that religion talks about tolerance, perseverance, being able to bear things, endurance. You know, why it is okay, it's virtue to be able to understand, bear hardship, tough times, but there are times whereby you just have to quit. But sometimes from the religious angle, some people feel that they see quitting, like giving up on that particular thing, they see it as weakness, while they view perseverance as strength. But it totally depends on the situation. There are situations whereby you have to, you have to tolerate, you have to persevere, but there are times whereby you have to put your foot down and tell yourself, this cannot continue. So that doesn't make you a bad person, or it doesn't mean that you have lost your faith. But there are times it just depends on the situation.
Okay.
So it depends on
now,
the situation.
in the religious context, I guess you are either seen as, you know, someone that doesn't have faith,
yes,
or somebody that is expressing or exercising unbelief.
Yes.
And then, on the other hand, you are seen as somebody that is exercising faith, right?
Yes,
but faith is not always the definition of, you know, waiting for a situation to pass, right?
You can even while you are still exercising your faith, you can take proactive steps into helping yourself. You don't just remain there and say, okay, because I have, you know, faith without work is dead. So you just have to try to do something.
All right, thank you very much. Well, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at a very important topic, the quest for fulfillment and why people stay in unpleasant situations. We shall be going on our last break, and when we return, it will be time to wrap things up on the program. Stay tuned.
ITV ITV, certainly the best.
Now, let's talk about comparison. How does comparison with other people affect people's perception of fulfillment in life?
Okay. Comparing yourself to others. One thing about comparison is that it always brings about two results. Like when you compare yourself with somebody, you either see yourself as being better than that person, or you see yourself like
inferior.
you don't, yes, as inferior, like you don't measure up to this person. So whichever way, comparison, you shouldn't use another person as a standard. Now to the question, comparing yourself, how does comparing yourself
affect people's perspective to fulfillment?
Okay, I would still like to use relationship as a practical example. Sometimes when you see others staying in certain situations, you begin to normalize it, that maybe that is what life should be. Even in terms of, you can use this example even in terms of your job. If, for example, if everyone around you is kind of staying, or they are kind of tolerating a job that doesn't make them happy, let's say a stressful job or an unhappy relationship, with time you begin to internalize that maybe this is what there is to life, maybe this is what life is all about. Okay, let me just manage my situation. Sometimes when you kind of compare, you might see yourself like, okay, my own situation is not as if your situation is totally good, but you will just realize that, okay, I think my own situation is better than this person's situation. Then you will just like, okay, let me just relax, let me just manage, even if I find that I'm not comfortable in this particular job or in this relationship, but because my current situation is better than this person, is slightly better than this person, so if that person can manage, then you feel you also can manage. But the thing is that no two individual is the same, and everybody kind of have their limits or their breaking points. What that person can take may not be what you can take. So you just begin to imitate that person. Okay, since this person can manage the situation, then maybe I can also manage. So I don't think we should use others as a standard. Everybody should be able to define their own path or what they want out of life.
Okay, now what support systems do you think could be useful in helping people navigate through life, especially as regards living unpleasant situations and taking the leap towards the future?
Okay, you actually need support systems. Support system can come in the form of a therapist, it can come in the form of a mentor, they can be your parents, they can be your loved ones, your colleague, but you definitely need someone who will be there to nudge you towards the right direction. There are times that you are going through, maybe you are in kind of an unfulfilling situation. It may be your job, it may be your relationship. You don't just need to keep it to yourself. You need to also seek the opinion of others. And while you are seeking the opinion of others, you have to be kind of wise about it, because there are some people that will tell you, just manage. Everybody goes through situation. Someone might even tell you, my own is even worse than your own. So why can't you just, if I can manage it, why can't
do
you?
Nigerians
Why
do
can't
that
you
though?
I don't know.
Somebody is telling you.
They say mystery lost company. So there are some people that would like. Some people just want to find out what is going on in your life, so that they will like, let me also remain where I am. They want to find out. Okay, if you not tell them, okay, my own is as bad, they'll say, okay, it's good now. Let me also maintain where I am. You understand? So some people will just want to use their own life as kind of a yardstick, like, okay, if I can tolerate it, then you should be able to tolerate it. But we should realize that no two individuals, even identical twins, cannot be the same. So that person should be able to define what they want out of life. Self-examination is very important. I don't know, Shabo, I believe that as an individual, when you are not fulfilled, it will affect your productivity, to affect all areas of your life. So you should be able to have this self-introspection. What do I really want? You cannot just live your life like that now, 20 years, 30 years, 40, 50, till you go an age and you are not happy. At least there should be some level of satisfaction, like, in your life. So
okay, now what role do you think professionals like the therapists that you made mention of could play in helping individuals have the right mindset towards changing their current situation for a better one?
Okay, therapists use different strategies. They make use of evidence-based strategies based on the particular situation that you are in. So they will kind of beam a light on, help you see areas where you need changes. So there's a lot that therapists can do. Just that in this part of the world, a lot of us don't really believe in seeking the help of professionals. Some of us will rather, fine, prayers is good, it is good to pray, seek direction, but some of us will rather pray about it or meet our religious leaders. Why it is very good, but I think sometimes you need the assistance. Depends on that. If it is your in the area of your job, if it is in the area of your relationship, so you can meet a relationship counselor, marriage counselor. Okay, put me through, what are the ways I can help myself in this relationship. There are some people that have gone for marriage counseling, and maybe the marriage counselor will try and see ways where they can salvage or help them get kind of relationship or marriage recovery. But there are times that the relationship counselor will just be realistic with them and tell them that the solution to this issue is you exiting this relationship. So sometimes the individual needs practical solutions to that particular.
All right, thank you very much, Abigail. It's been a very, very interesting conversation with you. I want to say a big thank you to you for, joining me to do justice to this topic. We've actually been taking a look at the quest for fulfillment and why people stay in unpleasant situations. I hope that by the time I call on you next time, you will oblige me.
Yes.
All right. Well, it's been Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from Benin City. Well, I guess you've heard from the horse's mouth. Your destiny is in your hands. You can't afford to, be on one spot forever. Yes, I understand that sometimes you could be feeling uninspired and you may not see the need to take a bold step. But hey, you really need to take a bold step. Complacency is not an option. You must make that bold step just so your desired life can manifest. Well, I want to say a big thank you to every single one of you out there for being a part of the show. My name is Harry Aigbo-J, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now.
ọba aṣáájú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Oṣòdì aṣáájú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ọ̀yọ̀bá sókè ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ọ̀dàyẹ àtọ́jú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Wàyà bòtà náà, gí bòtà rẹ̀ sẹ́ ẹ̀níwọ̀n ẹ̀, ẹ̀dùn ló pẹ̀ òdẹ̀ náà wáyé rẹ̀. Gí bòtà rẹ̀ dì náà ẹ̀ náà, ọ̀kẹ́ ẹ̀rẹ̀ náà rẹ̀ gùn àkàn ìrìnàgùn márùn ọkùtọ̀ ra dì. Nẹ̀ní ìkà ó yá yìí mà, wẹ́n náà yà dọ̀là gbé máa yé ẹ̀. Ẹni yà máa yìí lùkàn wẹ́ èso rọ ọ̀hìn awùì. Bàyà rẹ̀ ẹ̀ nẹ́rẹ̀ wùì. Ọ̀bẹ̀ rẹ̀ ọ̀bẹ̀ rí ọ níwọ̀n ẹ̀. Ẹni máa gbà kàn ọ̀kẹ́ra ẹ̀ igi ògbẹ̀. Igi ògbẹ̀ náà màmí àgbákàwé rédíò kè tẹlifíṣàn. Òyìn ẹ̀ má sọ mú ẹgbọ̀n ìkìnnàtẹ̀ igi ògbẹ̀. Wẹ ọ̀wọ̀n ọ̀nà mẹ́mẹ́ ọ̀tàrí. Màánà màbùnà wẹ́ gbègbè yàn igi ògbẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n abẹ́ náà ẹ̀ wẹ́ ẹsẹ̀ igi ògbẹ̀ ọ̀yẹ̀ mú wèrè. Àyà wẹ̀ ẹ̀. Lọ́gùn ẹ̀gùn àìmẹ́ náà, ọ̀rẹ́ máa rọ̀ tẹ̀ ẹ̀ Victor Ibizugbe ọgbọ́n àtẹ̀.
Ẹ̀dùnẹ́wù zọ̀mù àyà bí tó ta. Wà gbẹ́ ọkọ̀ tó wà dàmí hẹ́rìn náà ní agùn ọ̀nà ní ọ̀ká igi ògbẹ̀ igi ẹ̀ kẹ́ni ògbẹ̀ náà yìí igi ẹ̀ mọ́tọ̀ náà làhọ́ náà mẹ́kẹ́ náà yà wẹ̀rí náà hẹ̀hẹ̀ náà ń hẹ́ gárẹ́ wùnyìnmẹ̀ ọ̀rí máa ní ẹ̀dùn ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yẹ.
Iṣẹ́ mẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀sán àbọ̀sẹ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ló bí ẹ o. Ọ̀rẹ́ dọ̀bá yẹ kọ́ ọ̀rẹ́ dọ̀ ya fẹ́rẹ́ ẹ̀rẹ́ tó wà yá ìyé ni ẹ̀rọ èní ẹ̀ níkà èní awúzá máa yá ní ọba ló jẹ́ do kókó àpọ̀lọpọ̀lọ̀ yàjẹ̀ tó wà yá rú dá ìyá náà èèmọ̀ náà èní kà ọ́ yá kí ní yí iná yóò tọ̀ nàtẹ̀ ìjógbẹ̀ èmìnà kí náà wá náà yá sí ẹ̀ èèmọ̀ àkókò. Náà yà sí ẹgbẹ́ kòkó èyí jò gbẹ̀hìn ìjẹ́ ọwọ́ gbẹ̀ ìjẹ́ ọ̀nà ìrìnà sóbọ̀mù ọ̀nà ìrìnà dèrò yìí èyí gẹ̀hìn ọwọ́ gbẹ̀ ògbẹ́ náà ẹ̀wò náà ìkẹ́wò kéni wọn ìjọgbẹ̀ ẹni wọn ìjọgbẹ̀ náà ọ̀kẹ́ ìdọ́ arú èrè rẹ̀ náà màríyé náà. Ọ̀wẹ̀rẹ̀ sẹ́rí ọwẹ́ àrímígi ògbẹ̀só àwígi ògbọ̀rẹ́ ìmọ̀nà ìjógbọ̀rẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ náà èyí ti náà fi àmì àtẹ̀rù ìjógbẹ̀ àmì àtẹ̀rù ìjógbẹ̀ sábà náà ẹgbẹ̀gbẹ́ ní pè fún ó ní ẹgbẹ́ náà wà bọ́ ìwà èyí jógbẹ̀ èyí ògbẹ̀ kí sábà náà ògbẹ̀ orí máa wù ṣùgbọ́n àdọ́wọ́n náà dọ̀rí ìjógbẹ̀ yìí. Èjógbẹ̀ ọ̀kẹ́ ìwé rọ̀ ní àríwé sí mi rẹ̀ èmọ́díọ̀n àyẹ́tẹ́ sí yẹn rẹ̀ nẹ́dẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n adérùn ní ìjógbẹ̀ sọ̀wọ́n abọ́ ayé sí yẹn rẹ̀ náà ìjógbẹ̀ ọ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ kìnnà mú ẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ ayé ẹ̀rọ wà kìnnà mú èyí ìjógbẹ̀ ni náà mú rọ̀ ayé ni ọmọdíọ̀n bẹ̀gbẹ́ ni ọgbà rẹ̀. Àyẹ́tẹ́wé kú ni èmọ́ yí gbẹ̀rẹ̀ no wa ya wane oto boy pa oya mo e owo boy gbo so pa oyirari giogbe o wa e no e ba na bio oyirari to agbo e eti onodun iwe yi e ba ni e no odun na we duiko o wa ni mi ma dinu de na so ba jo ma kun mi alayoye o ana ka we gbe mara e aya ka me no ọka gbe oni gena tie eti oni buwa oko walare oti ma me ya na gbe mara ba ya ka e de akwe mo ese owisi egbe na te hospital ne aya ne won de na na ke mi ne no to no be ge mi no ba ga u ne gbe na ra abi kan ladia ese na azo ne eru na na ne ayiwe de na we gwali yobo no we aya dukun won ya we ya no egbe isi koko ya yi ladia igogbe ke isi egbe koko o ke isi ama no kwa igogbe ki ri ya ege ese ni won tare ma ge Victor Bizugbe igogbe ma bo aka na ni wa
igogbe be na yunu kan na ike no gbe na mu igie nera isunwe era mu egbo na ugbe so era ni do pa o we gari agwa obi e no dion ori be odo ya mu aga ore baba ni o bi to tayo yori be no nwa ore ogbe ni na riye na ni a oyewe ni e mo tila e wa ni we ba bi je ni kai ai agbera wa yin ne de ku kin a we de gbe fun wa ni bo una wo we gbe dolo yi amaka ma woni we dolo yi so pon ore no kin oto no gberi o wa goro awa vi okwa ugbe so e mori mu kin e mi no gba oyewe na mi we otu ni ra egbe ni iyan riro igogbe e na o magina e no oni ori e tinu e nu ya se ti ka we geke ni kere gegbe ni kere mami ebe ka gwan we e go para aro na ri oba na mama we o ma ko ma no wi eri aze o ke ke no ari e igi ogbo e ari mi ebe wo no kere ni e wo ni no gbe de ke no igi ogbo o wa na agede mi igi ogbo egi gele ri ma we o ye wo ni e no akemi ewe e wo ri obo yo yeke so peni be do adere na ni bu eye yan filigi ogbe yan kiyan na anawa no e bi no gba e bi no ma hiye o amu eye eru wobo hu da we te dion wa no mo gbe bi gbo iye to mu kiyan agedo bai yen na ona dai ona ga ama na ya yen we e ma na egbe na kiri awe zeri ne ri mai no kan ba na e ma ni ye o ya ge mi awe wa ya se ri ihe bi giogbe ogbe mu giogbe we hin ne de kunu kan ari ye giogbe kan no se wo koko no se egbe ni koko aga iga koko re wa ni emi kemi aga ta eri ri ma we eri ma no pa we e ba na koko du e ikoni giogbe e na de mu fua o ma na eme giogbe oye o ma na eme zi oye eme kino ke zore emi eke le na agi egi na o se na me we da wa de egbe e ya me giogbe oyan o ba to pe
we se ya yi wada ho ni wa giogbe magun akara de kini giogbe we ye awe ogbenede ogbe no demu dia semesi we no care about them de ke we kere de ke no giogbe we ke no giogbe me ogbe giogbe ni emi no hin ba ero ole ni ma ke imi re e ka na ebe o tagbon ero ani o na egbe ni giogbe igi oregbe ezie oregbe eno eziegbe oni bote foundation oregbe èmi náà wé gbé nà èmi náà wé ṣe nà wẹ ọ̀wọ́n náà mú ìjọgbẹ̀ gbọ́ ọ̀nà mi wẹ yẹn pa òbí ẹ̀ náà dùn àwọn ọ̀wọ́n náà wé ká èmi sẹ́ ìjọgbẹ̀ nìkéne bíébì náà dọ́ aṣọ wọ́n náà èmi aṣọ wẹ ìyẹn àzùkù rẹ̀ ukwu rẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ya mà lórí ìjọgbẹ̀ màá yẹ wé gu aka mà ọ̀rọ̀ ya mà lórí ìjọgbẹ̀ ìkéne èmi aṣọ mana yayi ẹgbẹ́ ní oyè ní zara ọ̀sọ́bà ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ gbọ́ wa zara ọwọ́ tí yẹn náà jọ ní bẹ́ẹ̀ náà arú ènìyàn yẹ yẹn èho ní ẹ̀ zukú lọ́wọ́ bí yẹn yẹn yí rẹ̀ gbẹ́ ní ọ̀yà arú owó bọ̀ ẹ́ èmi àwọn ènìyàn oyè náà mi ìjọgbẹ̀ ọ̀sàrà ọ̀rọ̀ ìrìn àá da yìí ọmọdún náà yìí mú ìjọgbẹ̀ yìí ná gbogbo so àyànrà mi ọ̀rẹ́ sí ìjọgbẹ̀ náà sára wẹ ọ̀wọ̀nà ìjọgbẹ̀ ọ̀bọ̀wà ọ̀rìbò wà ní à yẹ̀rí pa owó rà nìyẹn nílá wùsà yà ní yẹn náà nọ̀rí ọ̀kágbẹ́ gbẹ̀gbẹ́ ni yẹn rẹ̀ bò wọ́wọ́ bí yẹn yẹn máa rọ́wọ́ bọ̀ ẹ́ ni ọ̀nà àrẹ́kẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjọgbẹ̀ yìí yẹn rí pa orí ẹ̀wẹ̀ erí ẹ̀ bọ̀ wá òwò ní rí ẹ̀ bọ̀ orí ẹ̀ rẹ̀ náà ìyọ́pọ̀ ìwà mú ìfànàdó amẹ́wẹ̀ ìjọgbẹ̀ àìrà ẹ̀ ìjọgbẹ̀ nàdó amẹ́wẹ̀ kẹ́ni ìrọ̀láyé nàdó bẹ́gẹ́ nánàgà ẹ̀ ni nàdó amẹ́wẹ̀ ìjọgbẹ̀ nàgà ẹ̀ rọ̀ abuzama niyan aga jogba wiyan abe enige aga jogba wiyan eje sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀gá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ náà aga ara wèmí kémi ìbára àjò àgbọ̀nyáàrí ọ̀rọ̀ yàdúkọ̀ sábà jèmí gbégbé àgbọ̀nyáàrí ọ̀rọ̀ ìjógbẹ̀wé rí ọ aládùnmí ẹwẹ́ ọdún ṣègbórí ọpá ọmọ ìjógbọ̀ ẹmù yẹn ọ̀sàrẹ́gbẹ̀ ní ọ̀rọ̀ ni udo mewe ewigi dino de eso aro lekenye riri enya salo boare o eteria na o de so de ra na tai e ba na do mi so nya ha ya ine ya ku gbe ya do be tere no keke igogbe ni wa na te keke no keke na zaga so ba na igogbe ma zaga ise awa ni hu uda edo ba te do mi wa mu igogbe gbo ke ere rade te edomie we akugbe noro onegbe eyin na ya te eyin o ya noro ma gbe na ya ruyobo na owa awe yi gogbe gina wa gbe na to e kata sin degbe no kere yi igogbe ore me uku na be to e la rese lamogun lamosu no o me wa no be to e ya me gogbe ere ne de sọpá ìmọ́sọ̀rọ̀ ìrẹ́ èsọ̀rọ̀ ìmátí ẹ̀bọ̀ wọn ò náwó wà ọ̀ẹ̀dání ọ̀fìlìrí yakọ̀ ọwọ́ ìjọgbẹ̀ náà wọ́n máa dẹ́ máa yẹn ọwọ́ ìjọgbẹ̀ máa dẹ́ máa ọwọ́ àwọn ọ̀tẹ̀rẹ̀ kẹwàá sùn ẹ̀ ọ̀sábọ̀ ìjọgbẹ̀ máa yà ní máa jẹ́gun náà dèsì yẹn násẹ̀ àníma násẹ̀ àná lọ dèsì.
ìhóni náà tapá yẹ̀mẹ́ ìjọgbẹ̀ náà bàbá náà mú ìjọgbẹ̀ gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nẹ́ bàbá ní náà mú ìjọgbẹ̀ gbọ́ ègbó ẹ̀yìn ọ̀pá ẹ̀rí àbẹ́mẹ́ mami yẹn àmì ẹ̀wẹ̀ ní àwọ̀ ẹ̀gbá ìyẹn la ìyẹn ọ̀dìyàn rẹ̀ fámìlì ní ìjọgbẹ́ ní náà sùn ẹ̀ azọ̀dì ìyẹn ọ̀dìyàn ìyẹn mẹ́tẹ́ níbẹ̀ ìpìà níbẹ̀ wà ìyẹn náà dò bí ẹ ìyẹn gàgà rí àwọ̀ omi ẹ ọkìn àyìndọ̀gá ẹ nọ́mú ayé ìjọgbẹ́ ní ètò ẹ̀ níbẹ̀ wà ní dín òbí ẹ ní.
ìjọgbẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́gbẹ́ lórí wẹ̀tánà ọmọ náà rí ẹ inú wọn ẹ̀ gbẹ̀yìn ọmọ wọ́ bọ̀ ẹ́ èyí ẹsẹ̀ tí a rẹ̀ yìí ní. ṣùgbọ́n ìbáni ayé ṣèbáni rẹ̀ wàá rí palọ̀panà nana dùkọ̀ awe ijogbonma
eyi
yẹn wọ́n wọ́ bọ̀ ọ́.
ọmọ wọ́ bọ̀ ọ́.
ehin awu obiera ehin.
obiera ehin.
na obiera ni ọni ọ̀kagbé yìí sọ igbe.
sọ igbe yes.
ara yẹn awo mi ọ̀dọ̀ owó yìí hàn ní ẹ̀yà kókò awo yìí.
ọkọ ẹ̀ náà mi wẹ ìyẹ́ ọ̀gìdì wa.
ìyẹ́ ìrè wa ẹ̀yìn àrẹ ìyẹ́ ni kúrò. ó kúrò ní wàdọ́mọ̀ bàbá dọ́wọ́ wa yan ìlú tó dẹ́ ẹ̀ yẹn rẹ̀ kó màdódùkú òun mà ìjógbé mà náà ìrìn àrùn ẹ̀
ọ̀nìwé ni káàkiri ẹ̀yìn dẹ́rìn.
ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ ọ ìzukú rẹ̀ òwò àzukú rẹ̀ ní oyè yìí jógbẹ̀ yà á bí kò ọ̀nà àzukú rẹ̀ òkú lọ́yẹ́rú wà ọ̀ ìjógbọ̀ yẹ́rú wà náà sẹ́yà ayé mìíràn yẹ èyẹ ọ̀rí wẹ̀kẹ́ ìwà wò náà dọ́ àmì ẹ̀wẹ̀ èyẹ ni nọ́ọ̀málẹ̀ lónìí gbogbo ya dọ̀rùn ayé ẹ̀ lónìí ya dẹ́gbẹ́ yí ẹ̀ ọ̀ẹ́mù gbogbo ẹ̀mùkíẹ́ ẹ̀rẹ́ ni wà ní ìnọ̀ká wẹ òbí ọ̀wà mẹ́yà náà èyí máa kí orin wa ọ̀sára ó wà rí ta kẹ́kà wà ẹ̀mí gbogbo ẹ̀ wọ́n gẹ̀ á rí ọ̀rọ̀ sàbọ̀bọ̀ náà bí kò dọ̀ ìwà náà pa màá nà mí rà ẹ́.
nọ̀wé lélẹ̀. dèrè náà yẹ mí ẹ̀wẹ̀ igi ògbẹ̀ ọ̀nà sẹ̀ igi ògbẹ̀ náà sẹ̀ gbẹ́ ògbẹ́ ìgbẹ́ ọ̀ṣọ́bẹ̀ yẹ. àdómi ẹ̀wẹ̀ igi ògbẹ̀ náà ó wá ní ọ̀dọ́gún ọ̀wọ́ ó wá yíre wa ìté ètò wá yín náà. ẹgbẹ́ ni ìrànà bọ́sọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ yíyan anáwó ní akóbọ̀ kùkù gbé wé náà dó kókò bọ́ náà wòlé gbé bọ́ náà mú já náà gé ara gé gíní máa wẹ ìgé gbé rí mà ẹ̀yìn náà rí anáyè miẹ́wẹ́ èyẹ nẹ̀ náwó sọ ìgbé ọ̀nàwó yẹn kú nẹ̀ ìbí ìbàbà náà pa yìí ìlàwá máa wé tí yẹn adógún yẹn dó bọ́ ẹ̀ wá rè wá rè rẹ̀.
ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn náà ìmáà olùsùnmí yẹn náà tó máa pọ̀ ìmí ẹ̀ nẹ̀ ọwa gbẹgbẹgbọwọ yẹrẹ ohun yẹn nẹ èyí má ti di gbẹgbẹ yìí ọ̀nà wà tìkó ẹ̀yìn ọ̀nà wà tìkó ọ̀nà ìjọgbẹ ohun yẹn nà yẹn ò ní gbẹgbẹ náà ọgbọ ọ nọ pé fún ọ̀nà àríwó làdíà yẹn náà ọ̀nà wà bò wá ọ̀nà bọ̀yọ òyìn ní àárẹ̀ yìí nà kí wẹ́ irú nà yà á mi ò wá náà kókè yẹ azíwó ari ẹ̀yà sí wo ẹ̀yà lòvi ẹ̀ ẹ̀wà ni mo wá ẹ̀há yà ẹ̀nà fi ọ̀yọ́ ihò ní àní ha asa àgìlẹ̀ ha èyí sọpá anáyè sẹ ọ̀gùá nẹ́gẹ̀dẹ́gbẹ́ rà ní ànádùkọ̀ onye òkùnrẹ́ péré wa òkùnrẹ́ péré wa sọpá owó eré rà mẹ́ nà fi ẹ̀wà náà bí eré rà mẹ́ ẹ̀wà náà bí mẹ́ mẹ́hó nọ ọ̀sẹ̀ ha sí ní n'esunu berio osunu everio ọmọ wa mudia ọmọ ẹgbẹ mudia ìyàgì bíbíwa ìyàgì zara ìjọgbẹ ọyẹwẹ òkùnàtúẹ ọmọ àná yóò rí ẹdọnẹ ọ̀nà rẹ ọwẹ òkùnà ẹtùẹ láyézè lámòsùn lámògùn lábàtúẹ òkèké náà ni ọmọkàwé tàwọn ọyẹ nà oríire zara ìjọgbẹ ẹ máa gbá kan náà ní wọn ẹ ǹda ìjọgbẹ ẹyìn máa sún ẹ ọsàlóbó àsún ẹ nẹ ọdẹ báíbò ìjọgbẹ ọsún ẹ nẹ awẹ Solomon àríyànjiyàfẹ ẹ ní màgẹ wẹ Old Testament ìyẹn ya nẹmẹ ìjọgbẹ ẹrọ ìjọgbọ yẹn á ní ẹyìn àná ìgbésẹ ẹyìn ya ìkùgbé ẹyìn ya níhùn ìjọgbẹ kì í sí ẹgbẹ kòkò ọsẹ ẹwọ kòkò ẹyìn màá náà tẹ̀lé náà wẹ ọmọ akẹ́kẹ́ náà ọ̀rẹ́ dò zara ọ̀rọ̀ azara erinà sí òkè káàbọ̀ pọ̀ sẹ́yìn yẹ yorí máa gbé wẹ yorí máa ẹ̀ ní gbé èrò àná ìjọgbẹ ẹ̀rẹ́ ọ̀nà lẹ́kọ́ ọ̀nà náà máa ẹ̀ wọ̀ èmi rà lọ́wọ́ máa omi ẹ̀ máa tù tì omi ẹ̀ náà gbọ́ ẹ̀sìn yẹn sì délé mi náà wégbé náà náà gèkè náà ayò lẹ́ni ìjọgbẹ náà rọ̀ ẹ̀ẹ́dùn náà nọ̀ máa.
Maa mi ìjọgbẹ ní yóò lu kàn náà ni ìjọgbẹ wí ní ọ̀sẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ kòkó ekeno na o magina ekeno owe nuwe laladian ana you know kan we ora rebe no ho an Israel gbe opono gbera yisen ene no uyeva nebe Egypt 400 years uyi eva uyo 200 so yin agbupo yin ebe Egypt so pege ni han akpa yin anavulu gbolokeri yan ore yin ya ni agbare yin anawu yan aviori owa because yin am ekeni akere no igi ogborian we dey left with mami if edere be no wan na teti wo ni emi yayi yana we de no garo ni ma no salobo wa yi ebe rio we okeke di maya anyi na na me ma mu jogbe o ma fo o ma keke di ma ti lawa mara ti lawa e ma ni ya o mi yen wa yen we tie ikwaro nda eri eroporopa ari ke egbe ni bai oni egbe no ri zaga igogbe na o si egbe kakabo wa koko that ewo ya garo na mi ke no bebun na mi we e baba no nya owa ni ere wuku obera yen na we gi ogbe na le gbi yen zaga kwa ona mama we be no ye na omi yen no dion ututa yo wa ni amaya nu wo pa nu ku le ma ni ke ko awo we ga we lu yen ga we pa e mu no bo e omi yen mi wu ni yen be bi eleni no reze ko we do take over obe alu jogbe ni e money wa mi wu ni ya te ya lu e gba ne akemi wo vanbo rari oge eye ne ye ku e omi wu fua we o wa ne ri yen e wu na ni we ne ra be na bi efu era eye ni eri abi we ado mi we o we ra tu we gan o ge e bi no de igba gie money ya fe lu e o ke vanbo be la oge ye akemi o ke wa ga ihian oni giogbe o ya to o ya pe aya mi we eri ke mi na wo arazi e aga wọn ọga gba ara we mi we egbe ni na fi boyi be na mi hu da we akugbe oguyan wa kugbe mi o na mi we ize o ya report o si oba atope ise ni wa ijogbe na mu paro ijogbe no kia oni na do azuku re no wa owe yere ba ni ijogbe ne pawe kino ye ọ̀rọ̀ yi ka kasi benu zamani yan ye awero awolia awedohen ezomo yani buwerio ujogbe ọ̀rọ̀ ne nebe jamupa e kan so no ri jase gbere ujogbe ni aimu epa ebi na so se no ri ewu ni obi e ri ewu yo ri ewu unda osapa na gan ado bi omo ya de no ye eyin no ma negbe iyan we ado mo igogbe ege kin enike ya yin la dan we igogbo imanu akin ya se court wo ya se kino ki una agbe egwe kin are me wo wori ewuku igogbe we ri oro so pa so ro wa pa o wa ni lepa o bi se na pa o ri lepa oni movable kebe immovable igogbe so pa na ya si egbe koko emi na ya si egbe koko emi na ya si oten koko emi na ya si na we no maye egbe igogbe kini wa inedo unda kege ade kege ogi so ade igogbe ke aro emi ma idehu we igogbe ne saga ima we le ma we yin omo no ba ne do ku apolopolo oba ewa noro na mi we igogbe oredo obe ayewe ebe na egware oba ya de azaga ti we egwaba ore ma ka ki o wa gba wa re dita uda unye ni ayawe mi jogbe po na mi wa emonka lewo igogbe kini wa odo izaga ọ̀rá lọ́wọ́ láti ló ní ẹwẹ́ ẹ̀dọ́sẹ̀ tí a tẹ̀wọ̀ pa ọ̀lọ́wọ́ gbé ní wọn
ehunda ijogbero ana mu mami maibona awe gbesonia ari gelegele ari awe kenwa ari awe na iya ri ma ari mi na ge ote ode yokori won ewe so waro eyan nile data wo bo iya mi ma oto ni uda egbe no keke no si yen ni jogbe aro eya lekwa ijogbe oe ezi owe na uda ijogbe na mu gbo e ka na dikono e ka na du temu mame e ka na ru no gba ijogbe kini wa ijogbe be lo saro boya ijogbe ye ohin owe do ni aya mu egbo okay ya no wa no di sense we no tere ta ba no re bible e yaro awe solomon awe ya e ya me ijogbe ani ye kian do se de na wa jo we do we akin awe do ni wa oteme
ko kan ijogbe na we na ya ta na ban osalo bo na la ho na ge ijogbe we ma wi me ayere we me ra awon wa ukuna wa be tuwe ni ijogbe ni iyan ni oto egboku na not a wiri ọmọ yin odo wa ana na we owe egbede eyin tuwe ana we ya le family ijogbe yin ọmọ ozola no de magare we gbebe iri obo yan le ma datu idatu ku wa ya ni dami ho sare bo no de ba wa iko ha no pe wo sare bo afin
ọmọ ni wa wa ijogbe magwa kan wala owo eti ma no we mu e uga si ogbe gbo no rogbe maka bokpon wa ebero ni mawe gbene na ye arugi ogbe ma no we tana ma we zi oge egwa gwa mo no ba no la na teyo eyin ore do na so ra gbe yo to ara gbon ona arebe ona mu aye ai ya ka be ya agbon yo to ni ma sa gbon we yo ne ma si lele we yo ne na ya gbu hi ori ma na so ra gbe yo to oni ma yin ya iyan ọmọ no bai na ti ko yo na ze ma yo e ma ni ase ti gbebe e bo ya gbon ejo ya gbon o ayi yen na mi we eriwe yo ọmọ adefua we na mana we yo o te si pe iyi senode eyin do wa bun nerewu eyin do wa bun nerewu wa gari gbon yo to no me ile lowo e ori ọba atope ise
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another lovely Monday evening, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join us on yet another amazing episode of your ultimate rendezvous for guys on television. And I'm talking the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a unique show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where the needs of men are hardly catered for. You know, it's very important that you invest in yourself as a man, just so you'll be able to give out to everyone around you. The show comes up every Monday on this station. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. All right, now, tonight we have a very interesting conversation, something that borders on trust issues. Now, a lot of times we hear people talk about trust, right? You know, some people accuse you of not trusting them enough. So the question we're asking tonight is trust automatic or is it earned? Yep, it's a very interesting topic, and it's something that I'm very sure a lot of you out there are going to find really, really interesting. Well, I'm not alone tonight. I've got two amazing people, two people who are really not new to matters of this nature. First of all, to my far left is someone that ran away, but he's back now. You know, I guess it's not unsafe to call him a prodigal son. Yeah, he's one of the founding fathers of the Guys Hangout Show, and it's always a pleasure to have him on the show. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochiagu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Harry. I think prodigal will be a far-reaching word. Yeah, okay. But again, it feels good to be here this evening. It feels good, really, to be here. I've missed it here. I've missed the audience here on the Guys Hangout Show.
I've missed you as well.
Yeah, so sometimes it's just like that. We have to pay attention to more things, but sometimes you just have to have a blend, like a popular politician will say, "Inyendeba, Inyendeba." So it feels good to be here, and it's a pleasure being here.
And of course, it's a pleasure to have you. And of course, seated next to him is someone else who, you know, has been away for a while, but he's back with us now, and he goes by the name of Osas Zabayo. Welcome on board, Osas.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's great being here again. Though the last time I was here was on radio.
Okay.
The first time I'll be joining the Guys Hangout.
What was your experience on radio, though?
Wonderful, amazing, very, very interesting. Because back then you can just have fun behind the
behind the camera. I mean, nobody is watching you.
I'm telling you, but it was very interesting.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's going to be just as interesting tonight. All right, so let's get right to the business of the day. It's actually a very interesting conversation that we have before us. Trust issues. Now, I'm sure you guys can relate to, you know, the debates, or should I say the talking points around trust and trust issues, right? It's not uncommon to hear people say, because you love them, you should automatically trust them. So the big question we're asking tonight is trust automatic or is it earned? Because some persons would like to believe that just because you love them, like I said, you should naturally trust them. They don't have to earn it. You should love, love shouldn't exist without trust. As a matter of fact, love and trust go hand in hand, right? According to people in that school of thought. Do you share that school of thought? Let me begin with you, Benedict. Do you think trust is something that should be earned, or it's something that is just automatic?
Well, for me, for the fact that it is the word trust, for me there is no line, there's no room for it being automatic, as long as it is the word trust. It is captured in the right sense of the fact that you have to earn it. There is something that happens over time. Even in trusting, you have to take your time to trust. You have to allow people earn the trust, like
prove themselves.
Yeah, like I said to somebody the other time, I told him that you were able to hurt me more than I deserve because I trusted you more than you deserve. Right? Yeah. People, when you trust people more than they deserve, the chances are that they might not really treasure that trust, and they might just give it away at any slightest chance. But when you allow people earn trust, they learn the skill of protecting it because they earned it. I advise that as a guy, you learn the art of protecting your space. And the word friend, I see a lot of persons that anybody around, just because you exchange the phone number with somebody, you say the person is your friend. The word friend is a very, very big word. And then you see some other persons, you meet somebody, just within the space of weeks, the person has known everything about you, your past, your present, and your future. That is for me recklessness. That is for me carelessness. And so when we are talking about trust, in my own perspective, I feel that people should earn the trust. People should really get a measure of trust, because sometimes trust is not holistic at the beginning. It goes from one layer to another. I can trust, step by step. Yeah, I can trust you on certain things, but in another thing, I might not really. So because of that sequence that it takes, I feel it's something that people should earn.
All right, Zabi, what's your perspective to this? Do you think it's automatic? Do you think that people should be trusted simply on the basis of their relationship with you?
Okay, so for trust, there are two phases to it.
Okay.
If you want to live a very simple, easy life, safe life, let people in their trust. But if you want to go very far, like very, very far, remove any. Just trust your God.
Just bestow trust on people, irrespective of whether they earn it or not.
Because there's this certain adage about how before you allow people in, have a certain knowledge of what they can do and who they are and all that. But I believe that if you really want to, I'm trying to coin it, not to.
If you have to apply that rule to everyone, then you won't have anybody in your circle.
Thank you. So in fact, that's the point I want to try and hit on, because if you want to be very safe and make everybody in their trust, like before this person comes into my space, before this person comes into my circle, I'm trying to see what this person can do, if he's going to hurt me, how he can hurt me. That is how trust is built actually.
Yeah.
So in that particular moment, I'm trying to weigh and see how this person, his capabilities, his weak points, his anger issues. So at that moment, I understand everything there and I trust the person. So in that phase, I know where to hurt the person or where the person can hurt me, and I'm trying to avoid all that. So trust, that is how trust builds, understanding and knowing people. That's why love is just a byproduct. Trust is a byproduct of love.
Okay.
Because when you love somebody,
you trust
just comes with it. It's just like one of the backpacks in love. So because you've known the person, understands the person. But if you really want to go far, like most businessmen, entrepreneurs that go far, if you want to start banking on trust so much, you will not really go far. So
that's you taking it to the business angle.
Business angle, life angle, and all that. And in fact, relationship. There are most relationships that have started and this person throw trust out of the window. Like let's just see how it goes. But there's like I said, there are two ways about it. It might end well, it might not end well. If it ends well, it ends very well. But if it doesn't end well, it doesn't end very well.
Okay.
So most of them might not be alive to see that it ends well.
Oh, okay.
But if it ends well, you're going to enjoy it, right? So that is one thing about trusting your guts, and then it's like you trusting yourself, trusting your gut, instead of relying on trusting the person. Now I trust myself. Do I want to do this? So that's how I see it actually.
All right.
So there are two areas.
Fair enough. Benedict, Zabi's perspective sounds really realistic. He tends to look at it from a realistic point of view, whereby he's saying that, you know what, if you're going to judge everyone based on their level of, should I say, credibility, you might end up not having anyone in your circle. And of course, the area that he mentioned is one that we are very much familiar with. You are a businessman, so I'm very sure you can relate to that. So what's your take to it?
The thing is, I quite understand what Zabi is trying to say, but there are extreme for me to his submission, because when you're talking about, for example, you just love and he talked about trust being a byproduct of love. I quite disagree with that, because you can love somebody without trusting the person.
Is that possible?
It's possible.
Like you think it's practical?
It's possible. No,
okay, explain. Throw more light on that. Okay.
Yeah, you can, for example, I can meet a lady, and maybe because of how, on the basis of certain parameters, I can fall in love with her. For example, they say you fall in love, right? So But that may not necessarily mean that I trust that she can do this, I can depend on her on this. That may not necessarily mean that I trust that she isn't cheating on me. In fact, the people that are so much in love are being cheated on most, because love has a way of blindfolding them from taking account of certain things. You understand? Even when the red flags, even when the traces of that is supposed to be checked, because this trust or lack of trust is checked for sometimes, especially for those in love, because this is the guys' hangout show. And I know there are a lot of, especially younger guys out there that they are butterflies, you know, the kind of butterfly love and all of that. So this might just be a knowledge for them that yes, you can love. For those who believe that you can fall in love, I know that with age, a lot of you will understand that you don't necessarily need to fall. You need to stand. But again, that is that
comes with experience.
With experience. So you can fall in love, you can love, but the fact that you love, for me, I believe that love should real love should be a byproduct of trust.
Okay.
Yes, because the reason why we have problem in our generation, people jump into marriages, jump into things they don't understand without taking account elements that makes marriage work. And the elements that makes marriage love is not necessarily love. It is trust, it is respect, right, and communication. Then if that is what makes marriage or relationship work, then it means that those things are as powerful as love itself. Right? So that is it. Then again, talking about the area where I agree with him in terms of business, because if you want to really do much in terms of business, you have to deal with people who are available. Sometimes you don't need to trust them. What you do, like he said, you trust your own girls. You create a system and trust your system. And so anybody you are bringing in works within that system. So you don't necessarily trust the individual, but you trust your system. Because if the person is this or that, the system will fish out the person. If we have been able to create a strong and dependable system for that. But even at that, when you are applying for the job, they will ask you to bring a reference, 2 references. And this person they ask you to bring are trust currencies.
Like guarantors.
Guarantors, yeah, that is the word, guarantors. These are trust currencies. And when they vet these persons that you are bringing, it is on the currency of these persons, because this person has been proven over time. They even give you specification that the person sometimes must be a director so and so place, or must be so and so, because it takes a level of pedigree to become a director there. So if that person can be a director, it means there is an element, there is an account of trust that he has earned over time. So on the basis, on his own currency, you are not being trusted. Not necessarily. So what I'm trying to say that even in that sphere, trust is still being earned, either directly or indirectly.
Okay, trust is being earned either directly or indirectly. Now, how does, this question goes to you, Zabi, how does trauma, psychological traumas, determine your level of trust for someone?
Of course. So when we talk about trauma, we deal with a lot of memories. In fact, it comes from memories, good, bad memories. So psychological traumas usually come from bad memories. So looking at where we are right now, Africa and Nigeria in particular, where therapists are not really very common. And there's no much publicity for persons to visit therapists and all that. So many persons are working with trauma, working with psychological issues that are left untreated, and they just take it from one relationship to another. So that's why you see in a relationship, a girl that has gone through a traumatic relationship, and then she's in another relationship. And then the new guy just comes in and does a dance step. The dance step triggers a memory that she has with the previous relationship of her with her ex having that same dance step.
Something as basic as a dance step.
Something as basic as a dance step, and then it triggers trauma. So this is where trauma has to be treated. So I think this is another campaign for treating trauma and mental issues. But if you're not properly healed from issues of maybe past issues that led to trauma, you're just going to continue taking it to the next relationship and the next relationship. And then, if this, like I keep saying, every man has his flaws. In fact, every man has one side that he's struggling with. Even a pastor has something he's struggling with. Most persons will shy away from that. So, if you not see one particular flaw that is actually supposed to be common or normal, it becomes a trigger for you. And then you start saying, "Oh men." So that's why that's where that statement comes in. All men are the same.
Men has come.
All men has come. All men are the same. How did you try all of them? No, it's just a few of them that you just saw the same issue, the same trend, and then not that they are totally bad. Just one particular flaw. Maybe this man doesn't dust his shoe before he enters the house, and then the whole house is dirty. That triggers trauma. So I believe this area and this totally goes away from trust actually, because at that particular moment, the person just does something with you, and then distrust comes in. Even if this is the best person for you, even if he treats you right, I think a popular artist says 99 good plus one bad makes you a bad person. So just that one bad, totally, the distrust totally comes in, and then you forget the 99 times that you had good experience. Okay. So that is how trauma works, and I believe that you just have to increase campaign for mental health issues, treatment to traumas and all that, which is totally on the low in this side of the world.
Well, in case you just joined us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, and tonight we're taking a look at trust issues. Is trust earned or is it automatic? Now, I'd like to ask you this, Benedict. What do you think? Let's look at the patience factor. Okay, do you think patience is relevant in this discourse that has to do with trust and trust issues? Because a lot of times we tend to judge people before we even get to know them. So what role do you think patience plays in this?
Well, because I believe strongly that trust should be earned, and so I also have to prioritize and give a place of pride or a place of dominance to patience. Because if people will earn the trust, it means that I have to give them time to earn it, right? So I have to give them time to earn the trust, and if I have to give them time, one element that is key is patience.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to give people time.
But the question is, how much time is enough time? If we are talking patience, if we are talking about giving people enough time to prove themselves, how much time do you think you could possibly give someone to prove themselves?
I think that is not cast on stone. Okay. It differs with individuals.
And it's based on discretion?
Yeah, on discretion, and also with the person that you are dealing with. Okay. You might be lucky sometimes to find somebody who is great, a fast learner, who adjusts easily and all of that. But I think in building that trust, the first thing you look at is loyalty. Because until people are loyal to you, they cannot earn trust with you. Yeah, betrayal always comes with lack of loyalty. For example, if I'm working with Zabi and I am loyal to whatever we are doing, and I am loyal to the goal, the shared goals and everything, the chances are that I will not easily betray him because of loyalty. And then if, for example, I just have to start with the business aspect. Then if, for example, between a lady and a guy, if I am loyal to the lady, there's that level of loyalty, and she is also loyal to me, I think the chances are that over time, trust will be built fast.
Okay.
So that is why I say the first...
In other words, you're saying that loyalty builds trust.
Yeah, the loyalty actually is the first thing you look at. As you are building trust, you look at loyalty. Because if they don't show that sign of loyalty, the chances are that trust will be a scarce commodity in that relationship, whether a business relationship or a relationship between a man and a woman. So when we are talking about how much time is enough, it's not cast on stone like I said earlier, but patience. Because sometimes one of the things that life brings people to you to teach you is patience. There are some of us that are short fuse, for example. When God sees that you are short fuse, and God sometimes want to deal with that issue with you, He brings somebody who is so much, who is a lot around you. And then if you can manage that person, automatically you are not just making that person better. You will find out that over time you have become a better person.
Okay.
That is why you see that men that are married for 10 years, for example, after 10 years of marriage, single ladies always seem to be attracted to those men. Let me tell you why.
Why?
Yes, single ladies actually seem to be attracted to men that are married maybe after 10 years, after 15, 20 years.
Because they have an experience with women.
Single ladies actually, the reason is that when you make comparison between your single guy and this guy and the married man has learned patience with his wife. The married man has learned to take nonsense, that nonsense that your single guy does not take. This married man has learned the art of taking nonsense. He has learned the art of being patient, because his wife is a lot. They are trying to get ready to go to church. The wife woke up by 5 a.m. The man woke up by 6:30. He will still get ready before the wife and be waiting for the wife. They will quarrel for some time, but after some time the man will just learn that this is woman for you. And for us to have peace and for us not to spoil our Sunday every day, I have to be patient. So naturally the man will adjust and learn the art of patience in order to deal with his wife. And so with that, because of that, there is something that has shifted in the man, in as much as he has worked on a woman, but something again positive have also happened to the man. That is why you see that young ladies sometimes seem to, beyond the financial, because the older a man becomes, the older sometimes the more successful the man becomes. So young ladies, they also like successful, they are attracted to success. And then again, there are traits.
Okay.
There are traits. For example, Zabi is married. The way those days when he was not married, when we rode together, the way he handled issue then, for example, when he arrived at the studio, he just called me that I'm here. And you could see from his voice there was no agitation, there was no tension, because over time he has learned patience. He has worked with a woman closely for a long time. So you can see a Zabi that is now patient, that is now enduring. So that is what it is, patience. Not really time bound, but again, just be patient. Over time, it can work.
Thank you so much. We're actually pressed for time right now, so as we begin to wrap up, I would like you to respond to this, Zabi. Betrayal. How does betrayal ruin trust?
Okay, so betrayal. How does it ruin trust?
Yes.
Okay. I already have something that I was already planning to say.
Okay.
But betrayal would always find a way to ruin trust. That I would not blame the person actually betraying. I would blame the person that actually trusted.
Really?
Yeah. So I think now let me now go back to what I was planning to say.
Okay.
Yeah. So in this life, I would advise don't trust anybody. Trusting somebody.
Now you are sounding like Tubaba.
I know
you can't trust somebody. You have to trust someone.
Yeah. And give it to the person.
Okay.
The only person you should give that gun to is the spouse. The only person that can actually betray me right now should be my spouse. That's it. Not my kids, not my parents. Nobody should be able to betray me, because when you're interacting and working with persons, you should always have
boundaries.
Not just boundaries. In fact, don't have boundaries, but always analyze everything you see and hear. Everything you take in, analyze it. There should always be, okay, if you're working with somebody, there should always be a plan B and then a plan C. There should always be contingency, because nobody should be trusted. If push comes to shove, everybody wants to save their head.
Sure.
So
it's every man for
himself.
himself.
So save yourself from betrayal. I believe this is what is taught to most of these guys in the forces. You don't trust the next person standing next to you except your brother. You understand? So to avoid every form of betrayal, don't trust anybody. I believe we're all talking about trust.
Yeah, sure.
Don't trust anybody.
That's the safe side, right? The truth is that betrayal does a lot of damage to trust. In fact, sometimes it goes beyond the person that even betrayed you. But again, betrayal is also an important teacher, because it teaches you. Because like what Zabi was trying to say, I learned that very late. Because before somebody will betray you, there will be traces to it. People don't just wake up to betray. You will see disrespect. You will see traces. So work analyze those traces and deal with it before it gets to the big
analyze
issues.
those traces, deal with them, and ensure you tackle them before they become a monster that you have to start running helter-skelter in order to conquer. Well, it's been an amazing show tonight, and I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Benedict Ochagu and, of course, Zabayo Osas. It's been a very interesting conversation, and I'm sure those of you out there that have been watching have been taking notes, because there's a whole lot to learn from what they've said so far. Now, should trust be given to people without earning it, or should it be earned? Well, I guess that's left for you to answer. My name is Harry Agboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a lovely night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Teachers must they. And therefore Amaho Secondary School. For Igwebe local government for Amaho. For Amaho, now wait till they have school. How are you?
Where's your teacher? Sit down. What's the name of the school? Secondary school. Which class is this? SS1. Where's your teacher? Office. Are you the only one here? What class is this? SS2. Where's your teacher?
In office.
Have they taught you people today?
No, sir.
SS2, what's your name?
Happiness.
Do you like the condition of your school?
No, sir.
Commissioner of Education need to hear this one. SS2, you are the only student here?
Yes, sir.
What do you want government to do for this your school?
I want it to be good, so that I need a more teacher, so that they can be teaching us.
You need more teachers?
Yes, sir.
What's the name of this school?
Amawa Secondary School in Duongo.
Local government?
Yes, sir.
You need more teachers?
Yes, sir.
So you are in SS2? And you are the only student here?
Yes, sir.
In this class? Let me say, I need to go different community secondary and primary school make I go to check them because government has to. How are you? How is today? Which class is this? SS2. SS3. That is SS2. No teacher here? Huh? I say, if you see something, say something. Where are they so?
I'm at secondary school.
How are you?
Fine, sir.
What's your name?
Amoriawo Ebe.
Do you like the condition of your school?
No, sir.
What do you want government to come and do for you people?
I want them to employ more teachers.
You lack teachers?
Yes, sir.
Is it English teacher or math teacher or?
All the teachers.
And you are preparing for WAEC, Abi? What are you preparing?
WAEC.
Did they teach you over here?
Small.
Why you and your gang for this school remove all the ceiling? You and your squad. Why not remove all these things?
We are not the one that remove it. We made it like
that. Say that. Were you not among the people that removed this thing?
No, sir.
This thing. So you want government to post more teachers here?
Yes.
More teachers?
Yes.
The way you think they say yes. Thank you, Thank you. Wow. Can go the entire community to community to check their primary and secondary school.
Good morning, sir. You are blessed.
What's the name of this school? Amawa Secondary School. What class is this?
JSS1.
JSS1. This is the only JSS1 class in this school. It's just all the students I'm seeing here now. What's your name?
Sadebame Beta.
Sadebame. What do you want government to do for this your school? You have teachers.
Yes.
They should give you more teachers.
Yes.
You need more teachers. What do you want?
I want government to help us to build this school, make much people come to this school.
You want more teachers?
Yes.
Have you received any lecture today? Any teacher? Time is almost after 12 now, Abi. After 11. Time is to 11. Have you received any lesson today? Any lecture? They say they never receive any lecture. Tuesday, 10th March 2026. Yesterday. And today, another day. 11th of March. This is 10th. Business studies. Test. What is entrepreneurship? Define self-employment. What is a sole proprietorship? Mention 2 features of United. Can you answer any of the question there? Yes. The question is, what is entrepreneurship?
Entrepreneurship means by starting up a new business. Somebody that open up a new business.
Define self-employment.
Self-employment means one-man business. By opening your own business, only one person will have the business, like barbing salon, hairdressing, provision, other etc.
I will draw government attention to your school. Hey, whoa. Where is the teacher now?
You are blessed.
What class is this? JSS 3. How are you? What's the name of this your school? Where's your principal? She didn't come today. What of the teacher?
Then the gardener.
Doing what?
Cutting bamboo.
They are in their farm?
Yes.
But they are supposed to be in the class teaching you people now. Are they teaching you people today?
Yes.
They don't teach you now today?
Yes.
What did they teach you now? Look at the symbol. Look at the board is blank. What are you doing? Eh? Okay, dictate. Huh? 6th of March, 10th of March. I want to see 11th of March 2026 in your book. So your teachers are in the farm, cutting bamboo. Ama or secondary school, ama or Igwebe local government. Hey, whoa! I want to see 11th of March. Where is it?
Wednesday.
Eh?
Wednesday.
How many subjects do you receive in a day? Is it only one teacher that is teaching you all? But your teacher is supposed to be here. Come and show me the road to the farm. I come to secondary school, I don't see any teacher. Yeah. Hey, what? Teacher supposed to the classroom. I come Amaho Secondary School for Igwebe local government. I don't see any teacher, I don't see principal for school. Hey! Ministry of Education, the state government must hear this. I come one community, Amaho. I visit the primary school. I visit the secondary school. I don't see any teacher for the secondary school. I asked to see them when the teacher. See that they found the cut off.
Now wetin dey happen? Bosununa. Now wetin dey happen? Bosunun. Now wetin dey happen? Bosunun. Now wetin dey happen?
Hello, well done, no.
Sir.
You be teacher for that school? Okay, you be teacher for that school? Yes, sir. Commissioner of Education, everybody did that side though. What did they do for you?
We are doing practical.
Practical? Are you a teacher yet too?
Yes.
How come Hammer secondary school? I don't get your school compasses from JSS1 to SJSS. Nobody. I enter your office, nobody. I enter your classroom. They say you there say bush, they cut bamboo.
Bros, easy. It's not even too long we left the classroom. We came to meet the students here where they are working. Oh, this one you carry ITV.
I got the surprise. Suppose they school. Because they are practical work, they do so. Yeah. Because they are practical work. Hey, everybody, move. Are you the principal?
No, I'm not the principal.
Where is the principal?
He just went out.
Time now after level now, okay, teacher. Okay. Time now after level now. Principal not the school compound. Okay. Let go. Hey, whoa. Hey.
This one come too bad, This one gone too bad, I feel call this office. I don't see any of them. I don't spend time.
Easy. Sorry.
I don't go everywhere.
Sorry.
Sorry. Listen, we are from the cover. Inside Benin City.
Yeah, I don't see you.
I don't go different primary school and secondary school. I go see I'm not seeing man. The school they empty. Everywhere.
I sit down now.
I'm not facing down. But everywhere go to.
Everywhere
Where is your principal? Where is the principal?
They want for training.
Okay, that training what they do for
Irua. Yes.
Okay, that's why she not the.
Yes.
That's why not the school.
Yes.
But I be teachers here.
Yes.
I don't teach any of the students today.
No, they are writing test. So this week is test week.
Good test week.
Yes.
Oh, what to make me come go see now for inside farm, inside bush?
They were doing their practical. Very soon now they will be opening their practicals. So they need to make preparation on ground, put things in place for their practicals.
Are you lack of teachers in this school?
Seriously, yes.
Yeah, too hot.
Yes.
Inside the new employment where Edo State government employ, we not get anyone from Edo Star or community teacher where they employ, yeah?
No, we don't get. We don't get. But we are Edo Star, but no community teacher. But we are no.
They don't give you permanent letter now. That day now.
Yes. Four of us were there here since 2022.
as contract or community teacher?
Contract teachers, those star teachers. So of recent, they gave us permanent electors. There was no other one added to it.
So, 4 teachers here, including the principal, what?
4 teachers with the principal inclusive 5.
For GSS1, GSS2, GSS3, SS1, SS2, and SS3.
SSCB, they have 3 teachers there. From SS1 to SS3. GS1 to GS3, we have 4 teachers.
Are you also teaching there?
No.
Nobody did there. No teacher did there. I don't check all the student notes. On the 10th of March 2026, 9 days. But however, keep it up, eh? So we need more teachers in Amao Secondary School. Yes, there's one girl, come. Where's one girl just now? Where is that girl? Come. Okay, where that teacher? Sit down. Okay, come. Yes. Come this side. Before I go now, you will give me your account details. Eh? Mm-hmm. You give this girl 5,000 naira.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I was surprised. The question on the board from number 1 to 3, you got it right. I ask you, who is a self?
What is define self-employment? Define self-employment.
Who is a self-employee?
Yes.
Who is self-employed person?
It means one-man business by only one person doing the business. That's what it means.
So I'm giving you 5,000 naira to support you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. What's your name again?
Christopher Purity.
How are you? Are you on break? Now, do you need more teachers in your school?
Yes.
You need teacher?
Yes.
What class are you?
Primary 5.
Primary 5. What class are you?
Primary 5.
Primary 4?
Primary 5.
So everybody is primary 5 here?
No.
Yes, primary 1. Primary 2, raise up your hand. Primary 3, raise up your hand. Primary 4, raise up your hand. Primary 5, raise up your hand. If you're happy to be here, shout amen. Amen. If you love your teacher, shout amen. Amen. What's the name of the school? What? I can't hear you. So, the government is watching us. What do you want in this your school?
Teacher.
Teacher?
Yes.
Teacher?
Yes.
And what?
More classes.
And more classes. However, now old bidding be this, they're getting new bidding. They're getting new bidding. You can see all those kind of new bidding, they're getting new bidding. So you said you need teachers. But the teachers that you have, are they teaching you well?
Yes.
Are they teaching you well?
Yes.
Who know how to play football here?
Me.
Who know how to dance here?
Me.
Okay.
Me.
Who wants to be a governor here?
Me. Everybody. Me.
Who wants to be a local government chairman here?
Me.
Who wants to be a doctor here?
Me.
Who wants to be an engineer here?
Me.
Who wants to be a footballer here?
Me.
Who wants to be a bricklayer here?
Me.
Bricklayer. Who wants to be a farmer?
No.
Who wants to be a farmer?
No.
I got a primary school student farmer or say they don't want to be farmer, or they want to be doctor, they want to be engineer, they want to be lawyer, they want to be everything. Bye bye, nice to see you, eh? So you say you need what? Teacher. You need what? Teacher. Thank you very much. And which compound, which school are they so?
Egwari Primary School, Amaho.
And you are the headmistress?
Yes.
How is everything?
Fine, sir.
You know, say you're far from the city. Yes. But how is the student? Hope everybody is fine.
Yes,
I can see they did break now.
They did break now. Yes.
What about teachers? But
the teachers, they went on training.
Okay, on that training,
yes.
But what will be the challenge? I hear say your teachers here, there are too many now.
No. We don't have teachers here. We don't have teachers here. We have so many pupils, but we lack teachers. We merge classes together. Like primary 5 and 6, only one teacher. Teaching one class. The other one will be lacking. In 3 and 4, only one teacher. ECCD 1 to 3, one teacher. That is how we are managing it.
But the government employed some teachers in not reach your school?
Edo State employ actually It's only one, those that have been here before that they permanent.
So, what you are lacking in Egwari Primary School?
Amaho. Yes, it's teacher. We need teacher. And people to be helping us, to the community. People should help us. Somebody should help us talk to the that is the youth so that they can help us to clear the feed.
The children not feed, they clear the feed.
They can't. They are too small. They can't do it.
Thank you for the time to talk
Thank
to
you,
us.
sir. I'm
Thank
happy.
you.
We have Idumodi Primary School, Bodeko Primary School, Egwari Primary School, and Ebase Primary School.
But I see that they clear the copper now.
Yes, down a community effort.
How you doing? Love is small thing, I say make additional community.
You do well.
Who they clear now?
Na me organize them personally. So you get association when I did now we get that machine so I can carry and come. As if say never to grow, make a your user now. So as I do and I boys come meet me. And so all of them come join me. So even for when we fell by finish, we go by again come. They run and since morning.
To make sure say
our pupils will day, our children will do well. So they will learn for conducive environment. Because now when we say they won't start now, all rep types feel they come they attack.
But people they go to school, teachers to school.
Yeah, they did. The day since they are close, they said they don't the right test.
Who go where they because I can't be calling talk say how my youth now they do now they clear the primary school and this should secondary school. Grass don't take over.
This one now since morning we dey since the runner.
Call this side. Okay. No, if we wait for government now.
No, we know we feed it. Not the government will feed they do everything. So maybe we see they use our communal effort. See they do the one where we feed do for inside. So now I make on my own. I just come say oh yeah, we carry out the do am.
What's your name?
My name is Honorable Harrison Owede.
I like what you do.
I agree with you, sir.
I beg governor don't give you money, you take clear, yeah.
Governor never give me. Governor never give me money. So that be the thing. The only thing when I go see say make we beg our governor. A bus not just get school at all. The building don't finish. Since when fire raised their own down, they not get building at all. So now one health center now there for all of them go the jump pad for the land. So those two schools make governor beg, make he answer us. The road you see pass and come just now.
Amaho Road.
So Amaho Road, you see how
I surprise your market not the function.
No.
I ask them why. They say because no road to the market.
No road because if you say make they come by, they go say road don't need to come by. So our people now need to harvest, carry commot, go Ebele before they will go sell. So even when Oshomole come that time, he promised us say he go do the road, he not do. Obaseki come, he promise say he go do am, he not do. So now when he be saying now our son our Okpebo na come dey, we dey beg am make he abeg. Make he wo. Because if you do this road now, go come out for Egwaholo. Come out for Ebele here, go come out for Wohimi. I believe say they go Biajana here they will depart.
But you know you said the governor they work.
Well, but he never reach Igwebe. The government local government has say he never do anything for Igwebe. So now beg now we dey beg am. If we get wetin we do, make he forgive us. Even this village now we not get marks. No MTN marks, no Glow marks. So
for network.
Now so we dey run up and down, go where network we go dey, go begin to receive call. So make we help us beg them. People when no say their hand feed day all those things, make they help us. I beg.
Amaho Road.
Amaho Road.
On a primary and
our
secondary
school, yes.
Health center.
In short.
And network.
Oh, God bless you. Now you remember me.
Honorable.
I agree with you, sir.
But election time when they vote for you.
Well. You see the sign now?
Now they vote for you.
You see the sign where we tell them?
Now they vote for you.
We dey run am.
Now they run am.
We dey run am. We must vote. You know, guy they be because election now try your luck. It be like Baba Jebu. When you put 1, you put 7, you put 10, you go say you go win. If you can't do and finish, maybe 1 not let and win, 2 not let and win. That's what election be. So when you dey vote for your candidate, you go say this one if he come, our problem don't solve. But at the end when you enter there finish, wafuka. So we don't first see all those kind of things, but we dey beg our son now, make he beg, make he answer our prayer.
Amaho.
Amaho, make he answer Amaho people prayer. We not get rude. Some schools not just there at all, like a Basse, Idmodi, they not get building at all. So now water side, the road when go come out for Egwaholo, come out here, just go above him. In short, now shortcut. Instead of you to go past Ugyogba, pass that one, or you go past Agbo. You from here come out, you don't go. So make governor beg.
That's why I come up from the city now, enter
the village. Oh, God will bless you. For you to even come those interiors, come see say people there here that they live. Now God will bless you.
Thank you.
You do well.
Thank you.
You do well.
Honorable.
You are blessed.
Hope say you know one contest oh.
Me? I feel still contest, not me.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we don't dey go.
Una do well.
So now una just dey do this thing
We
for.
just dey do am. So now all those questions they do the teacher me, I for don't try I do have.
I go beg Amaho, youths and elders, may they help government, the primary school and the secondary school where they their community, make them they help government they clear them. Because students, you know, I expect my primary school students call they clear here. I thank the people who they do this one now. I agree to. Now the head center be that.
Also, waiting they happen.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you to watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that. This. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course, this this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this.
A very good morning. Thank you for joining me on the AM News on ITV. I am Philip Omogyupo. On our first story this morning comes this. We are following the recent alarm raised by independent television and radio over the terrible and, of course, failed state of infrastructure in Okowisi community, Okpe local government area of Delta State. The governor of the state, Mr. Sheriff Oborevwori, has appealed to people to exercise patience, promising to urgently address the gross lack. Wari correspondent Benga Ahmed, who revisited the community on this special report, has details.
The alarm raised 2 weeks ago by independent television and radio over lack of basic amenities in Okowisi community, Okpe local government area of Delta State, ranging from poor roads, lack of potable water, electricity supply, and other social amenities, has attracted the attention of the government of Delta State. The Commissioner for Works, Highways, and Urban Roads, Comrade Ruben Isesi, who spoke on behalf of Governor Sheriff Oborevwori, said Okowisi community was not forgotten, as efforts are on top gear to address such challenges in communities across the state. The government of Delta State appealed to the people to be patient, adding that their pains will soon be a thing of the past.
My appeal to the people is that they should be patient. I'm sure sometime soon all these problems they have highlighted, particularly the access road and of course the schools, they will be addressed.
In their separate comments, the oldest man in the community, Oyinbo Amerite, and others asked Governor Sheriff Oborevwori to match words with action, pointing out that their suffering is unbearable.
I want a commissioner to take action to do our role like Okobi and put on our own. I praise the ITV television when they are assisting us to do. We tell the government to do the road.
I want the government to do our road. Even for many years now, they have been saying that the road have been awarded. And even up to tomorrow now, they have not done the road.
The people expressed deep appreciation to independent television and radio for their visit and broadcasting of their predicaments to the outside world. From Okowisi, Okpe local government area of Delta State, Benga Ahmed, ITV News.
Delta State Police Command has arrested ASP Nuhu Usman and other officers attached to Ekman Division involved in the alleged extrajudicial killing of a 28-year-old suspect, Mene Ogidi. The officers will be transferred to the State Command headquarters in Asaba for disciplinary action. The Police Public Relations Officer at Delta State Command, SP Daffy Bright, in a statement says police operatives were promptly deployed to the scene to take the suspect into custody. However, the police officer who led the team, ASP Nuhu Usman, in clear violation of Force Order 237 and the standard operating procedure of the Nigeria Police Force, discharged his firearm, leading to the death of the suspect. SP Edafe explained that the Commissioner of Police has directed the area commander, Efurun, to immediately arrest ASP Nuhu Usman and transfer him to the state headquarters in Asaba for necessary action. The officer has since been queried and transferred to Force Headquarters Abuja, where he will appear before the Force Disciplinary Committee for immediate disciplinary action and prosecution. The State Commissioner of Police, Yemi Oyeneyi, extended his sincere condolences to the family of the deceased, Mene Ogidi, and assured the bereaved family that the command is fully committed to ensuring justice is served. Right Honorable Barrister Omosede Gabriela Egbenedion has officially picked up her nomination and expression of interest forms to contest for the House of Representatives under the platform of the All Progressives Congress. Describing the moment as more than a mere formality, the lawmaker noted that it represents a renewed commitment built on experience, tested leadership, and a proven record of service to the good people of Ovia Federal Constituency. She highlighted that her journey in Ovia has been defined by tangible impact from infrastructure development to empowerment initiatives, as well as effective advocacy and quality representation, while emphasizing that much more remains to be accomplished. Right Honorable Egbenedion expressed sincere appreciation to the people of Ovia for their unwavering support, trust, and belief in her leadership, noting that their encouragement continues to inspire her dedication to service. She extended profound gratitude to His Excellency Senator Monday Okpebholo, the Executive Governor of Edo State, for his purposeful leadership, visible developmental strides, and people-oriented policies aimed at improving the lives of Edo citizens. She commended his efforts in driving growth, strengthening infrastructure, and fostering unity across the state. The lawmaker also acknowledged Still on that, the lawmaker also acknowledged the Deputy Governor of Edo State, His Excellency Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, for his steadfast support and vital role in complementing the governor's vision, noting that his dedication continues to enhance the effective implementation of government policies and programs. She further appreciated the leadership of the All Progressives Congress at both the national and state levels for their continued guidance and confidence. Right Honorable Egbenedion equally expressed deep appreciation to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for his leadership and vision for the nation. She concluded by reaffirming her commitment to the people, emphasizing that the journey ahead will be driven by unity, resilience, and a shared determination to achieve even greater progress for Ovia Federal Constituency. A former secretary of the Edo State government, Pastor Osage Ezeyamu, has received fresh endorsement from APC leaders and executives in Oriomo and Owode local government areas for his Edo South senatorial ambition. Joy Obaisiagbon reports that the display of support came on Tuesday during his visit to the APC Secretariat in Eho and Abudu.
As the APC primaries draw near, the Edo South senatorial aspirant Pastor Osage Ezeyamu, accompanied by notable APC leaders, pledged that his tenure in the Senate would bring significant changes, especially in grassroots inclusion and federal presence for Edo South. Unwode Council Vice Chairman Joseph Akie, LGA Chairman Usawe Osayemeri, and all 10 ward chairmen welcome Pastor Ezeyamu. A former Attorney General of Edo State, Dr. Samson Osage, urged the people of Unwode to rally behind the senatorial aspirant, describing him as capable of delivering effective representation. The Oriomo APC Secretariat in Abudu recorded a significant show of solidarity. All 12 ward chairmen, led by APC Vice Chairman Solomon Iyamu and Elders Council Chairman Chief Matthew Eigie, endorsed Pastor Ezeyamu's bid and called on stakeholders to support him.
Rodoni, Ovimana, Imaya, Amwebu, Leaders here, Oriomo is begging that you should send our son. We believe in him.
Visibly impressed by the warm reception, Pastor Ise-Iyamu expressed optimism about his chances at the primaries and thanked party members for their confidence in his candidacy.
We are very optimistic that in the free and fair primaries we will win overwhelmingly.
From Oriama local government area, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Moving on, discussion on suspension of election campaigns due to security challenges, effect on the general elections, and of course federal government's borrowing, seeking speedy approval from the legislative bodies, took center stage on the breakfast show this morning on ITV. The report by Shalom Owugara is presented by Osemodiame Osaige.
From Benin, political analyst Ahmed Iwaike says the suspension of election campaigns could lead to disenfranchisement, depriving the right of the electorate to vote for their preferred candidates. He urged security agencies to take full responsibility of protecting the electorate. Joining virtually, Mr. Victor Oyakhilome says it is politically orchestrated, pointing out that it is unfair to say that some states cannot express their civil rights due to insecurity.
And if election did not take place in those zones, then how do they now exercise their franchise? I think the call is to wake up those who are so responsible for this security issue to do their bidding so that this insecurity will be 100% curbed.
Politically orchestrated, because these are the states they want to disenfranchise, not to exercise their civic responsibility. As we speak now, if you are saying in the year 2026 that you want to disenfranchise some states due to insecurity in those states, it means it's a total failure.
From Abuja, legal practitioner Obajide Ilugbo says the problem of Nigeria is not borrowing money, but the problem is the capacity to pay back.
There is no rule that says don't borrow. So the question is, does the country have capacity to pay within the time of their administration?
From Lagos, United Nations Humanitarian Ambassador Dr. Victor Uhai said if coalition parties agree to come together, they might win against the ruling party in the 2027 general elections.
If the coalition truly is allowed, and I'm using that word correctly, deliberately, if it's allowed to stand and they present one candidate, this will work.
Osemodiame Osaige, ITV News.
Lagos State Police Command says it has arrested 118 suspects for various crimes, including kidnapping. The State Commissioner of Police, CP Tijani Fatai, during a press conference at the police headquarters in Ikeja, said most of the suspects were arrested for court-related crimes. Moving on, Edo State government has reaffirmed its commitment to flood prevention and environmental safety following the inspection of the silting and maintenance of works in parts of Oedo local government area. The State Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Honorable Nosa Adams, led the inspection tour on Tuesday alongside the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Inodolowanyi Otame. The report by Ehisu Namore is presented by Oluwafemi Farayola.
The Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Honorable Nosa Adams, visited the Director, Military Base Hospital, Benin, Brigadier General Augustine Okebuno Okafo, before proceeding to inspect the ongoing water reinjection scheme maintenance. The exercise covered 4 existing spectacles, flood water reinjection schemes located within the Military Base Hospital, Legislative Quarters, along Iyama Road and Boundary Road in Benin City. Honorable Adams said the state government remains determined to ensure free flow of water channels and reduce the risks of flooding during the rainy season.
In effect, at the military base hospital along Iyama, there is one receptacle there. At the legislative quarters along Iyama, there is 2 there. Then along boundary before Adesuwa, we have 1 receptacle. So the governor, being a listening governor, has directed that we should go into a very serious and comprehensive reinjection of this scheme so that flooding will be a thing of the past within the GROA.
Engineers handling the project assured residents and government of quality and timely completion of the work.
These cells are about 60 meters deep and they can absorb massive
amount of water with 8 inches channels. So we have about 56 of them domiciled here.
Traders in the area commended the intervention of the Edo State government, describing it as timely.
We are happy to see this wonderful work going on because for many years, whenever it rains, we don't sleep, we don't go anywhere. We are happy today that the governor has remembered us.
We pray that the God Almighty will continue to bless him.
The commissioner also visited Omorogbe Street beside Belisiman Hotel. During the visit, the commissioner observed that water from a nearby hotel constitutes a hindrance to the ongoing drainage project and affecting smooth progress of the work.
So we have truly seen that the violation is quite huge. This Belisiman Hotel is discharging effluent, waste from the hotel to the road. And meanwhile, the road is under construction by a Sopadec. It's bad enough. So what we're going to do, we're going to cite them for violation, and accordingly, we are taking them to court.
Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
A former member of the 8th and 9th National Assembly, Right Honorable Omoyegi Ogbede-Iyama, has declared to contest Edo South Senatorial seat under the platform of the APC in Ward 2, Owedo local government area. The declaration, which attracted a large crowd of party faithful leaders and supporters, marks the start of the consultations ahead of the APC primaries. Ofuria Nato takes us there.
Arriving with a large crowd of party faithful and supporters, Right Honorable Omoyegi Ogbede-Iyama was warmly received by party leaders and executives in Ward 2, where he formally declared his intention to contest for the Edo South senatorial seat. Addressing members of his ward, the two-time House of Representatives member appealed for prayers and support, saying his 8 years of legislative experience and record of attracting development projects positioned him well for the Senate.
My fathers and mothers, pikin wey pass no be promoted. Because I pass well for House of Rep 4 years, they say nobody go fit go back. They never do one before. All the Oredo people stood firm, and we won all the 12 wards for the second time.
Some party leaders, including Honorable Alexander Osayi and the Commissioner for Power, Honorable Paul Sembo, described him as a dynamic and experienced lawmaker with the capacity to deliver.
Because you are a young man we are proud of.
A dynamic man.
Very dynamic.
Yes.
And everything is at your disposal. And we believe in you.
He's a game changer. This is a Trojan. It's a fantastic day. The flag up is here, and I think everybody's queuing behind him.
I have attracted federal presence to Oredo Federal Constituency across board. The evidences are there. So if you're talking about experience, that's a key reason why I should be nominated.
Special prayers and blessings were offered for progress and victory as the declaration tour continues in other wards and local governments. From Benin, Ofuri and Netta, ITV News.
A member of the Edo State House of Assembly representing Owedo West constituency, Honorable Richard Osaro Edosa, has officially declared his intention to seek re-election for a second term to represent Owedo West constituency in the Edo State House of Assembly under the platform of the All Progressives Congress. The lawmaker publicly declared his intention in Ward 7, opposite Edopolo Grammar School, Owedo local government area, Benin City. His own Amore reports the event attracted party leaders, supporters, and stakeholders in large numbers. The report is presented by Ofure Anito.
The venue came alive with chant and excitement as a member of the Edo State House of Assembly representing Owedo West constituency, Honorable Richard Osaro Edosa, arrived with a large crowd of supporters and APC faithful. Addressing the gathering, Honorable Osaro Edosa promised to deliver more development projects to Owedo West if given another mandate.
I come here, come beg una. Since una see say I don't work, I don't help, I don't bring dividends of democracy to my constituency. I come meet una again, say I want go a second one.
Speaking at the event, APC chairman in Oedo West, Osadebame Osai-Hoi, called on party members and voters to support Edosa, citing what he described as his strong performance during his first tenure.
I want to thank him to beg Oedo West as a whole. What I now made mistake. Look at what he has done. Look at what he's going to do.
Honorable Edosa listed the projects: free healthcare, skills acquisition programs, purchase of SSC enrollment, and purchase of JAMB forms for several students, amongst others he has facilitated to improve the welfare of his constituents.
I do school, I do road, I do light, hospital, I be not be so. Where water they flow, I do for our consequences. I brought people for work, I be not be so. Now, the will pass the exam. What will be the next thing? Promotion, let me say, make it go higher.
From Benin, Ofuri and Neta, ITV News.
A grand reception has been held to climax activities marking the 3rd remembrance anniversary of late Pa Abel Omoyi, founder of Iyari Motors and patriarch of Egba community, who won their local government area, Edo State. The event, held at his residence in Egba on Tuesday, brought together his children, family members, and dignitaries who gathered to celebrate his life and enduring legacy. Jolade Ojo has the rest of it.
3 years after his passing away, Pa Abel Omoyi is still remembered for his track record of good deeds and immeasurable kindness. The reception served as a poignant reminder of his selfless spirit and lifelong dedication to serving others. In a short exhortation, resident pastor of Iyari Memorial Church, Imade Jimo, urged attendees to emulate the virtues and impactful life of the late Pa Omoyi.
The number of people that this our father have helped, they are so numerous. If not for Abel Omoyi, I don't know if I would have been a pastor by now.
Some of his children eulogized him as a loving father, mentor, and community builder whose values continue to guide their lives.
He was a man with integrity, a man with focus and drive. We, the children, will continue to do what is necessary to carry his name forever.
This is what my dad lived for, and he would be happy. This is what he did, and we're just happy to continue his legacy.
Guests also extolled the deceased as a man who was deeply committed to touching lives.
Lost our uncle, our brother at the age of 70, but 3 years later, his business has multiplied. His children are not loud, but they are effective.
Epa Iyare was a peacemaker when he was alive. The business I'm doing as of today, Epa is my mentor and will continue to be my mentor.
He will be remembered in so many ways by the community, the family, and so many friends and well-wishers, because he is indeed a great man who has done well for himself in business.
He will always be remembered for his kindness, because he was a man whose life touches so many people.
The 3rd remembrance anniversary underscored the life and contributions of Pa Abel Omoyi. From Egba community in Umuwade local government area, Jolade Ojo, ITV News.
Robust and quality representation remains the surest pathway to justice, development, unity, and the delivery of democratic dividends to the people. A businessman, philanthropist, and grassroots mobilizer, Honorable Frank Ilaboya, made a statement during a grand finale and a grand rally where he officially declared his intention to contest Owan West constituency seat at the Edo State House of Assembly. Edo North correspondent Anthony Igbano has details.
It was a carnival like as party faithfuls, youths, women groups, elders, market leaders, artisans and supporters from across Onwa West constituency gathered in large numbers to witness the declaration by Honorable Ilaboya. The events reflected the people's desire for purposeful leadership and a representative who understands their challenges.
Once again, let me assure you that this journey will be successful.
Addressing the cheering crowd, Honorable Frank Elaboya thanks the people for their overwhelming support and confidence. He said the time has come for Onwa West Constituency 1 to embrace fresh energy, inclusive leadership, and practical solutions that will improve roads, schools, healthcare, youth empowerment, and economic opportunities. Speaking at the rally, Honorable Raymond Haruna Osuma described Elaboya as a strong voice for the people, committed to open doors leadership, fairness, peace, harmony across all communities in the constituency.
We are not in a doubt that if he's given an opportunity.
Also speaking, Comrade Pastor Waifu Paul said leadership must be about service and not self-centered, adding that every ward in Onwa West local government area deserves equal attention and steady progress.
Because he has been a local government chairman in Onwa West. At the same time, he has held various positions.
Frank Elaboya expressed confidence that if elected in 2027, he will champion people's-oriented law and projects that will benefit farmers, traders, students, civil servants, and the elderly. Party leaders and supporters describe him as humble, accessible, and tested son of the soil with the capacity to attract development and unite the constituency. Anthony Igbano, ITV News.
The Labour Party Edo State chapter has concluded its world, local government and state congresses across the state. The 24-member executive officers of the party in the state were drawn from the 3 senatorial districts and the ratio of Edo South 9, Edo North 8, and Edo Central 7. The elected local government officers, delegates, and stakeholders in the various senatorial districts administered the congresses, and the officers were elected by acclamation. The state chairman of the party was thereafter elected by the elected local government chairman through endorsement and voting, whereupon Engineer Michael Osheboge emerged as chairman, endorsed by 13 elected local government chairmen out of 18. The World Congresses were held across the 192 wards on the 23rd of April 2026 at designated ward centers and the state secretariat, administered by the party's legal officer. On the 24th of April 2026, the local government area congresses were conducted across the 18 local government areas at approved venues. These were supervised and monitored by the Electoral Monitoring and Endorsement Committee. Inaugurating the new executives, the national officer in charge of Edo State Congresses, Dr. Kunle Ademola, conveyed the directive of the national chairman, Senator Nenadi Usman, to ensure a smooth and credible process. In his acceptance remarks, Engineer Michael Oshoboge expressed gratitude for the confidence reposed in him and his colleagues, pledging to work with unity, discipline, and commitment to deliver the party in 2027 general elections. In a bid to strengthen his consultation ahead of the APC primaries for the upcoming 2027 elections, Ambassador Terry Igebo has met with leaders, executive of the party in Oriomo local government area to formally declare his ambition to contest for the Oriomo South constituency seat at the Edo State House of Assembly. Ambassador Terry Igebo was accompanied by a large crowd of supporters to the secretariat of the All Progressives Congress in Abudu, the administrative headquarters of Oriomo local government area. Ikpamosa Ogiagbe has more.
Ambassador Terry Igebo and his supporters were warmly received by the leaders and executive of APC in Oriomo local government area. Addressing the leaders, the House of Assembly hopeful said they were in the secretariat to formally declare his intention to contest the Oriomo South constituency seat at the Edo State House of Assembly in the 2027 general election. While soliciting their support, he sought permission to visit other wards in the constituency.
Local government executive, the local government leader, give me the permission. They are like other words.
This one time here where because he carry represented Orion South constituency in Edo State House of Assembly.
Some of the leaders, who include the Commissioner for Science and Technology, Honorable Etunsa Ugbewi, Ambassador Wesley Asoro, and the party's Vice Chairman, Orion Local Government, Comrade Solomon Iyamu, described Ambassador Terry Igebo as a loyal party man.
So that we have so many number of them running for this House of Assembly. But if there's one thing you cannot take away from Terry, is his loyalty to the party.
They have spoken well, and you can see the Momo crowd surrounding Terry Igebo. So he's a humble man. Honorable Terry is a stronghold name, and he's a brother and a friend. He's a good man. He's a man of the people, and he's a man that loves the people as well.
Ambassador Terry Igebo will commence visitation to wards in the constituency to present his manifesto to the leaders. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Head of the APC primaries, Honorable Bright Gobadia, has met with leaders, executive of the party in Orion local government area, Edo State, to intimidate them of his ambition to contest for the Orion South constituency seat at the Edo State House of Assembly and solicit their support. Brad Kubadia and his supporters were received by the local government chairman, Julius Agbonze, and leaders of the party in the secretariat, Abudu. Osamudiamo Saige has details.
Bright Gobadia and his supporters were received by Orion APC chairman Julius Agbonze and leaders of the party. Addressing the gathering, the House of Assembly hopeful said his ambition to contest the Orion South constituency seat at Edo State House of Assembly in the 2027 general election is born out of the desire to give adequate representation. He solicited their support to actualize his dream.
To solicit the support of the LGA and other leaders, and also to get clearance to go around the 6th ward Orion South constituency.
The APC chairman and some leaders described Bright Gobadia as someone who has his people at heart.
We are laughing.
Honorable Bright Gobadia is job because he's a transparent human being, he's a giver, and he's somebody that has respect for the authority. Bright Gobadia, who has been tested and at the community level, local level, ward level, and in all ramifications.
Osamudiamo Saige, ITV News.
And those were the stories that made the AM News on ITV. Thanks for watching. I am Philip Omo Yukon. Coming in a jiffy is This Morning on ITV.
threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio. The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
top of the morning to you. This is This Morning on ITV. Glad to have you join us on the show this morning. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens, live in Edo State, Nigeria. A lot of things to talk about. But first, let us actually abreast you with what the president said yesterday at the State Executive Council meeting right there in Abuja, where the president has interestingly reacted to all of the claims and counterclaims regarding borrowing in the country, where he said that his administration will continue to borrow whenever necessary, insisting that it should not be viewed negatively. Well, he spoke yesterday at the State House during a meeting with Plateau leaders led by Caleb Mutfwang, the governor, and Natawaye Yewata, the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, the APC. Anyway, if we can, let's listen to the president verbatim.
If we have to borrow money, we borrow. It's not borrowing is not a leprosy. We just have to work hard to be able to pay for it.
Well, there you have it. Verbatim, he says borrowing is not leprosy. You just have to work hard enough to repay it. Now, the question is, who is going to repay all of the monies? Is it you, me, or, you know, the federal government, a lot of persons involved in politics? Anyway, we'll find out. Perhaps my ladies joining from Abuja and Lagos would have a clue or more on this. Good morning, ladies. Charity Tanko in Abuja. And of course, Patricia Gabriels in Lagos. Let me start with Charity this morning. Good morning, Charity. How are you? And what really was your reaction when you heard the statement from the president?
Well, I know, and good morning, Patricia. Good to see you. Well, my reaction was just like any other Nigerian, like how long are we going to continue borrowing? Even when you discuss borrowing, economic experts will tell you that every country borrows money. But the difference between Nigeria and other countries is that other countries, when they borrow these monies, they actually put them to good use. But when it comes to Nigeria, Nigeria keeps borrowing. Every administration that comes in will borrow and justify their borrowings. And for this administration, it has been smooth sailing in terms of borrowing, because the National Assembly is always ready to approve every and any amount the president is requesting for borrowing. And the sad thing is that the ordinary Nigerian does not see how positive borrowings have impacted on them. Even if government, like he said, that it is not leprosy, that all they need to do is to work hard to repay the loan. While we are working hard to repay the loan, what is the impact of this borrowing on Nigeria? So for me as a Nigerian, I just see it like another cycle repeating itself until the next administration, then we enter into fresh borrowings.
Okay, well, a lot of things been said, Charity. Perhaps Patricia Gabriels has another angle to this, and maybe you have been benefiting in one way or the other with regards to all of the borrowings that we have experienced since the start of this administration, Patricia.
Good morning, Anu, and good morning, Charity. The Charity got me laughing this morning when she said, when another administration comes, we begin a fresh borrowing. And then, Anu, I have not gained. If you haven't gained, then I haven't gained anything. So the president said borrowing is not leprosy. We just have to work hard to pay back. So who are the we? That's the question. Is it Nigerians that are going to work hard to pay back what they have borrowed? And then what is the impact on each citizen from this borrowing? We don't see what they do with the money when they borrow. They have the Calabar Coastal Road that they said they borrowed money for, and it's not been completed yet. And then we keep borrowing and borrowing, and the president says we just need to work to pay back. So who are the we is the question for me. I would really, really like to hear President who the we are that's going to pay back this loan.
Is one salient questions I feel a lot of Nigerians will be asking at this point. I remember the other day, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosu was able to break it down how much each Nigerians are owing at this point with all of the humongous figures that we've been hearing over time with regards to borrowing in the country. But moving away from that, it's the last day in the month of April and tomorrow is going to be May 1st. NLC and TUC have been vocal over the past couple of days with regards to the welfare to workers, how we need tax to be cut, and a whole lot of other things affecting an average Nigerian worker in the country at the moment. And I saw one interesting headline that struck me where NLC came out to say that 1 million naira salary is worthless without stable naira. 1 million naira salary is worthless without a stable naira. Whatever that means, I don't know. But let me get your take on this, Charity. What do you think NLC at this point is really trying to pass across to the federal government?
Well, rocket science, and we know that whatever affects fuel price in Nigeria affects every aspect of human living, of standard of living. So NLC is not far from the truth. Foreign currency, and instead of the local currency, that's our naira, to be strong and to get more value, it keeps going down. What it means is that for every naira you spend, it is being come dollar. And the shit is that, for me, it is not even shocking part for me, because most of our public office holders, politicians and all of that, if you observe, they no longer spend naira. What they spend is dollars. Even when they want to give people money, they want to do something, they give out dollars. The only time they spend our own local currency is when they are going to the grassroots to go and do whatever you do to gain people's trust. So yes, NLC is right. What is the cost of living these days in Nigeria? Abuja, in Lagos, every other state. For instance, now in Abuja, where fuel goes for 1,300, 1,400. As of this morning, I was seeing that it is about 1,400. And meanwhile, there are states that are buying higher than that. So if you make the math, if you do the math, you will see that what NLC is saying is the truth. But the sad thing is that NLC is like, I don't want to use the word a dog that barks without biting. NLC over the years has lost whatever grip it used to have in the past. And it appears as if anytime NLC opens its mouth to challenge the government on improving the welfare of Nigerian workers, the government just look at them like they're just jokers, because at the end of the day, nothing is happening. So yes, 1 million naira to a Nigerian worker, I tell you, with all sense of purposes and sincerity, is not going to be anything if this country keeps going the way it is.
Interesting nuggets and outline there from you, Charity. Now, I feel, Patricia, that the question should be, how many Nigerians even receive the 1 million naira salary at the end of each month, or perhaps per annum, right? The other day, we're having a conversation regarding an average Nigerian earning nothing less than 100,000 naira, even though we know that some Nigerians earn far below that amount. So, in that line, I want you to share your thought on this with us, Patricia.
Okay, thank you, Anu. So for NLC, they just talk and don't act. That's the problem we have with the NLC of today. And so when they mention that 1 million, it's nothing for a worker in Nigeria, they are right. But like you said, how many Nigerians earn 1 million? We're looking at 100,000 and below is what Nigerians working with the that start with the policies of the country. A lot of policies have been put that is really hitting on the citizens. I was watching on a video where a woman, Murtala Mohammed Airport called MM2 in Lagos, was complaining. And, you know, she said she parked for just a few hours and she was asked to pay a certain amount of money now. And she was also saying she doesn't even think if she has that kind of amount of money in her account. And that's the problem we're facing in Nigeria. They're putting policies are being made every day that is making it so hard, for the Nigerian citizens. The hardship is becoming too much. We also saw a white money man guy, the guy from Big Brother Nigeria, who also said he never knew that, they have increased parking overnight at the Murtala Mohammed Airport, where he parked his car for 2 days or thereabout, and he's meant to pay about 300 and something thousand naira. Which is the price so high that the price of fuel have gone so high and is affecting every other thing in Nigeria. So I don't know. NLC is speaking and not acting. If they could, make the federal government to really see reasons why they complain, and then, not just speak and go back to bed. Nigerians are complaining, and NLC used to be a body that used to fight for Nigeria workers. But for now, we are not seeing them do that. They just speak and go back to bed to sleep. I know.
Right, Patricia, thank you so much. Yeah, those who would even call them a toothless bulldog. But let me get what you would be dishing out at your end this morning, Patricia.
Very recently, I think yesterday, the president also mentioned that his enemies are the ones causing the insecurity in Nigeria, trying to force him out of the seat, but that he is a stubborn man and he's not going to vacate the seat. So we'll be going to insecurity. Is it true that we have people putting this insecurity together just to get to Mr. President? That's what we're going to be looking at from Lagos.
Amazing. Over to you, Charity. What are we getting at your end this morning?
Well, as at yesterday, the Inspector General of Police ordered the dismissal and prosecution of the officers involved in the killing in Efurun Delta State. So we're going to be looking at that alongside former start time, a lot of goodies for Nigeria. So we're going to also be talking about that.
Amazing. Alrighty, we'll join you shortly, ladies. Thank you so much for your great analysis, as always. But back here in Edo State, Nigeria, we'll be looking at the countdown to the 2027 election, the the politics of party primaries. That's going to shape our conversation this morning. And of course, ahead of May Day, the plight of workers in Nigeria is also going to be our focal point today on the show. We'll quickly take a short break. All you have to do is sit down, relax, and grab a cup of coffee or tea, maybe, because the show just even got better.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome back. It's now time for us to turn our attention to the national dailies this morning. Let's see what we have. Interesting headlines on the front pages of the newspaper. We kickstart with the Blueprint newspaper that says, as Supreme Court rules on ADC tussle today, FHC nullifies parties' Congress's convention 31 days to end of primaries. Interestingly, this is going to shape our conversation this morning. As it says, subwriter says, Mark-led interim exco illegal. Kachiku hails verdict. Our legal team reviewing judgment. Who is speaking? Abdullahi. Well, away from that, JAM extends sales of 2026 direct entry forms to May 8th. Well, other interesting headlines this morning. Tinubu launches Media Literacy Institute. It declares war on fake news. Says Nigeria now at the front line of global information integrity. Who is speaking? Idris. Play 2. Tinubu approves 2 billion naira for victims of Agwan Rukuba killing. Urges leaders to embrace peace, implement white paper. Away from that, Lagos airport staff returns $1,700 credit card. Others on page 21. Interestingly, quite rare, but it's a good thing we have it on the front page of the newspaper. 1 woman dies every 7 minutes during childbirth. A report from UNICEF on page 10. Why I anointed Works Commissioner Gabriel, my successor. Who is speaking? Governor Babagana Zulum on page 11. Ex-NNPCL boss Kayari Ajia Wunti appears before Senate over 210 trillion naira on page 9. Well, that's all the blueprint. Okay, just before we move over to another newspaper, it says party primaries. Let discipline moderate your ambition. Who is speaking? Vice President Kashim Shettima tells politicians on page 6. And that's how we wrap up Blueprint this morning. We turn our attention over to the First Daily newspaper. And interestingly, on the front line of the First Daily newspaper, spiritual bullets. Outrage as Delta police killing sparks nationwide fury. Subwriter says IGP orders dismissal, persecution of officers. Peter Obi, NBA, Amnesty International condemn killing, demand justice. Interestingly, SP Bright Edafe was at a sister station yesterday where he said that this is one of the most difficult moments in his life and he cannot think of any better thing to attribute to what the policeman did other than spiritual bullets or spirituality. And that got a lot of reactions online and also offline. But it's a good thing that he has been arrested and taken to the police headquarters for further investigation. Well, away from that, court bars INEC from recognizing ADC congresses amid crisis. Dati Blast 2027 Opposition Alliance calls it unrealistic. Ekiti court sentences 2 to death for armed robbery. Police rescue 5 abducted Polytechnic students in Ogun. Well, still on the front page of First Daily this morning, NDLEA seizes opioids worth 16.9 billion naira in Lagos raids. Tinubu approves 2 billion naira relief, meets Plateau leaders on peace. You get that details on the front page of First Daily this morning. Other interesting headlines: Senate approves $516 million loan for Sokoto Badagry Highway. And finally, Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi meet, vow to challenge APC. Now we'll let the battle begin then. Well, away from that, let's turn our attention over to the Nigerian Tribune. Up next, it says, Supreme Court decides PDP ADC's fate today on page 4. High Court bars INEC from recognizing ADC state congresses. Well, away from that major headline, police order dismissal, persecution of officers involved in Efron shooting on page 24. 210 trillion naira NNPCL probe, Kayari Ajia Wunti ready to testify. Well, interestingly, on the front page of the Nigerian Tribune, we have a picture there of our president, the Lagos State Governor, the Assistant Governor as well, also present there. As it says, that 2027, Tinubu endorses Hamzat as GAC visits Villa. That's the Deputy Governor of Lagos State. He says that he is ready for the race. Okay, well, we'll see how things goes. Now, finally, on the Nigerian Tribune, in health, high pesticide exposure raises cancer risk by 150%, according to a study. Alrighty, that's all we have on the Nigerian Tribune this morning. Well, finally, we turn our attention now to the Guardian newspaper. And of course, on the front page of the Guardian newspaper, it says, Atiku Tinubu trade blames as U.S. moves to tighten oversight on Nigeria. On page 6, you get details of that story regarding insecurity. Coup, court grants federal government's plea for witness protection, accelerates trial of suspect on page 3. Tinubu removes NMDPRA CEO in public interest, nominates Uma, well, still on page 3. Fear over oil glut as NNPCL increases crude prices across grades on page 3 still. Away from that, ADC faces existential test as today's Supreme Court verdict shapes 2027 prospects. NMA rejects court's ruling granting FCCPC oversight on medical negligence on page 4. And finally, on the Nigerian Tribune this morning, Plateau, Tinubu seeks end to crisis, okays 2 billion naira relief for victims. Well, that's all the Guardian have in stock for us today, and that's all we can take this morning on the newspaper review. Do well to pick up a copy, or all of them, in fact, to stay abreast with what is going on currently in Nigeria and also around the world. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll move over to our first conversation for today, countdown to the 2027 election. The politics of party primaries is up next. Nigeria inches closer to 2027. The political landscape is already taking shape. Well, this time not at the ballot box just yet, but within party walls, where the real battle often begins, from internal negotiation and power block to zoning debates and delegate dynamics, or perhaps consultation and party consensus been taken. Party primaries remain one of the most decisive and contentious stages of the electoral process. A question of who gets the tickets, who gets sidelined, and how transparent, fair, and democratic are these processes. Well, today we examine the countdown to the 2027 election, the politics of party primaries, unpacking the strategies, the stakes, and the struggles that will ultimately determine who stands before voters when it matters most. And I have our guest joined in virtually this morning, an ex-commissioner and also politician, Mr. Frank Wonwa. He joins live this morning on the show today. Thank you so much, Mr. Frank, for joining. Good morning. Welcome on board.
Good morning, and good morning to our viewers, and thank you for having me.
Now, I would love to get your insight on what you have been observing so far across different political parties in Nigeria, from the ADC down to the PDP, NNPP, SDP, and of course, the big one at the moment, the APC, with regards to internal party structure.
Well, from my observations, there's not much of a difference between different parties in Nigeria. As far as we can see, the parties are not necessarily driven by philosophy, but by personalities. And so that's why we have such a large movement of politicians from one party to the other at every election cycle. So basically, when you're talking about political parties in Nigeria, in my own opinion, you're not really choosing between philosophies, because most of their philosophies are the same. You are actually choosing between personalities.
Well, are you still live and you can hear me? Okay, now let me move over to the second thought I would want to get clarification on, and also a lot of Nigerians would love to be aware, because we did get to hear that due to the new the Electoral Act 2026, we are no longer going to be seeing the delegates. So this time around, how is it going to be? Are we just going to have the consensus being done, the consensus method, or political parties having to use direct primaries? Can you run us through that real quickly?
Right. So the new electoral act actually does exclude the delegate election, whereby the parties will select those who will represent them at an internal election to select a candidate. Right now, the law says that we should only have a consensus, and that means a consensus between all aspirants and the party on who to put forward. Now, in the event that a consensus is unable to be reached, the law there allows for more or less a general election within the parties, the open primaries, as we call it, where every party member is then required or is allowed to stand behind or indicate or vote for the candidate of their choice. In theory, this is how this works. So although most of the parties are tending now to adopt consensus, in one or two cases, I'm sure we are going to see a situation where it all goes out into open primaries and open competition between candidates within the same party. This law applies to all the parties. All the parties have to follow this law, and that is the ground norm right now.
Just for emphasis, in a situation where consensus doesn't work out for the politics and party primaries, what do you think would happen within that party structure?
Contestation is the lifeblood of politicking. There will always be contestation. So if consensus does not arise, and occasionally it will happen that way, then the party goes straight to the open primaries, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's simply a fight amongst brothers, so to speak, on which of them is best situated for the position according to the party members. Even though we say democracy, the electorate has a choice to vote for a candidate of their choice, the reality is that the electorate will only vote for the candidate presented by the parties. So there is nothing strange about consensus not being reached. It's normal within the political setting, occasionally for consensus not to be reached.
So what I can deduce from what you said is it's really a very, very important and integral part in the electoral process in Nigeria. But then again, we know how expensive politics is in Nigeria, and we see how oftentimes during election, money flies different hard, currency to some extent. Now, the question is, to what extent does money really affect politics, and who, tends to eventually clinch the tickets in the party? And should that even be the trend as regards who is really capable of holding such a position?
Generally, to me, politics is expensive. Democracy, so to speak, is expensive. There are several things you need to consider when you want to run for office. You have to campaign, you have to carry your members along, you have to move from place to place, talking to people, consulting. So politics does require a fair bit of resources. Now, where it differs from what happens in most of the advanced climes is that in Nigeria here, the political candidate basically has to bear almost all the cost, if not all the cost of his political campaign. Elsewhere in the world, you have volunteers, you have regulated donations, and so on and so forth. While our law speaks about volunteering and regulated donations, the reality in Nigeria is that nobody really volunteers for political campaigns and so on and so forth. Even people who come for the campaign to listen to the candidates outlining their vision expect to be served at least water at the event. So yes, it's expensive. There's not much anybody can do about that. The logistics of politics itself has to be paid for, and it costs money. And I'm aware that INEC or the federal government try to alleviate this by giving some monies to the parties to help with the political process in such a way as to stop or reduce the influence of big money bags cutting away the election. But the reality we have in the country here today is that if you want to get involved in politics, a certain amount of financial capability is required, and a certain amount of money is expended for all elections. This cuts across all parties. It has nothing to do with whether you are in the ruling party or you are in the opposition party. Generally, a lot of money is required to run politics or to run for political office.
To look at the issue of zoning and power rotation, because those two terms are one of the major, things that continue to dominate political discussion. So the question is, again, should competence outweigh zoning, or is zoning still necessary for national balance? Because take, for instance, now in the ADC, we have interestingly big political bigwigs like Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi, Peter Obi, Rabiu Kwankwaso, and all of them are saying, you know what, I am capable of clinching this ticket. But in a situation where the issue of zoning and power rotation still comes to the fore, what then, actually takes the toll of the day?
Well, I am not a fan of zoning over competence, but unfortunately, we also have to face reality. And the reality is that our constitution stipulates that we have federal character in the share of government offices. Now, this constitution was written by the military. It was not necessarily an output of the average Nigerian. And while it tries to, what's the word I'm looking for now? While it tries to bring everybody together on an equal footing, occasionally it does result in the fact that the most competent candidate does not win in an election. But this, again, is not strange to Nigeria. Generally, democracy does not necessarily bring up the most competent candidate. Democracy actually brings up the most popular or the most liked candidate. That's why you find that in countries like Ukraine, a comedian will win. He's not an economist. He's probably not the most competent leader they could have brought up. but Zelensky won. I don't want to mention too many countries, but if you go take a cross-section of those who've won elections in different countries of the world, the primary consideration is rarely ever competence. So Nigeria is not necessarily different from the rest of the world. This is one of the fundamental flaws of participatory democracy, that the most competent candidate does not necessarily come up. However, it is expected that the political leaders themselves will then surround themselves with competent hands to deliver on their mandate. That's the barest minimum, because at the end of the day, the whole essence of governance is to deliver service. It's not about dancing on the streets. It's not about being able to sing. It's about understanding economics, understanding welfare of the citizens, and putting all together such that the citizens have a better life. So even if the most competent candidate is not selected or elected at the elections, what should happen, or what we need to happen, is for that candidate to surround himself or herself with competent hands who can help behind the scenes to guide the economic growth of the society they govern. This does not always happen, unfortunately, but there's not much we can do about the federal character. It is in our constitution, and I doubt very much that that particular section of our constitution can be edited out, because there is a need to carry along everybody in every part of the country in order to create a harmonious society.
Okay, Mr. Frank, I hear you. The point where you said it's not about dancing on the street or moving around on the street, I'm sure for a lot of Nigerians, one particular governor comes to mind, the dancing governor. But anyway, I want us to turn our attention over now to the front page of the Blueprint newspaper this morning. Interestingly, it says the party primaries, let discipline moderate your ambition. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, telling politicians, what do you think he's really trying to pass across this time around?
I think the Vice President is just trying to hold politicians in check. Unfortunately, politics tends to be a zero-sum game where the winner takes all. And as such, it brings a certain level of desperation to the different aspirants and candidates. However, no matter the number of aspirants or candidates that come up, only one person will be elected at the end of the day. And so I think what the Vice President is trying to say is that, look, yes, you can have your shot at political office, but if it doesn't fall your way, kindly let us keep discipline within ourselves, congratulate the winner, come together and move the country forward, so to speak. So I think that's what the Vice President is trying to do. It's trying to caution party members across the different parties that it's not a do-or-die affair. Politics is not a do-or-die affair. Even though one or two prominent politicians have said that politics is a do-or-die affair, in reality, politics is not meant to be a do-or-die affair. It's just a situation of presenting yourself to the people for service. And the people do have a right to choose the person they want. And if it doesn't fall your way this time, you can try and try again. President Buhari tried and on the fourth time he got through. And even if it doesn't get your way, that's not the end of the world. You can go on ahead and do other things. So yes, politicians are best advised to know that the political game, as they want to call it, is not do or die, and desperation should be reduced accordingly.
Before we move over to talk about what is going on now within the ADC and the coalition, if I'm to put it that way, coalition of opposition parties coming out to say they're going to field in a single presidential ticket for 2027 election. What do you think is going on currently with the APC? With over 31 governors on board and a lot of interesting other politicians joining or have joined the party, there are actually fears of explosion or implosion from them, especially with regards to who is going to clinch whatever tickets during the primaries. Do you think the APC would be able to curtail all of these excesses moving forward?
Well, like they say, failure is an orphan, success has many brothers. So with the ascent of APC to presidential office, a lot of people, a lot of politicians then went ahead to feel that perhaps their political ambitions would be better actualized in the APC, and they all moved over. But this is not the first time we have seen this type of movement. The PDP used to be a very dominant party too in the country. Today, the PDP is more or less is a shadow of its old self, to use very polite words. So the dangers exist everywhere for the big parties. The same dangers that the PDP faced and could not perhaps manage very well also faces the APC in managing success. So yes, the APC is the most successful party today in Nigeria as we speak. But let's not forget, or let it not forget, its humble beginnings, where it started with only Lagos State, and then it was joined by Edo State, and then had to then that I'm talking about the ACN now, the Action Congress of Nigeria. And then it was now forced into a merger with the CPC and some other people, ABGA and parts of the PDP, to form the APC in an effort to secure power at the center. Well, that effort did succeed, and so most of the other politicians in the PDP have now since moved to the APC to further their political ambitions. That's okay, that's fine, that's politicking, particularly in our own climate, where it is not driven by, like I said before, philosophies, but by personalities. So that's okay, but the APC would have to sit up to manage its own success so that it doesn't fall into the same trap that PDP fell into in failing to manage success. One of my favorite sayings is that if we refuse to learn from the experiences of others, we are then forced to learn from our own experience. That's all I have to say on that topic.
Interesting. So now back to the ADC. On the front page of the newspaper, we hear clearly that today, interestingly, is a big day that is going to, the fate of what will come out from the Supreme Court is going to shape the outcome of the ADC political ambition moving forward for 2027. As it says that the Supreme Court rules on ADC tussle today. FHC nullifies parties' Congress's convention, 31 days to end of primaries. What do you actually foresee to happen within the ADC? Do you think they'll be able to overcome this tussle or this turmoil brewing?
Well, it's not really my place to advise the ADC. I think the law is very clear on particular aspects of, particularly the aspect of following your own party's constitution. And if the courts, whatever the decisions the courts take, particularly the Supreme Court, it's binding. Now, would the ADC be able to survive whatever the Supreme Court judgment is? I'm not in a position to say. I would be surprised, though, that if they do not have a backup plan, successful planning entails that you plan for and against, and you can never be sure which direction the court judgments will go. So will ADC survive or not? That depends on how well they manage their own internal politics and their own internal dynamics. What is important for the country is we have a vibrant opposition, such that we do not get into a situation where we have an overbearing, domineering government in power. It's good for democracy. There's always a strong opposition. So to that extent, I'm in support in whatever, I'm not going to mention any party, but whatever opposition there is, that's fine. It helps to keep the government in check, and it helps to ensure that the people get their best value from their political choices at the center. How the opposition organizes themselves is their internal affair. There's not much anybody else can say or do about that.
Do you believe the way parties conduct their primaries will ultimately shape the outcome, or the voter turnout and confidence in the 2027 election?
Well, there's no doubt. There's no doubt in my mind at all. There is no doubt in my mind at all that the choice of candidates the parties present will, to a large extent, influence the voters' turnout. But what Nigerians should understand is this: if you do not come out to vote, you're shirking your responsibility to the nation, and you're sitting on your rights to determine leadership. And guess what? it doesn't stop the election. If only 5 people come out and vote the president of Nigeria, that election stands. The law does not have a minimum number of electorate that needs to come out to vote. So staying away because perhaps you think your candidate of choice was not selected or elected is actually counterproductive. Like I said before, the electorate really does not have a choice on the candidate they are going to vote for. They only vote for the candidates that the political parties bring forth. And if you're not happy with political party A, why not try political party B? Staying away from the process doesn't help at all, because what then means is that politicians then get to decide what direction the country should go to in terms of voting. One thing we must all realize is that there are far more electorate, far more non-partisan voters than politicians. And the more non-partisan voters stay away from elections, the stronger the politicians have a say in the votes. So if you're really interested in what direction your country is going into, for me, you shouldn't tie we shouldn't be tying our national interest to a particular candidate or the other. We should listen to all the candidates from across all the parties and select one whose opinions and views we think resonates with what needs to be done in the country. So, yes, I mean, if you take a look at what happened in Hungary recently, up to 75% of their voters came to the polls. And what happened? They were able to push out their prime minister and bring in a young man who they feel can change their country around. I'm not advocating
we really need
for
to go now.
Okay.
Right, we really need to go now. But I really must thank you so much, APC chieftain and former commissioner for works, Mr. Frank Ewonwa. Thank you so much for your great analysis on the show today. I'm pretty sure a lot of Nigerians hear you clearly to be involved in, politicking in Nigeria. Thank you so much for your time. We'll have you another time, God willing.
Thank you so much, and please remember this is not an opinion of the APC, but my personal opinion.
Loud and clear. Now we take a short break. When we return, we move over to another interesting conversation regarding May Day, which is happening tomorrow, the plight of Nigerians living in Nigeria. That's our main focus this morning. Thank you so much. We'll do this another time.
wa do dore do e do ni kere ku yo go